I don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no food at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, no be cheap. It's once again, everybody can pay up. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother, chopper. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, master. Oh, Iboma, I go drop your dollar. I go take your money, disappear. For one time in the bed. The refinery, the contract, now you white. But you won't pay me some more money, make I bring up. You really move, I really master. I don't see them fire. That's why when they run enter my telephone, I will show them fire. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, you be the master.
the dance, when they with the leather jacket. No be yori, but I dey bust your bracket. What's up, buy the beat? This time when you got the shake. You dey feel like man, you know say me, I know the rig. See the guy got the dance. You dey feel the way me say I come here to the yarn. Show them say you sabi, show them say you say you man. Hey, no be lie, see the boy with the man. Hey, I see my guy normally I come to drop bars, something with the top notch. I don't dey shake the guy, he said gonna shop vlog. Everybody they feel I'm the way and they drop some. The guy don't they smile, they like say your head is on ball. He said they feel the way I just they go, the flow is dope. He said he don't they feel I'm on the low. I savage on the beat, you know say me say gonna bad. Who be this your fine baby like this ready for your band? Fine girl, what's up? If I come now, make we talk now. I know say me say you dey with man, but make it no come be like say me say go for your hand. Make we interact one on one. Did they get them now? But this your girl she fine, be like say you pack it down. But everybody don't they feel am, they know say he bad. Everybody don't they see, they know say yes he dope. Collect the vibe, my guy. You said God, you know you joke. Collect the vibe, make it no come they make me hanging. It's not like they come, you know that yeah the thing is banging. I like the guy because he be loving ham sounding. Everybody they see him, they know say the thing they boss. This the way everybody they carry babe come. Also find me one babe now so that I go drop it. No, this one are your babe. All those catches you know say me self I don't want them again. Make it no come be like say me self I come here come they toast. When I go come stop me for the road, come they ask me how far waiting come they walk me. All those catches are waiting me self I don't want on the low. But I know say yes the girl she fine, she get the two way man they fine, but they gone design, God the day design.
Tinubu Ahmed of the APC, 8,794,726. Miadi Peter Nana Chukwudi of Abga, 61,066.
Thank you.
You have to be fast. Of the APC. Is hereby declared the winner and is returned.
And it is right there. Amonishe we, Amonishe so. Good day to you. Good to be in your company and all that. The early hours of the morning, the witching hour. So there it is. This now seems to be our regular time slot. Unfortunately, it doesn't really do much for the traffic of the platform, but nevertheless, we just to fulfill all righteousness, we still come out anyway. But good day to you. Good to be in your company and all that. Sorry about the extremely late start. It was due to circumstances beyond my control. But good day to you. Hope you had a wonderful day and all that. Please say hello in the comment section as you're coming in so I can acknowledge your presence and say hello back. So as you are coming in, say hello in the comment section. The protocol remains the same. Click on the like button just as soon as I invite you to do so. Subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Join me on the screen via the hyperlink that says StreamYard. I'll post it again so it's immediate to hand. It should be visible there anyway. But if you want to come and join me on the screen, just click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. It will bring you into the studio and I'll let you onto the screen. Then I'll invite your thoughts. So that's how it works. Like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and of course, super chat towards the stream. So the super chat, of course, is the dollar sign at the bottom of the comment section. Use that. Share the links, of course, as widely as you can as well. All of those things. Let's just get started. I'm not going to beat about the bush today. I'm keen for the conversation, but if the conversation does not take place, we'll still have just a running commentary of just to keep us up to date with what's going on within the politics at the moment. Um, so yes, like, share, subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, share the links as well there so you can super chat to us to stream. I say all that, so I said all that. Let's just get started, shall we? So the currency of the moment, the focus of conversation, of course, wraps around the Article coalition and what that means and what direction of travel it is going. ADC has no preferred presidential candidate for 2027. Is the chairman of that new organization. It's not a new organization, no, but the latest vehicle that Atiku wants to use to pursue his ambition, because of course the ADC is a long-standing political platform. But what David Mark is telling us here is that they have no preferred presidential candidate. Of course, still a question mark on David Mark, by the way, because there's a lawsuit already ongoing to have him removed. ADC has no preferred presidential candidate for 2027. For the moment, chairman of that party, David Mark. Right, David Mark, the interim national chairman of the African Democratic Congress ADC, says the party has no preferred presidential aspirant or aspirant. How do you even pronounce that word? Is it aspirant or aspirant, or I'll call it aspirant just for the benefit of. David Mark, the interim national chairman of the African Democratic Congress ADC, says the party has no preferred presidential aspirant ahead of the 2027 general election. The former Senate president spoke in Abuja on Tuesday during a meeting with ADC stakeholders from Kogi State. Mark, who previously served as Senate president for 8 years, assured Nigerians of the party's commitment to transparency under his leadership. He emphasized that the ADC wants to create an inclusive platform rather than backing any particular candidate at this early stage. The ADC has no preferred or favorite presidential. The ADC, by the way, a coalition essentially put together by Atiku Abubakar, they are telling us they have no preferred candidate. The ADC has no preferred or favorite presidential candidate, but is focused on establishing a platform that appeals to the majority of Nigerians. Mark said the veteran politician expressed concerns about Nigeria's current challenges and positioned the ADC as a solution to the country's problems. We are doing this because we do not want this great ship called Nigeria to sink. If we do not rise now and it sinks, all of us will be affected. Mark emphasized that the ADC operates on principles of equality amongst its members, distancing himself from any notion of personal ownership of the party. Mark said all party members are equal stakeholders and owners and urged them to show Nigerians that the ADC is ready to run democracy properly. So, I don't own this party more than any of our members. I urge all members to show Nigerians that the ADC is a different party, one ready to properly run democracy in our country. All Nigerians must come together and take ownership of ADC. The former Senate president called for unity within the party ranks, arguing that the collective effort should take priority over individual political ambitions. He called on members to set aside differences and work as a team, stressing that building the party must come before personal ambitions. Mark also outlined the party's policy priorities, highlighting security challenges as a key area the ADC would address if given the opportunity to govern. He urged politicians to focus on addressing national challenges such as insecurity, which, according to him, the ADC intends to tackle given the opportunity to govern. So that's David Mark right there telling us that they have no preferred candidate. If you believe that, of course, then you are dumber than dumb is, because of course the ADC is entirely the whole structure of the idea is just to present Atiku Abubakar for his last hurrah. So that's David Mark right there. They call it takiya, don't they, or tikiya in the north. Is doing some sleight of badge, as Wale Soyinka famously called it, a sleight of hand there. But should David Mark even be speaking on behalf of the coalition? Court asked to sack Senator Mark-led interim leadership of ADC. So already, barely the ink dried on the agreement to park within this particular political party, and then internal squabbles already began. Three aggrieved members of the African Democratic Congress (ADC) have approached the Federal High Court in Abuja, asking it to sack the Senate President David Mark-led interim leadership of the party. The plaintiff, Adeyemi Emmanuel, Ayodeji Victor Tolu, and Haruna Ismaila, further challenged the membership of Senator Mark and others who were appointed as interim leaders of the party. They prayed to the court, amongst other things. They prayed the court to, amongst other things, determine whether the purported handover of the party's leadership structure to, pardon me, hold on 1 second. I beg your pardon. I was muted. Can you hear me now? My goodness, what was that all about? Let me know in the comment section if you can hear me now. Can you hear me now? You should be able to hear me now. I was muted for whatever reason. All right. So, sorry about that. I'm not quite sure how that happened, but there it is. I'm not going to start all over again actually because I've rattled through quite a bit. But let me just give you this one. ADC has no preferred presidential candidate for 2027. This is David Mark. So essentially, what David Mark is telling us here is that there are no preferred candidates for the ADC presidential ticket. But of course, we know that there are preferred candidates because the coalition is essentially being arrow-headed by Atiku Abubakar, and I don't think anybody is in any doubt that Atiku will get that ticket. So I've read that already, so I'm not going to reread it. Still with the coalition, court asked to sack Senator Mark-led interim leadership. So these are elements from within that party. Some people speculating that they are sponsored by the APC, already challenging then the process that has landed David Mark and Aregbesola as the leaders of the APC or of the ADC. You see, that's the confusion that are going forward. APC, ADC. I wonder how that will even play out at the ballot box. And then we were on this one. Why Lagos boy Soludo Oti Umba will support Tinubu in 2027? This is Dave Umahi. The Minister of Works, Dave Umahi, has declared that Southeast governors, regardless of their political parties, will back President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in the 2027 general elections. Speaking during a press conference while touring federal projects in the Southwest, Umahi said Tinubu's growing support amongst Southeast leaders is driven by long-standing personal loyalty and mutual respect, not party affiliation. According to the former Ebonyi State governor, many of these leaders, friendship and shared history with Tinubu will take precedence over political affiliation. Tell me who is not working for him? Umahi asked rhetorically. Our friendship is bigger than ties of party. That is what I realized. Umahi stated that the relationship between President Tinubu and several Southeast governors is evidence of cross-party loyalty based on mutual respect and history. He said, the Enugu governor, Umba, is a Lagos boy. He has been a friend of the president. He will not work against the president whether he joins our party or not. The governor of Abia, Alex Oti, is my cousin. He is also a Lagos boy. He has been there and is friendly with the president. They had known themselves and they will all work for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Now, my state, Ebonyi, is the son, that's the governor, of course. Now, my state governor, which is the Ebonyi state governor, is the son of the president. You can't take that away from him. Forget about coalition. Ebonyi state is 100% APC. So Ludo is a Lagos boy. He is a friend of the president. He's doing very well in Anambra state, irrespective of the fact that my party is also struggling with him. You can't remove the fact that he has done very well. We are at peace, and this time we will not divide our votes. So this is Umahi running through the. And by the way, Peter Obi might not even end up on a ballot. By the way, the way the politics is permutating at the moment, it doesn't place Peter Obi on a ballot. But if Peter Obi does end up on a ballot, then there are no guarantees even that he will sweep the Southeast in the manner that he did in the last cycle of elections. Because of course, Soludo is not going to gift him Anambra State. He may well win Anambra State because that is his own home state. But Soludo will fight him tooth and nail for every single vote. There is no chance that he will win Ebonyi State because David Umahi, he will want to prove a point So there is no guarantees that he will Ebonyi State, and Enugu State he will certainly not be winning. So even the Southeast is not guaranteed for Peter Obi the way the permutation of the politics is looking now. So this is I'll only give you this as a headline. Olubadan of Ibadan, Oba Owolabi Olakunleyin dies age 90. So he was only coronated about 6 months ago. The average lifespan of the king of Ibadan, the Oba of Ibadan, the average lifespan is usually about 12 months. They usually die almost immediately they are coronated as the king. So this again, court asked to sack David Mark-led interim leadership. So that's that. Let's go on from that to this. Former governor Malam Ibrahim Shekarau and the entire leadership of the PDP in Kano on Sunday ignored former Vice President Alhaji Atiku Abubakar's visit to the family of the late Aminu Dantata. So I think Dantata recently passed away, didn't he? In Saudi Arabia, of all places. And that's what they do, don't they? These people, they loot our money and then go and live in the Middle East. Shekarau, a member of the PDP Board of Trustees and leader of the opposition in Kano, was conspicuously missing from the powerful delegation that accompanied Atiku during a condolence visit to the Koki residence of the late Dantata. Although the former presidential candidate of the PDP in the 2023 general election has not officially withdrawn his membership of the party, his full participation in the new coalition may be responsible for the reaction. So, that's what they're actually saying here. This has not this particular process, but of course, Atiku is not a process guy. You know that Atiku has not even resigned from the PDP. That's what they are telling us here, and there has been no notice that he has. So, to all intents and purposes, now he belongs to the PDP as well as the coalition. Although the former candidate of the PDP in the 2023 general election has not officially withdrawn his membership from the party, his full participation in the new coalition may be responsible for the reaction. So there's that. We go on from that today. So still within that internal crisis already within the ADC, 97 lawyers line up to defend ADC Mark Aregbesola against APC's fake lawsuit. So there's that. So that's the going from there. We go on from that to the next one. So we've already been through this one. Let's go on from that still to the next one. So yes, this one well worth the read. So this one well worth the read. This is Garba Shehu. Buhari grateful to APC will not undermine Tinubu. So there are so many moving factors still that are yet to move. One of the big moving factors that's yet to move, of course, is Buhari. Another big moving factor that's yet to move is Kwakwanso. Another big moving factor that's yet to move is Mahmoud Yakubu, because of course Mahmoud Yakubu leaves this year to be replaced. So those are still three big spaces that will in a lot of ways shape what will happen in 2027. But this factor now, it looks as though if Buhari campaigns for Tinubu, then that will cut very deeply into the north, and I suspect he may well do. Garba Shehu, Buhari grateful to APC, will not undermine Tinubu, and Buhari often instances a man of his words. Garba Shehu, spokesperson to former President Muhammadu Buhari, says there is no rift between his principal and President Bola Tinubu. Speaking on Trust TV, Shehu said claims of a fractured friendship between both leaders are speculative and not backed by any formal disagreement. When people are entitled to hold their opinion, and your interpretation is purely your entitlement, he said. I don't think in a formal or official sense anybody would talk about distrust or mistrust or or a facade. I'm reading it as it's been written. It's badly written. The grammar is poor, but I'm just reading the words on my screen. Agaba Shehu, spokesperson to former President Muhammadu Buhari, says there is no rift between his principal and President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Speaking on Trust TV, Shehu said claims of a fractured friendship between both leaders are speculative and not backed by any formal disagreement. When people are entitled to hold their opinion and your interpretation of it is purely your entitlement, he said. I don't think in a formal or official sense anybody would talk about distrust or mistrust or a facade between the Buhari administration and the Tinubu administration. Shehu said Buhari remains committed to the APC, which brought him to power after 3 unsuccessful attempts. For Muhammadu Buhari, for him, he is essentially an APC member, he said. He does not forget the fact that he ran 1, 2, 3 times and failed to get the presidency until they cobbled together the APC. APC came together and gave him 2 terms, for which he has remained grateful and says, and that is what I have learned from him. I will never be ungrateful. I will never betray the party that gave me 2 terms in office. Responding to public commentaries on tensions within the ruling party, Shehu said Buhari's camp is not disturbed by such speculation. We see statements, we read them when people say these things. Do we get disturbed? I don't think that is the word, he said. He added that those who witnessed the effort it took to build the APC in 2014 are unlikely to undermine the party's stability now. It took a lot of doing, energy, and sacrifice for the APC to have been put in place, for the desperate opposition elements, for the is that disparate or desperate? For the desperate opposition elements to come together. That's how it's been written. They tried 1, 2, 3 times and they failed, but by this time they came together 2014, formed the party, and ran in 2014. They won, which means in effect that the people who are well, essentially what it's telling us is that Buhari has no intentions of betraying the APC. So Buhari has no intentions of betraying the APC. We go on from that to the next one. So now, still a lot of backlash from the Peter Obi outing on Channel TV. Remember when he told us he used to drive a 404? We used to break down and he used to pop the engine himself and fix the car when he was governor of Anambra State. So people have gone out to dig out the budget from Anambra State now. So let's just have a look then. Peter Obi's budget in 2012 shows that he budgeted 200 million to maintain his Peugeot 406. That is 1.2 million then. So 1.2 million to maintain that 4, and this is his budget right here. This was Obi's budget in 2012. It's just it's a looting budget anyway. It says travel and transportation 430 million naira. So he's spending for yeah, it's a GBT budget, like I said. So travel and transportation. We just go through. This is Anambra State budget for 2012, of course. Estimate of Anambra State of Nigeria 2012 overhead cost, Office of the Executive Governor. So this is Peter Obi's budget 2012. So travel and transportation. So is budgeted 430 million naira for travel and transportation, which is well in excess of 100% more than the previous year. The previous year they budgeted 200 million for travel and transportation, utility services. So everything's gone up anyway. So that's gone up 5 billion. Telephone and telegraph services, stationaries, 10 million. Aha. So this is it here. Maintenance of vehicle and capital assets, 200 million. So 200 million to be spent on is a 406 Peugeot, according to him. Maintenance of office furniture. What else is it? Where's the stealing again? Training staff and development, 10 million. Security, 80 million. Where is the looting? Yes, hospitality and gifts slash entertainment, 250 million. So that is a very ambiguous term. There's no way of quantifying that. So that's just money for my pocket right there. Budget preparation and defense, 1 million. Miscellaneous expenses, 400 million. So what? How do you account for miscellaneous? Miscellaneous is miscellaneous, isn't it? So that's Obi's budget right there. 200 million on his 406 Peugeot to maintain it. Better off buy the new one, you probably say. 2027 election, Dele Momodu mentions best ADC presidential candidate. So Dele Momodu, of course, has already started campaigning for Atiku Abubakar. Dele Momodu, a media entrepreneur and ex-presidential candidate, has declared former Vice President Atiku Abubakar as his preferred presidential candidate within the emerging opposition coalition, etc., etc. Speaking on Channels Television on Monday, July the 7th, Momodu emphasized that while he maintains a close friendship with Peter Obi, his political choice remains Atiku, whom he described as the most formidable opposition amongst the current contenders under the ADC umbrella. So this is they're slowly shifting away from Peter Obi. The Peter Obi narrative has run its course. You can see it's lost him now. The moment he turned up at that coalition unveiling and they sat him at the back, that was the end of the journey. So he cannot go back to the Labour Party now because they're looking to expel him from there anyway. If he goes to the ADC, there is no window for Peter Obi in the ADC anyway. So Peter Obi is now stuck in the middle somewhere. Is now a homeless politician to all intents and purposes. My best choice is Atiku, and that is what I expect Obedience to say about Obi and Rotimi Amechi supporters to say about Amechi. This game is a game of numbers, and the people who are most aggrieved today are in the northern part of Nigeria. So that's that's a play now right there. Even the candidate of the chairman of the party is still Atiku. So forget Peter Obi. Correspondents report that some Nigerian politicians drawn from various political parties in the country recently formed the National Opposition Coalition Group to unseat President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The group on Wednesday adopted the ADC as its platform for the 2027 general election. Atiku is amongst the leaders of the coalition. Apart from Atiku and Obi, other promoters of the coalition include former governors Nasir El-Rufai, Rotimi Amechi, Gabriel Suaswam, and Sule Lamido, etc., etc., Ralph Varegbesola, David Mark, and all the usual suspects. Meanwhile, Daniel Bwala, a spokesperson of President Tinubu, dismissed the ADC coalition as a political charade that will not survive 6 months. I think it may well survive. I think it's going to go all the way to the elections, but of course, it's going to fail spectacularly. It's a good versus evil election. This 2027 is the Nigerian state versus corruption. If you look at the people in the ADC, that's the public face of the ruination of that country right there. So the deplorables, as Hillary Clinton put them, they are already packed in there. The people. It was David Mark, by the way, that truncated the Abiola election. he was the one that that truncated that election. It was Atiku Abubakar that destroyed the country in terms of privatization, alongside El Rufai, who were both prominent players within the Obasanjo administration then. Obasanjo even came out and told us that if he ever backs Atiku, God will not forgive him. We know how much people will be looted in Anambra. It's just it's a conglomeration of criminals. So we said that often enough. All right, so this is the last readout, and then we play a few clips, and then if nobody turns up, then we call it a night. Buhari's ex-minister mentions alleged deal that broke Tinubu and Aregbesola apart. So what exactly is their squabble? Is the thing. Adebayo Shitu, the former Minister of Communications under the past administration of President Muhammadu Buhari, has stated that the rift between President Bola Tinubu and his former protege, Rauf Aregbesola, was not about ministerial appointment. Shitu, who was recently appointed as the Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of Dave Umahi Federal University of Health Sciences, maintained that what led to the breakup between the two was about who would be next to serve as governor. So, what does that even mean? According to Shitu, Aregbesola, who also served as a minister under Buhari, wanted to impose his chosen candidate as Osun governor as against Gboyega Oyetola, who was the choice of President Tinubu, adding that it was this move that made the former minister become the critic of his political godfather. The Oyo politician said, before Asiwaju Tinubu endorsed Aregbesola for Osun State Governor, if he needs money, BAT will direct him to Oyetola. Oyetola is the one in charge of disbursement. Who made Aregbesola the governor? If BAT did not support Aregbesola's ambition, Aregbe would not have been governor. I recall that the loss of Oyetola in the Osun State governorship election marked the beginning of the feud between Aregbesola and President Tinubu. Ahead of the election, Aregbesola was caught on video stating that Tinubu did not want what he did to the former governor of Lagos State, Ambode, to happen to his brother Oyetola. So, yes, I can somewhat agree with that somewhat. So I can somewhat agree with that somewhat. Can you still not hear me? I'm sure you can hear me. What's this guy say? You can't hear me. I can see myself pulsating on the screen. So I'm pretty sure you can hear me. Let me play you the clips I have, and then we'll take it from there. It's a bit funky, this session. I'm not still feeling it yet. I hope you are feeling it though. So now the ADC now. So this is Abubakar Malami, who is already campaigning then to be the governor of Kebbi State.
Ga dodo mai birgita in tsaki malam sannan kai gaba ne gogaggen dan gwagwarmaya na irin Kebbi.
Jama'a garin Kamba, assalamu alaikum. Jama'a mu wakilai muke na mai girma tsohon ministan shari'a, kuma mun zo ne daga birnin Kebbi takanas ta Kano domin mu gane ku. Amma bayan ganin ku akwai sako da muke tare da shi, ya kamata ku tsaya ku saurara ku ji sakon mu. Dr. Abubakar Malami SANCON shine jagoran siyasar jihar mu.
Amanar Kebbi
ni ma na ce,
mutuncin Kebbi
kai ma ka ce,
ga malami
ke ma kin ce.
Haɗaka ga ta ADC ba haɗaka ta ba wanda an kai don biyan bukatar mutum ɗaya, musamman shi Abubakar Malami. Bukata ce ta ceto mutanen Najeriya da rashin tsaro. Duk wanda aka rama hukumar mulki ta Kamba.
Wa ka gani, wa na gani, na ce dan kali, hayaki fidda na kogo, hannu ka sabu da ungo, sanye mun ta da duwar.
So that's Abubakar Malami campaigning then already for the Kebbi State governorship, of course under the ADC. So here is Aregbesola before he turned against
Lagos provided the great opportunity for me outside professional preparation to test my capacity to manage human beings and resources for the maximum benefit of the largest number of people. It was in Lagos that under the leadership of Ajayi Bola Ahmed Tinubu and a team of dedicated young men, we dared the impossible and turned around the fortune of Lagos to that of undoubted leadership in the Nigerian political space. It was in Lagos that.
So that was Aregbesola once upon a time telling us that Tinubu is his daddy. So now this next clip that I'm about to play you. This is an issue that the people that this clip is about that they need to address. Just going around constituting a nuisance to anybody that seeks to host them. This is something that needs to stop. They are now internationalizing it. Watch this.
The establishment of the first Igbo town in Ghana, and of course, the first in the world. If you look around the world, apart from in Virginia, they have Igbo village in Virginia. They created it by putting the antiques, the antiquities of Ndibo there. You can come there, kind of archive of Ndibo. But I'm creating Igbo village, which has never happened in the history of the world among the Igbos in the world. As I'm talking to you, I've acquired 50 acres of land, that is 250 plus of land along the Flower Road, that is at Old Ningo area. Along that road, it's right on the road. I acquired 250 plus of land. My reason of acquiring this land is to build Igbo village in Ghana. I call it Amandi Igbo in Ghana. We'll build a village where we're gonna build the palace of Igbo there, a huge palace. We'll build Igbo town hall there with about 2,000 capacity chairs and 100 rooms guest house. The essence of this guest house is most of the times our governors and our Igbo great leaders do come to Ghana. You know, they always go with their entourage. If they come to Ghana, their entourage will see where they will lodge for free of charge, maybe for a day or two. Most of their visits, it doesn't take more than 48 hours or 24 hours. They stay there free of charge, and they know that, yes, this is what they have benefited from the Igbos living in Ghana. Again, our people that have accommodation problem and all that will come get there at least for 2 or 3 days before they can get a out of the country, or those that come into the country, in one way or the other, will have accommodation of 100 rooms guest house.
So that's a southeastern guy that's gone to Ghana to declare himself a king. The Ghanaians are not having it, though. They are really, the whole country is actually enraged, Ghana, by what that guy did. But there's that. What has APC achieved in the 8-9 years that they've been in government is the question. Here is one of the answers.
Yes, you may be surprised to say, is this a factory or somebody's compound? But no, this place you are seeing is Second Niger Bridge. You will be seeing building like this. This one look like university hostel. This one look like a police station or factory. But this place is toll gate for Second Niger Bridge, where you will be checked before you cross down to southeast Anambra State. So, all these beautiful, beautiful places you are looking at, this one is a powerhouse, this one is a security check room. All these places are the body, the beginning of the Second Niger Bridge. As you follow me down to the bridge, I will tell you more about the bridge, how it began, who initiated the plan, and how the project was done. Follow me as we go. Show you the beginning of this bridge. It begins from Asaba axis. If you are coming from Asaba, as if you are going towards the Niger Bridge, you will see something that looks.
So that's just one of the several achievements of the Buhari administration. In terms of infrastructure, they did a lot. The Buhari administration, they revamped the Lagos airport. They completed they started and completed the second Niger bridge, as we saw. Started and completed the Lagos Ibadan rail service. And a whole slew of other infrastructural development. So, and there's that. And of course, Tinubu continued with that same infrastructure after infrastructure, upgrading the country. So that's what that space has achieved. And are still on the theme of achievement, a lot of achievement coming out of Enugu State. What's this?
To drop a scheme to defeat you, but we'll be planning. We'll be planning. But it's an incredible vision you have here. Mr. President has said it himself. I'm only reflecting what the president said. Beyond party lines, we should not be afraid to say it. You have a progressive spirit, you have done well for Enugu State, and you are one of the best performing governors of the whole.
Carigo, Pitamba, Carigo, Pitamba, Carigo.
What is left to advise before I leave here is that do not let Enugu Air go the way of the Nigerian Airways. I beg you, run it professionally. Run it professionally. Do not let bureaucracy to kill Enugu Air. Be prompt in your departure, be prompt in your arrival. CEO of Enugu Air, I want to give you a directive. The governor, if you say I should not come out today, if I give this directive, then I should not leave Enugu State. If the governor is 2 minutes late, close the door and take off. If the governor is 2 minutes late, close the door of the aircraft and take off. Doctor, I said, do you support that? He said he supports it. Run it professionally. Do not say, 3 of my friends are coming, they are friends of Enugu, give them 3 free tickets. No. This one you are clapping today, there will be free tickets. Oh.
Yes, sir.
If you want it to survive, Enugu people, support the airline. He has made it available, there will be flights from Enugu now. Enugu will be a bigger international hub now. And I just whispered to him that we are going to approve regional operation from here very soon.
Yes, sir.
To African states. To African states, bring your letter tomorrow. We are going to approve regional operations from here. We are going to approve it. But support it, Enugu people. Rise up and support your airline. Don't ask for free tickets. Be prompt. Come on time. Check in on time. Do not complain when you miss your flight when you are late. Please, I beg you. And then, Dr. Peter Umba, the people of Enugu State, I will make this pledge. I will support Enugu Air. I will stand by Enugu Air. I will go around the world with you looking for aircraft to lease for Enugu Air. Personally, I will give personal guarantees for you to get aircraft to run Enugu Air. God bless you, and God bless you all.
So that's what development looks like. It's the multiplier effect, because that will boost the economic coffers of that state. It will bring the state into national prominence, all of that. So well done, the governor of Anambra. Which party is he even? Irrespective of the party, that is what development looks like. So that's Chris Umba right there doing God's work in Anambra State. Just before I go on to the next clip, you know, the reason why I am so keen for Tinubu to retain his presidency is that if this bunch of chancers that are in this coalition at the ADC, if they ever get hold of that country, that will be the end of that country. We saw it under Buhari when Buhari took over from Goodluck Jonathan. We saw what happened, and it will be that same thing but worse. All of the reserves that Tinubu has built up, that will be the first thing they will do. They will loot all of that. So all of that will be gone. The students' loan, they will cancel it because they are not ready to give money to poor people. So they cancel the students' loan, they cancel the credit score, they will retain, of course, the taxation because that's even more money. They'll sell everything to themselves. Atiku has always maintained that as soon as he comes in, the first thing he will do is to sell the NNPC to his friends. So they will rig that country to the very last bones. They will steal everything. I mean, we know this because we know them. Rotimi Amechi, who built the most expensive rail line in the world, Lagos Ibadan, are 10 times as much as that should have costed. And it's still not even working properly. So if this bunch of chancers get hold of that country, they will just steal everything going, and you know that as well. So that it's just I'm not even so much for Tinubu, but I'm against the idea of a president Atiku Abubakar, which is the only other viable option. It's never going to be Peter Obi. Peter Obi might not even be on the ballot, and even if it's on the ballot, he would never be president. So the choice then is either Tinubu continues or Atiku Abubakar becomes your president. And if Atiku Abubakar becomes your president, we revert back to the Buhari years, and it will be worse. Who will be the front players in that space? Raul Fredegbe-Shola, who was the worst minister of interior that the country has ever experienced. Rotimi Amechi, who is the biggest criminal in the country, only dwarfed by Atiku Abubakar, who his own boss told us is the biggest looter he's ever seen. Remember what Obasanjo said about him. So if these are David Mark, who the one that truncated the last attempt at democracy. So if any of these people get hold of that country, we are doomed. It's just as simple as that. The next clip now is Babachir Lawal lambasting a journalist.
Position, Mr. Lawal, but it is the same electoral process in 2019 and 2023. I mean, the same administration you served on there. So I didn't see quite much difference
Give me a break, my friend. Look, shut up.
Between what happened then and now.
Break. How can you say Buhari's government, the electoral processes are the same with Bola Tinubu's government? What is your problem? Give me a break.
No.
For once.
I would
try to be truthful in what you say. I mean,
I would take get out because I have invited you to my house. But I'm just trying to have an intellectual conversation with you, Mr. Lawal. And I don't want to rile you up, okay?
The way you put it.
I am not going to rile you up. Let us take a short break, and then when we return, we'll reboot this and start all over again. Stay with us, everyone.
You know, if you have been expelled from that studio immediately, you cannot be invited into a studio and tell your host to shut up. You know, it's just the arrogance of these bookies from the north. It's just the arrogance of it. So there's that. Here is that now. You know, a lot of the push against Tinubu is actually ethnic-led. There's a real visceral hatred for a Yoruba person in that Nigerian space. And it's the hatred for the Yorubas that is really propelling this push against Tinubu than anything else. I'm not sure that it's humanly possible to hate more than an average Southeasterner hates a Yoruba person. They hate a Yoruba person with every pore in their DNA. The Northerners, I'm not sure they detest the Yorubas as much, but they detest not being in power, and that resentment then transmits to Tinubu and the South people too. So it's a hatred for having a Yoruba president that propels everything else. And if you don't believe me, then watch this.
It is a very easy thing if people will yield to strategy and not sentiment. Give Bola Tinubu his own style, his own strategy, and he's back to Bodilon. What did Bola Tinubu do in 2015? He went to the north, picked a man that he knows that all the Northerners are in support. As at that time, Bola Tinubu wanted to be president because he said it's his lifetime ambition. But he knew that if he, as a Southerner, tries to take out an incumbent Southerner, he will fail because nobody has succeeded from the same section of the president, incumbent, to take out an incumbent president. He went to the north and brought a man that he knew that all the Northerners are supporting. And when he brought him, any combination from the south took out Jonathan. And he bided his own time. And he came in later to become the president. That is strategy. If my own strategy this time around is that I am going to support a Northerner in 2027.
Really?
Yes. And it must be, by condition to the Northerners, it must be a Northerner that the whole North will be willing to support.
Like an article.
If the whole North is willing to support an article, why not?
Or a Tambuwal.
If the whole North is willing to support, why not?
Or an Erufai.
Good. The person must be qualified, must have experience, and if he has experience in the presidency, it's an added advantage. And when we put up anything from the South, that will push him through.
So there it is right there. They will support anything other than Tinubu. They are even willing to cede the slot of the South, just not to have Tinubu. So there's that. So the next now two clips, which will be the last two clips, is going yet again towards debunking the lies of the pathological liar known as Peter Obi. So here are two clips now that goes on to, as continuously the case, debunk the never-ending lies of Peter Obi. We kick it off with this. Do you remember in his last outing, Peter Obi telling us that the present administration, the Tinubu administration, has borrowed more than Yar'Adua, Buhari and Goodluck Jonathan combined, all within 2 years. He said it, we all heard it. In fact, we reacted to that interview on this platform. So there's that lie, and here is the truth.
Work of Zeus that I came into the studio today because we have to talk about debts and something that you brought up on Friday. You're saying that President Tinubu in 1 year had borrowed almost half of what Buhari borrowed in 8 years. Remember, I was a bit thrown off by that. So let me go back and look at the numbers. But just to recap, this is what I said on Friday.
Nigeria are pretty much trying to block your fiscal deficits. When you look at the loopholes in Kenya, exactly what is happening in Nigeria. For us, we have taken more debts. That's why you see the DM is saying that our debt has been to 1.1 trillion from 7 trillion. What it means is that in 1 year, President Tinubu has borrowed close to half of what Buhari borrowed in 8 years. That's what it means, pure and simple.
Okay, just if we go back, let's go back to 2015, right? And what President Jonathan handed over to President Buhari, just looking at data from the Debt Management Office. So external debt, 63 billion. Exchange rate of 196, you get 12.1 trillion. Do take a look at the dollar debt. This is debt as of June of 2015. Fast forward 8 years later to 2023, what Buhari handed over to President Tinubu, the debt, external debt went from 63 billion to 113 billion, which is a 70% increase. In the exchange rate of 770, remember when Tinubu came into office, it was 440. He devalued the currency in order to bring liberalization to the exchange rates, and then it's been climbing since then. So at 770, you get 87 trillion. Now, a year later, the data that Rufai was looking at, look at that. The dollar debt is at 91.4 billion. So it went from 113 in June of 2023 to 114 billion in September of 2023 and fell to 108 billion in December of 2023 and then fell further. But take a look. Your exchange rate is now 1,330. So if you multiply, you get 121 trillion. And what Rufai said on Friday was simply subtract 87 trillion, what Tinubu met when he came in, minus from 121, you get 34 trillion or so, which is almost half of the 87 trillion that Buhari left office with. So you can see the exchange rate dynamics, and you can play with scenarios. If President Tinubu had decided to keep the fixed exchange rate of 440 when he came into office, multiply that by the 91.4 billion, he would have 40.2 trillion, which would be less than half the domestic debt he met when he came in. It was 770 last year. If he had kept the exchange rate fixed at 770, instead of allowing a managed float for the naira to find its level, you subtract that, you multiply that 770 at that same 91.4 billion, you would get 70.33 trillion, which is less than 87. Now, if you want to go really extreme and go to the other end, remember when the naira was at 1,008 and was nearing 2,000? If the naira had gone to 2,000 to the dollar, that 91.4 billion would have been 182 trillion, and you would have been screaming saying that in 1 year he's borrowed ×2 of what he met when he came in. If you look at exchange rates, the dynamics of a weaker naira, higher foreign debt burden doesn't mean you've borrowed more. It is the interest payments on your debts, basically. If you borrow 1 naira at 440 and you don't pay it back when the naira goes to the dollar 1,130, you're paying back more. But it's the same $1 that you borrowed. But also the flip side of that is that your trade numbers look better. So our Q1 trade surplus was 6.52 trillion, 195% year-on-year growth from what we had in the prior year. But then also you have fact allocation. So it's a multi-pronged thing. It's not just a one story.
You look at it. From 87 trillion in domestic debt to 121 trillion. We wrapped up more numbers there.
Based on the exchange rates?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we wrapped up more numbers there. So when you go back on your book...
So that's Rotos then...
what you had before?
So that's Rotos debunking yet another Obi lie. Not only has Tinubu not increased the Nigeria's debt profile, he has actually reduced it significantly from 113 down to $91 million. So $1 billion. So there's that. So now the last clip.
In China, in Indonesia, don't come outside and tell us. He say he no work with Abacha. Say those of now they say work with Abacha. He say nobody ever see Abacha once. He say no work with Abacha. He and Abacha not do anything. He say now the minister and I tell her say may they go clear the port. Say the port get dirty. Dustbin full the port. Say they go clear the port for 2 weeks. He say now he do. Say no work with Abacha. He never work with any government. Those of you never watch out.
This country. How do you clarify this reputation that you worked for the Abacha government or in the Abacha government?
I've never worked for government before I became governor. Yeah, nothing to do with working government. I've never met Abacha. I don't know him. I'm not in the military. Everything I've done in my life is in the public space.
This man dey lie. More than tell Peter Obi may get better person whether a PRO we go if they monitor your speech. Only us then only you want use your own math to say una get problem with ports with like this what they happen. Is so una go gather on ourselves reach 50 how many people una say una go see the president. And the minister did that. Only you want to talk this thing, no. He said from that on a complain on this thing, finish. Now there Abacha can point you, say this boy, only you want use your mouth talker. And you say you never say Abacha, you never say I want so, but only you want use your mouth talker. Say this boy, make this boy the chairman. Chairman. Only you want use your mouth. You know what they call chairman? Order of thinker, been of lady, don't of none about what's have you done?
Just said, I was telling them a story last night about Abacha. How we went to where us almost supposedly be arrested for not paying duty. The port was congested. Everything was under Abacha. You clear goods so faster than you can today. And we did everything. So we're supposed to be under arrest because they said we didn't pay duty, we didn't do anything. So we went to Abuja to see Abacha. We were 100. They said they're going to lock us up. Only 30 agreed to see him. And when they said I should speak, I was talking. Halfway, the man banged his table and said, "Come, I need the minister." He said, "Form today, put the congestion." You see this boy who is talking, which is me, Chairman, thinker. That's how I got involved in the port. And when they finished it, everybody was coming for Abacha for clearing the port.
Now in shadow, now they talk for this. Only one say Abacha call pointer, say make this boy. Why would they lie? Why would they? If I just love person for Nigeria, not even the person they talk where even I would say even if na the 2 weeks, normally they got 2 weeks for chairman of thinker. Or I don't even know the kind of place where the guy they tell you say work so. Where till day the wolf where you declare does be day or na cocaine or wait till day the wolf where you declare. Why would they lie?
So there it is right there. That's just bit of it lies so much. Even in it's like I've never met Abacha before in my life. And in another breath, it tells us that he goes to Abuja with a team of 100. Only 30 of them were brave enough to meet Abacha. And as soon as he started speaking, Abacha bangs the table and said this guy has to be the chairman of Tinkan Island. So how can those two statements be true? you all heard him now. He said, I am, even he clapped his hand. You know, when you wash your hands off something in the manner that we do in Nigeria, he said, I have never met Abacha before in my life. I'm not a military man. And then in another breath, he tells us about the meeting he had with Abacha when Abacha appointed him chairman of Tinkan Island. So how can those two statements be true? But then, of course, Peter Obi, as you know, a pathological liar. So there's Peter Obi, as ever, telling lies.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùyé o. Ide sodi kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Wailati kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Neru Agbeshe may death have nothing to do with us. Joining us are Izon. Good to see you, Izon, and the elegant Zita in the house as well. So those are the assembled so far. Plenty of spaces still. Anybody that wants to hop on. Link to the studio in the comment section. We start it off, kick it off with Izon. Izon, Alpha, how body?
Oh man, how you doing?
I do. It don't reach small though. Look at this guy.
My brother, you know, where I dey, don't warm now, no winter, so a lot more to do. People they come out, everything they busy. You know, once winter ends, everybody runs out without clothes on, like say they no get sense.
Yes, now you only get about 3-4 months of sunshine in all this. It's the same here anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's not the problem. That's why. So over the summer, I don't dey busy. So, but how far now? I've been listening to you, Sha.
Yeah, so we still there here. They tackle Nigeria matter. They say na don't form coalition now. They're about to play your man, Obi. I think the journey of that obedient narrative is about to come to an abrupt end.
Yeah, one man, there are rare times I agree with you. Yeah, so even though I disagree with your description of Obi as a pathological liar, I think maybe in that explanation, he maybe exaggerated a little bit too much. But it's all the same story. But on this one case with the coalition, first of all, is coalition one now? What is up with people calling it coalition, coordination? I've heard.
I don't know, man. There's a Nigerian inflection to English. You just have to.
Oh my God!
There's one other word that they always mispronounce that really irritates me. If I remember, I'll say it is just terrible.
I've heard all kinds of renditions of that word. But for the record, guys, it's coalition. Okay?
Are you sure it's not commotion? Maybe they convert it into a commotion, Okay.
Oh boy, I tell ya. But the thing is, I was wary about it from day one, and then once it got announced, yeah, then I started listening to it more and more and paying attention. looking at the characters involved in it, and that's when I got worried. And I think we've been bamboozled. When I say we, I mean we as in obedient. Um, if
I
this
think
is
I think Obi has been played.
yeah. If this is our path to presidency, then we're in for a rude awakening. Um, and Dati Baba Ahmed, he did two.
Sorry, Uzon. Let me tell you
Mm,
the next line of story to come. Atiku will come out with a story to tell you that he will only serve one term and then hand over to Obi. You know, he's always said Atiku
BS,
that
BS.
that the best path for the Southeast to become president is via him. He will tell you
Yeah,
that Obi should be his vice. He will serve one term and hand over to Obi, and that's the story they try to sell.
yeah.
But
It's total nonsense. The see what you realize is that these guys, when I say these guys, these Northwesterners, they didn't have a viable party that they were in control of. They weren't in control of APC. PDP is in chaos. Definitely not Labour. So they didn't have a viable party. They looked at the whole situation and said to themselves, what can we do to try and unseat? They knew, okay, Obi is desperate. He wants to become, maybe we can create a party, a makeshift party under the umbrella of ADC. We bring different people together and we convince someone like Obi that has some momentum to come into this party. And it looks on the surface right now like they have succeeded. If they're able to continue with this charade, because when you look at the characters in there, you see Tamboa, I believe is Fulani. El Rufai, I believe is Fulani. Definitely Atiku is Fulani. And I'm sure there are many more that I'm not naming in this so-called coalition.
Abubakar Malami.
Malami, this is just a play for them to get back into power. Dati Ahmed said it during his interview that he has seen Atiku spend money in a primaries in Port Harcourt. Essentially, what he was saying was Atiku is not losing the primary in this party. There is no way.
It would be impossible for him to now. You've just described the arrowhead of the. If you add Dino Melaye,
Is Atiku's acolyte? Yes.
David Mark,
Yes.
Aregbesola. These
You,
people are for Atiku rather
they
than
they
Obi
will
now.
come together against Obi and they will get his butt out of there. He doesn't stand a chance. And
And by the time it happens, it'll be too late for
it'll
Obi
be
to
too
because
late.
they are already pushing him out of the Labour Party. He can't even go back to the
He
Labour
can't
Party
go
after
back
this.
anywhere. And here's the thing, right? Once you agree to go through the process of a primaries under this ADC, you are committed then to support whomever becomes in charge. So essentially, you are then committing all your followers and everyone that supported you to then say, we're going to now support Atiku Abubakar, which is what is going to happen. The people that it's just like this woman. Look at. Let me give you. Let me.
They've played him or they've played him.
They've played us because we have followed him religiously. The thing is this, right? If you and I create a structure, we create a framework, we create an organization. We know the premise behind the organization, right? They don't have a plan for Nigeria. At least they haven't articulated one. Their plan is to unseat Asiwaju. Who, by the way, just for the record, you know how I feel about Asiwaju. What he did in River State, to me, is unforgivable. But as unforgivable as that is, I would rather have him stay than to have one of these people that believe they are born to rule to come into power. And back to the analogy, we create this framework, this structure, this organization with the bylaws and everything. Then after we've created it, we now bring people in. And one of those people we brought in will now unseat one of us. That's not happening. The only reason why you see all these so-called power brokers coming in is because of Atiku's influence. It's definitely not because of Obi that brought all of them in. In fact, a lot of them, they despise what Obi stands for.
Obi can never onboard a David Mark now or an
No, he doesn't have the pull. So clearly, we know who pulled all these characters in. And you think you're going to. I've listened to some of my obedient brothers talk, and they're like, oh, if Obi doesn't win, I'm like, what will you do? You can't do a single thing except not vote for the guy. That's it. You cannot do a single thing. My worry is that Obi has run into a burning building. and there is no recourse. In fact, if he stays in this ADC, he's done politically.
Is it not
In-
even already too late? Because in his last interview, he said he kept on using the word "we," which is to indicate then that it's part of the formation of that ADC, that coalition, and Labour Party wants him out. So, where is he now at the moment politically in terms of
he's you know, when someone speaks very vaguely, he doesn't really speak in clear terms. He's saying, I'm still officially a member of the Labour Party, but we have decided to form a coalition to work together. So what he's saying in essence doesn't really mean anything. So if you're saying I'm still a part of the Labour Party, okay, my interpretation of that is you're running under the
But
Labour Party.
he's not saying that on behalf of the Labour Party though, because the Labour Party has distanced themselves from that arrangement.
And that creates another confusion, right? Because what I'm referring to is his interview with Sheon, where he
Yes,
said,
I know.
yeah, I'm still a part of the Labour Party. Okay. Does that mean you're running as under the Labour Party? No, but I'm working together with this guy. In what capacity? See, there are a lot of things we still don't know. And then I listened to Kenneth Okonkwo talking about, oh, I'm willing to support a northerner. We all know what that means. I'm listening to people, Dele Momodu saying, oh, if the obedience should come, I support their Peter Obi in this coalition. And if he wins, then he becomes the flag bearer. So essentially, Dele Momodu was giving up the secret that we're going to have a primary. And if we have a primary, the person that emerges will be the leader of the coalition, and then we'll use that coalition to try to unseat Asiwaju. But the problem is, we all know who the winner of that coalition is going to be. This is Atiku Abubakar's last hurrah. These northerners want Tinubu out, and they're not going to want him out without one of their own coming in. So the only way to give it credibility is to say, hey, we created a unified party, we had a free and fair primaries, and Obi came up short. Obi came up short, now this is our guy. And then that way, Obi will now come out and give a fancy speech like he never knew from the start to say, hey, everyone, please, we're going to support Atiku. Atiku, if we want to bring this country back, if we want to do it, at that point, and if they do that, by the way, Atiku will lose. He will lose. Because the
backlash,
the enthusiasm, right? People are not as enthused for Atiku as they are like for Obi. At least
if Atiku wins that ticket and Obi ends up not being on the ballot, where do you think the Southeast will go in terms of voting?
That's a tough one. I think the Southeasterners definitely are not a fan of they're not a fan of Tinubu.
They hate
him. They hate him, yes. And what Atiku will be banking on at that point is for Obi to campaign for him in Southeast, but it will be a tough set. Because look, let's even forget about politics. When you look at everything happening, the insecurity, right? Not just now, but even during Goodluck Jonathan's time, people that feel they need to burn the country down if they don't have power should never be in power under any circumstance. At least Tinubu, for all his imperfections, he used politics. I don't support what he did in 2015. He partnered with these northerners to try to get Jonathan out of power, but he played politics. He didn't sponsor insecurity. In this case, we are witnessing kind of chaotic politics they play. And if that's the case, then under no circumstances should they smell the seat of power. In fact, they shouldn't smell the seat of power for the next 12 years. That after Tinubu finishes, hopefully PDP can come back and then someone from PDP will win and the person will be either from the North Central or the Southern Belt. Because they should not have any business whatsoever. The question for Tinubu is this. He has lost the Northwest. Because even when I listened to an interview from Zainab Buba Galadima, right? She's APC. Even she could not say that the average northerner supports Tinubu. They've really sold the demonization of Tinubu's name in I would say the Northwest and maybe part of the Northeast has really gone over well with the masses. I heard El Rufai say 8 out of 10 people in the North will not vote for Tinubu. He doesn't have the math in the North. So that is his challenge.
You can take El Rufai's pronouncements with a pinch of salt. So it's just
Of course. Yeah, of course. But the thing is, even, okay, if you take Zainab Buba Galadima, right? She's APC. She said it's going to be tough for him there. You know, I have northern friends from Kaduna. When I talk to them, particularly Zaria, they're like that guy never. So he has an uphill battle, which is understandable why he's trying to consolidate in the south. If he can get the north central, he may not need them. You know, the Kwara, Kogi, Benue, Nasarawa, Plateau, Taraba. If he gets those states, he doesn't need them. Honest to God, he can win the election convincingly, and if he has south, southeast to be tough. South he can get, southeast to be very tough. He will definitely get the southwest, but that he will have a challenge. And then I think he's going to emerge from his ADC coalition. Let's not even waste our time trying to analyze the whole thing. All his boys are the ones running it. They will just, this is Nigeria. They'll rig the system and have him come into power. Obi will be left in the wind. They'll try and give him a position. Unless Obi leaves.
Do you think Obi will, because the obvious ticket of that ADC is an Atiku Obi ticket, but you may even want to wonder if Atiku actually wants Obi as his VP, because Obi will be too unwilling with a sort of violent noise. You know, is he even guaranteed that VP slot is the same? You know?
Yeah, I mean, but if you think about it though, in terms of numbers, Obi versus Amechi, really, there's no math there. You understand? If Atiku has half a brain, he'll say, okay, I've won. Let me try and leverage this guy and his obedience. Although I can tell you convincingly.
But Atiku doesn't like a VP with too big a personality. We saw how that played out.
But he doesn't have that. Woman, I don't know where you people are getting that Obi has a big personality. Where did you guys get that one?
No, the numbers are not saying
so. He has a big following. That would be unnerving for the president, wouldn't it?
The man won a whole region. No. Right, so at the very least, madam, just a second. At the very least, if Atiku gets him, Atiku will be hoping. I'm not saying he will, but he'll be hoping that he can at least capture that southeastern block and have that region in the bag. So he will take away one key region from Tinubu in the south, and then he will bank on a lot of the northern regions that he already has to try to lock himself in. Obi won the entire southeast, not even close.
Obi hold on. Obi did not win the entire southeast. The situation won the entire southeast. I don't know how to explain this to you people.
So you think Obi will run again and Southeasterners will not vote for him? Is that what you're saying?
Most people you made a comment when you started. I don't know if I will interject you because some people get very angry when they get interjected. So
it's only three of us. It's fine.
No, it's not a welcome conversation. Yeah, carry on with that.
There's a comment you made when you came in here. You said that what Tinubu did in Rivers State, you didn't like it, okay? But that notwithstanding, you will prefer him to Atiku, okay?
Yes.
I got that part. Now, what did you just say that I said in a different way? You created a situation that can make anybody, if you don't look deep, you can vote Atiku. That's the situation you just created. If you are not somebody who think deep, because of that situation in Rivers State, you can get angry and vote Atiku. I keep telling people, and I will keep saying it, hate me, love me, I don't care. Whatsoever Obi got in 2023, he did not get it because he's Obi. I will say it. Hate me, like me. He got it because of the situation on ground.
What was the situation?
I've been saying it here on this platform.
Tell me now, I must have missed it.
Situations that went for him, except himself. Religion, Muslim ticket was a situation in 2023. Age was a situation in 2023. Party disaster was a situation, uncoordinated party was a situation in 2023. Health was a situation in 2023. Ethnicity was a situation in 2023. Anger for establishment was a situation in 2023.
But Zeta, a lot of those things are still in play now.
Exactly.
Yeah, a lot of them
Hold on
are
now.
still in
Hold
play.
on. I'm coming. I will take them down one after the other. Religion. When I say religion was a situation, what was the situation? The situation was it was Muslim ticket. What was the consequences expected from that situation was
Madam, Peter Obi doesn't want Southeast. You want Southeast. You won. Okay? Peter Obi didn't want
Will you
Southeast.
just shut up? Let
You
me finish
win.
saying
You
what
win.
Calm down, guys.
Will
Calm
you
down,
shut
Abeg.
up?
Madam Zita, calm down, Abeg. Let's
Madam,
have the
you
conversation.
won. Every time you hear Peter Obi.
Shut your mouth. I don't want you to. I borrowed an interjection. Will you keep quiet?
Anytime you hear.
Sorry, Zeta, carry on. I try my best to try and incorporate these guys.
Yeah,
but,
he came in because of what I said. He always
yes,
come in because
I know.
Yeah, and I will continue saying it. If he like, let him hit his head on the wall. I will continue saying it, and which is the fact. You might not believe it, but that's it. You will see what will happen in 2027. Nobody here a day. Nobody should come back and call me a witch. Now, you said those situations are in place. Who is speaking? I think it's Can Do, right?
It's
Aizo. Okay. Aizo, long time. I've not seen you here for some time now.
I do, madam.
So, I will take out the situations. Number one, religion. This guy has made me to lose my thought, idiot. So, number one, religion. The situation was Muslim ticket. What was this expected consequences from people were campaigning on Muslim ticket? The expected consequence was that Nigeria will be Islamatized. Christians will not have a say. Crusades will not be held. They will be demeaning. It never happened. So Muslim ticket, boom. In fact, if there is anybody who is silent in Nigeria today, it's actually the Muslims. Boom, that one is gone. Then the second one, health. They came with Tinubu is about to his head to fall off. Tinubu, is it not this one I see wearing court shoe? The way they presented his health, they presented him even showing sutures on his body and infusions and everything. They raise his hand, they show you, look at where he went to hang, whatever. But you understand what I was saying now. I'm trying to refresh your memory in what happened in 2023. So that one is gone. The man is still alive, even healthier. Although they will say he used our money to get himself healthy, he's healthier than he was in 2023. That one gone to the moon. Boom. Now age. They said he's an old man. Actually, people made a complaint about what is it? Peter Obi's age and Tinubu's age. And then they mentioned some of the young people. Among them, I didn't know that somebody who is 60 years old is a young man, but that is what it is. And one of them has gone. As of 2023, looking at the man, you won't believe that he will go and Tinubu will still be there. And again, bringing Atiku is no younger than Tinubu. So it is actually gone to the wind. Then which one? This is third. The fourth one. Ethnicity. It is the time of the East, more especially the Edo people. I will keep saying it. It hurts me, like me, I don't care. Edo people carried it upon their head in 2023. That is the time of the Igbos. And for somebody like me, I was saying, I never knew, to the best of my knowledge, every tribe in Nigeria, they all never smelt presidents except the Igbos. And the Edo man I can't remember Edo man being elected as a president of Nigeria. So why not Edo? Okay. That being said, ethnicity is gone.
Hausa president too.
Huh?
I don't think we've ever had an Hausa president either.
Okay, so ethnicity gone in the wind because the election is actually not done on ethnicity because it's done, well, it's not anywhere in our constitution, but the politicians are making it South North something, which is dividing the country into two. So that ethnicity gone based on the precept that nobody gives you presidency. You have to work for presidency, period. That one is gone. Then the 14, what is hate for the 15, hate for establishment. That one is still there. The hate for establishment, because they're all saying Tinubu is a total failure. But remember, the hate for establishment, you people are still going to come out to campaign with what you have done. Because none of these politicians are new in politics. They are still old cargoes.
But that's the thing, Vita. They are not going to campaign on what they have done. They are going to campaign. It's going to be an anti sort of campaign, like a campaign of calumny. They're never going to. They won't even present a plan. They will just continue to encourage hatred against the.
But one man, that's the typical strategy for fighting an incumbent. You don't have to present a plan. All you have to do is point out what the incumbent did wrong. And then, Madam Zita, the other thing is that
you see this guy, one man played. This guy, one man played. That is saying, brought out film of Obi. If you go to 2023, when that election was going on in 2022, go and watch. I know the guy. He's from Delta State. I know him. If you go 2023 and watch his videos, pre-election and after election, you will see that he was actually soft on Obi. The tide has changed. But some people don't know. But anyway, when it comes to my turn, let me not finish your talk for you. When it comes to my turn, I will
after you don't chop my tongue finish, you can't talk to me.
Sorry, no verse.
It's on, back to you. But what Zita was saying that the tide has changed. Let me play you this clip and then you come off the back of it.
I want to apologize to His Excellency. I'm very, very sorry. To be very honest, I didn't know. But I'll say that one of the challenges that this government is facing is that his supporters do not really hype his work very well. To be very honest, you are supporting him, but you're not hyping the work that he's doing. So people don't really know, and people will only accuse what they don't know. Now, about the student loan, I really did not know. About 2 months ago, when I saw the report, it said about how many billions of naira was invested into student loan. I was like, it's a lie. Who is receiving it? 200,000 people. Who are the people? In fact, on the comment section of that post, I saw that kind of thing there. So Miss Tina to send the live to me, and I checked, and I joined the live, and I heard the person talk. And it's true. So I went to the place, I went to Nel Fund, and I checked, that's their page on Twitter, and I saw that people are receiving. Some people I wake up, I'm not. Do you know that this loan, they will pay you? Imagine that if you're in, let's say you're in 400 level and you apply for the loan in 400 level, they will pay you all the school fees you paid from 100 level, 200 level, 300 level. They will pay it back to you, and then you are also receiving stipends every month. I did not know. God Almighty, I did not know. I did not know. Now, imagine, I did not know, and I'm very active on social media. I didn't know. Imagine how many millions of Nigerians don't know this thing. Imagine if I call my mom today like this and say, do you know that student loan? She will say she doesn't know. People don't know. Now, because how will we know? There's no hyping. There's no. So I'm thinking of coming on live. I'm thinking about something that has to do with this. I'm thinking we should maybe I should come on live and we can discuss what to do about it. But I'm personally thinking of a challenge, of people who have received a loan. And if you have received this loan and you are joining hands in accusing His Excellency, God is watching you. Me, I am like Nigerian, and my loyalty is to the presidency. Whoever is the president is who my loyalty is to right now. So, guys, I don't know when I should come on live, but suggest.
Okay. Well, one man.
Yeah, carry on. It's just to know that awareness is starting to come through, penetrating
Well,
through the
let,
campaign of Carlos
let me
Jr.
let me say this. That's like a Chelsea fan saying Chelsea is going to do well this year. Look, that she clearly says she's an Agbado head now. So, but she is right about the student loan. But she's wrong about saying the supporters are not hyping him up. No, it's not the supporters. It's the government. The government has a minister of information. The government has the bully pulpit. They are the government. What's that
Yeah,
musician that said
it's
after
very
government is God?
so
The
sorry, it's on.
government, yeah.
Sorry, it's on. It's very difficult for good news to penetrate through
No, no. It
through the obedient noise. It's very
woman,
difficult for good news to
you are the
penetrate.
government.
I don't I
I know
don't think I don't think they need to hype it. People received it.
people received it, but you know,
Yes,
the
people
Nigerians,
that received it know that he exists. And
yeah, no, no, but they need to hype
it's a
it
good number.
because,
It's a good number
because
of people. I can assure you that's a good number of people. And
woman,
those all
they
you need
hype,
to do is to say that they are going to take it away. After all, he's the only government in Nigeria that have done that before.
woman, they hyped the 30-kilometer road that was great, that was done so far. So what's stopping them from really hyping this up? If anything, they should go on the,
They
not just
didn't
this.
hype the 30 kilometers.
Well, there was a big media
No.
hoopla
It's the
about,
people who
Madam
doesn't
Sister,
like
make I
him that
talk now.
hyped it.
No, no, no. They hyped it because everybody heard about it when they celebrated it, right? So they hyped it. The president went there, didn't he? They hyped it. So my point is that look, this sort of thing, student loan, definitely. There's a whole thing. There are people I deal with. I think I mentioned this to you, Oma, that I bring in from actually Denmark that come to Nigeria. Every year, one of my biggest headaches is visa on arrival. They've changed the whole process. Now they don't need to come down and I don't need to pay immigrations in Nigeria $200 per person. Now they do it sitting in their home in Copenhagen, right? It's done. So that's another positive no one talks about, right? The passport process, that's another positive no one talks about. There are a lot of different positives that you can hype and talk about and really sell yourself on. Look, there's
Even
a
the
phrase that
banking. Even
there's
the
a phrase
banking.
that says the the squeakiest wheel gets the most grease. Have you ever heard that phrase, one man? Essentially, it means the people that make the most noise get the promotion, get everything associated with it. This government has everything it needs. And all they have to do is set up a situation, have people go out, do media shows, talk about it. That's all they need to do. That's all they debunk the lies. It's a strategy, but the thing about its strategy is not a one-time strategy. It's a continuous strategy for the first 4 years. You don't stop doing this. You have to continue doing it, leading all the way into the election. The people that are responsible for doing this but are not doing it are doing Asiwaju a disservice. All right. So, and by the way, this lady here, she should not dare go on social media to try to hype this up. By the time, by the time I'll be there,
They will tear her to shreds. They will destroy her life. They will
by the,
traumatize her beyond her
by the,
capacity to cope.
by the time our obedient brothers catch her, in fact,
Ah,
she'll go through trauma. Trauma will not be easy. But no, I think to the point Madam Zita was making, look, the best predictor of future behavior is past behavior. We can subjectively predict different outcomes for the future. But what we know for a fact is that Peter Obi cleaned out the entire Southeast, right? He cleaned out Delta State even when they had a PDP governor in place. Cleaned out Bayelsa even when they had a PDP governor in place. The man did that. So if Atiku is smart, he will try to leverage that and make him his VP. But the big but there is the minute he doesn't win that primary, a lot of obedience will jump off board. And I was telling one of my obedient friends today, we were talking, he was like, this thing can be a good thing. I said, bros, don't waste your time. He said, no, let me explain. Because if Obi gets the ticket, I said, that's a big if. He said, if you don't get the ticket, we won't support him. I said, look, listen to what you're saying. How can you join a group, sign the agreement to join the group that you support the person that wins, and then when you lose, you want to jump off the ship? It doesn't work like that. So if you're joining the group, then you're all in. If Obi has really gone into this, then he's committed. And by default, these Fulani guys have created this platform or this SPV for themselves to get power back from Asiwaju. And the danger for Asiwaju is, because I think about it, I'm like, okay, what's his path to victory? Definitely Southwest he has. He's done machinations in South. So he might get some states, but it's not guaranteed to get all of them, right? Southeast, based on what happened in the past, that is, if Obi doesn't win it, then I think we'll be trying to use Obi to get the Southeast. And the Northerners, I think they've already jumped ship on Tinubu. They've left him. So his best bet is Middle Belt, North Central, Southwest, South, and then get the 25% he needs in a lot of the Southeastern states. That's his best bet. If not, it could be very dicey for him. Even if a lot of the obedience jump off board. You understand? Because these guys, especially in the Northwest, they really want him out. And then if he does drop Shetima in the Northeast, I don't know how that plays out for him. Because there's a possibility, based on what we're hearing, that could happen. And according to what Dati Baba Ahmed was alluding to, he didn't have any proof. He didn't even speak about it, but I think he was talking about insecurity when he was saying that Shetima has done things that are unforgivable, and that is a surprise that he has lasted this long in the government. But he never really spoke about what it is. I think it has to do with insecurity. But that's my subjective opinion. I'm not even sure if that's the case. But I think, definitely Tinubu has work cut out for him. But as far as obedience, if Obi goes into this thing and stays in it, I think the obedient movement is done. We might as well start counting our days, because it's just going to break up the movement. There's still some people that will say, oh, no, I'm still going to support Obi because we have to remove Tinubu. There's those people that are going to be there. But a lot of us, including myself, will say that's it. Either we stay on the sideline and we don't participate, or we say no, keep a southern president in office and let Tinubu finish his 8 years. But because that's what it's going to come down to, man.
All right, brilliant, excellent. I concur. This is probably one of the fewer times that I'm in agreement with broadly what you're saying. There's so many moving parts, but ultimately, Atiku always gets a ticket, and he will get that ticket either by foul means or fair. He will get that ticket without question. But how does that play for Obi is really where the question is. And Obi has mentally considered the deputy space. He cannot just sell it to his people just yet. But we do 5 minutes monologue just to get around everybody quickly, and then we open it up. We'll be a bit rigid with the time somewhat. We kick it off with Zita, go on to AY, the star, and then Larry. Zita, you're up next.
Okay, one man. I don't think I have much to say. But let me say this. For people saying that Atiku Obi ticket will fly, I will say this. They will lose vote. If you are counting it on Atiku wants 6 point something million, Obi wants 6 million, and they come together, they will win, or they will get more vote. Mark it down, they will lose vote. Why did I say that? Elections are more of emotions. If a Northerner come out in 2027 to campaign against Tinubu, he go hard. I'm telling you, you people will not believe what the Southerners will do. If a Southerner come out and pick a Northerner to contest with him, we're not going to see what will happen. I have said it before, and I will say it again. The only way to beat Tinubu is for these people to come together. They will bring out somebody new and heap the person very well. Somebody new, they know they can sell in the south and sell in the north. But if, from what I'm hearing in all of them, how many of them that is forming this ADC? All of them are asking for the presidency. That is the bit I don't understand. Amechi is asking for if they give it to me. By the way, one man, if I may ask, what do they mean by if they give it to me? If you can explain that to me.
The ticket now, if they give him the ticket and they give him the presidency.
tickets are not being given.
Well, they are.
You see, this is where I actually have issues with them. Most of them have not gone through primaries before. That's why they believe that they're going to hand them over a ticket. Tickets are not being given. You win a ticket. And in that their ADC or PDP or whichever party they are decamping into, they have to sit down and contest primaries. All those people who are scared of contesting primaries, they will contest primaries now. Them and their supporters, they better start registering their supporters to be, what do they call it? What those people that vote, delegates. They better start registering those their noisy, rude, arrogant, and pompous supporters to be delegates in those their party, so that they will participate in primaries. If anybody run to a party to be given a ticket, as they are saying, it's not gonna work. Oh, I've said it and I'm saying it again. Everybody has to go through a primary. Let's see your. I don't even know why people are running away from primaries. One man, you people said that Obi has clout, right? Let him show it now. Go to a party, slug out your primaries, and win the ticket. That's how it's done. And let's see. But let me say this for those who keep insulting me for my opinion and my own submission. One man, let me say this. I will say it and I will continue saying it. But maybe in 2027, mother will act. I repeat, everything went for Obi except Obi in 2023. And most of those things that went for him are gone. They are gone as of today. So if he's going to run now, he's going to run as an Obi. And let's see what he's going to get. Secondly, one man I told you after the Supreme Court judgment, you said it's all over. I told you it's not all over. They have started with their innuendos and lies and lies and lies. And I think the man, Peter B, should go and take anointing from, what's this Winner's man? Because he's one of the people I know that lied himself to Stadium. This one wants to lie himself to Asorok. It's not going to work. Everybody will face this. I've said it and I will continue saying it. Everything went for Obi except Obi. Winning the whole of Southeast was not because it is Obi. It was because of the situation on ground. But let's see how it goes in 2027. Him and Atiku, they should pick the ticket and come out. I rest my case.
All right, brilliant. AY, you're up next. AY. All right. I think AY is not yet fully there. We go to Larry. So Larry, they are telling us now that there's no preferred candidate in the ADC. That is a free ticket. But you believe that? Then I have an airport to sell you somewhere.
Hey, Roman, how are you, sir? How are you, everybody?
I did. Good to have you here.
Yeah, so ADC, right? Yeah, the first time they started this ADC, I said it now. I said it's an article SPV, and they just tried to tag Obi along. And I don't know why Obi is afraid to tell the obedience the real truth, right? Obi is not really going in to go slug out the ticket with article. He knows what he's doing. I think Obi is basically looking for VP, but at the same time, it's difficult for him to pitch that to the obedience. So now I've seen a lot of, I've seen them online, trying to bully and all those things. And the thing is, there are people you can actually bully, right? Atiku is not one of them. You can't bully Atiku out of the race, because Atiku believes that 2027 is another time for him, and he believes that he has the North, and he believes that the North can actually push him to Aso Rock, which for me I think is just joking, right? It's joking. Tinubu is going to win. And Tinubu is going to win well. That's what I just say. Because a lot of people are not really seeing what is happening in the north. There's a lot of division in the north that people are not seeing. But this, ADC and ADC and ADC, every state in the north currently, one way or the other is divided. Because it's basically Atiku, this ADC, bringing people against the sitting government in the north. He's doing the same. He's doing it in Adamawa. In Adawa, there are two camps in Adamawa, right? The Atiku caucus and the governor's caucus. In KB, the same thing is actually happening. In KB, Malami is coming out, the present governor too. So it's going to be more of, they're going to slug it out in the north. And a lot of people are not really saying it. And even in North Central, people don't know what's happening in North Central. Plateau might move to APC very soon. Right? Plateau might move to APC very soon. Nasarawa is already in APC. Niger is already in APC. So basically, if you look at what is happening in North Central, you might actually have North Central moving close to APC. So even that southeast, there are a lot of people, what will happen? You will see a lot of those guys. Even Alex Oti will campaign for Tinubu. Alex Oti, go and write it down. Alex Oti will campaign for Tinubu. Soludo,
Soludo will campaign for Tinubu, definitely.
Soludo, same thing. Enugu will campaign for Tinubu. Because what will happen is basically, right, if Atiku gets the ticket and they put Tinubu by one side, put Atiku by one side, they would rather want to go with Tinubu than going to Atiku, even in the north. Because Atiku getting that ticket means that a lot of ambition will be killed in the north. And there are a lot of young politicians in the north that want Atiku out. Because they believe that 2031 is the best shot for them at presidency. So you see all those things, and a lot of people do not really understand that Tinubu is more of strategy, right? In 2023, a lot of people wrote Tinubu off, right? Oh, is this, is that. Let them start campaign. Tinubu is not back. He's basically in Brazil looking at everything they are doing. Immediately Tinubu comes back, you see that the whole ADC thing, right? The next thing you start hearing is, oh, they want to make Nigeria a one-party system, blah, 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 blah. That's what you start hearing. Because basically people are going to decamp. And what Wike did, and don't be surprised, and this is just me saying what I think is going to happen. What Wike did in Rivers is going to happen a lot in some states in the north. It's going to happen in some states in the north. Because a lot of people are, this hype or Atiku. Because for me, I'm just like, okay, fine. Let me look at all of them. Who exactly within that coalition have that base? Just like Madam Sita said, even Obi does not even have that support like it used to be. It doesn't have that support. Fine, he has support of people, all these online people, that are ready to, you say anything against Obi, they are ready to take you on and stuff like that. But basically, right, because even on the Southeast, Obi does not even have that base. Because a lot of people think that actually happened in 2023. It's not going to happen in 2027. And people just need to understand that reality. 2027 is basically...
I've said that severally, but they're abusing me. Don't worry now. It's round the corner.
2027 is just basically someone in government, and a lot of guys, right, would want to please the person in government because they basically know that it pays them more. So people can say all whatsoever they want to say, right? They can say...
You're quite right, actually, that the North is not locked down for Atiku because
no, at all.
If Atiku gets the presidency, he ends the political journey of so many people.
Of course. Of course. And even Atiku, it's not even all about Atiku, right? Atiku is basically building a group that is anti-existing institution in the North. And they're going to fight it. That's exactly, if you look at every state in the North, Atiku is basically building another institution, right? Like Adamawa is 50-50. Adamawa, I can tell anybody Adamawa is 50-50.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Adamawa can be 50-50. That's his home state now.
I am telling you, one man, go and take it to the bank. Adamawa is 50-50. Because the person Atiku is bringing Binami, right? Against the sitting government.
You mean the governorship, not the... Okay.
No. They are basically in different camps. Probably if you've been watching what is happening in Adamawa, they are basically in different camps. Madam Sister, you want to say something?
I wanted to ask a question. You know they like to abuse. Can anybody tell me where, Amechi, Obi, Atiku, at least these three people now, they are showing their face that they want to be president. Is there any way you can explain to me why they want to be president?
It's one single thing now. Just like
To rescue Nigeria now.
no, it's just no rescue. What are they going to rescue? It's just one single thing now. Just like Tinubu has a lifetime ambition, Atiku also have a lifetime ambition. Amechi is kind of like broke.
No, we all know they want to be the president. But the question I'm asking, why do they want to be the president? We all know they want to be the president. They
But
have
Amechi
a
said
long
Nigerians are
life
hungry now, so he wants to go and take the hunger away.
Okay, so all this madness and all this talk and all these lies, just that they don't. It's not that they have anything they want to do. It's just to occupy the office, right?
Yes, and I'm not even sure that it's just to steal money. It's just it's just they want their name to be recorded in the annals as having ruled Nigeria, governed Nigeria. I think that's what propels them more. Yes, of course they'll steal money, that's standard, but I think they actually want to be recorded as, just like Buhari, they want to be recorded as president.
Yeah. So, and
I don't think Buhari wants to be recorded because he has been president once.
But Buhari was vying for, the longest serving president is Obasanjo, but he wanted to, and also whoever is president will shape the narrative and the trajectory of the country. And Buhari wanted the country to lean towards more Fulani hegemonic sort of a thing. And that was his real thing. I don't think Buhari was saying, he's never really truly
Buhari
interested
has
in
an
money.
agenda. Buhari did not come to occupy the office. Has an agenda. But
Yeah,
the
Buhari
problem
has
he
a
has,
Fulani agenda now. Go on.
the problem he
One
has.
man, you don't want me to talk today or what?
Sorry.
Who's that?
You say what?
I called you now. You didn't answer. I called you before I went. Are you borrowing this data straight?
I'm available now when you have my time. Okay.
All right, you come after Larry. Yeah, carry.
Okay, Malanzita, are you done?
Somebody is saying he wants to talk now. Continue. When it comes to free speak, we will speak together. Don't worry. Continue with your time.
Okay. So another thing I see in the north, I think I see fear. I see fear. A lot of those key guys in the north are actually afraid of Tinubu's second term. Because I think they see that a Tinubu, there are a lot of things they've pushed to Tinubu that Tinubu doesn't really care. If you see a lot of all this kidnapping, when last did you hear about kidnapping in the north? They tried all those things, and they actually wanted Tinubu to come on its knees and beg, and he kind of like just left them. They released everybody. So yeah, things you see in the coming days, you see probably pocket of insecurity in the north, pocket of all those things, because that's another strategy, which is more of an history strategy to use in the north. Oh, everywhere Boko Haram bandit is everywhere and everything. But I think Tinubu is actually up to the task. So let's wait for Tinubu to come. You see politics. Tinubu have not started politics. But for personally, I don't even want him to start politics now. I want him to still focus on the project he's doing. And Umahi too should just focus on delivering those projects. And then probably, sometime end of the year, early 2026, they can start that politics. These coalition people, I don't know why they are really, starting this thing early. But yeah, it's the game. You are basically taking the best food that Tinubu knows how to do. You are taking it to him, and you are using his templates. But unfortunately, you can only use the template, but you don't. They don't have the marking scripts. That's just it. So one man, this star can go so that we can quickly get it on.
All right, brilliant. Well said. Again, I agree with a lot of things that you said. Stay with us, Larry. We go on from you, Larry. We go to AY, and then from AY to the star. AY, you're up next.
Hey, one man.
Okay, kwata. Don't be sleep at the here for your voice.
No. I was actually on call earlier with my chairman.
All right.
Well, initially I heard you guys discussing about Peter Obi. I heard a couple of people were like, Peter Obi is nobody, he does not have any support, blah, blah, blah. I think one mistake we make as people, either because of sentiment, we try to pull people down. I think we need to stop. I can tell you for free, even Tinubu will not direct Peter Obi. Even Tinubu will not do that. So, Peter Obi is a force right now in Nigeria. Either you like him or you don't. If you want to take it for granted, you're gonna be shocked. 2023 when during the election period, like I remember telling my friend, I said, "Oh, Peter Obi is gonna win Edo State." He was like, "No, what are you talking about? How can Peter Obi?" I said, "Peter Obi is gonna win Edo State." He didn't believe me. After the election, he said, "You are a witch." I told you, Peter Obi, if you're gonna win a number of states in the South, he didn't believe it. Because the thing is, one advantage of Peter Obi knows what the people want. He know how to address those issues. So even if you don't like him, automatically you get attached to him. Like, yeah, I know there was level of religious politics, which is usually normal in politics. People throw what they have. That's how politics work. People throw tribe, people throw religion, people throw everything they have. That's just the way it works. The coalition that is coming, I tell you this. If Peter Obi is allowed to contest against Tinubu without Atiku contesting, it's going to be bloody election. Anything can happen. Even if Atiku is contesting with Tinubu without Peter Obi, it's still going to be tough. This election is not going to be easy. Yeah, Tinubu is the incumbent president. He got some advantage. That's true. That's just the honest truth. But except Peter Obi is contesting, Atiku is on another platform contesting, then it's gonna be kind of like it can be an easy ride for Tinubu again. But if one of them is contesting, Tinubu need to sit up. This is just the honest truth. If you understand what is happening, like the youth are really crying for a change. They want this to change because there is hunger in the country. You can't just throw it out. I was having discussion with my friend that live in Abuja yesterday. He was telling me like during Eid, during Salah, like how things were difficult, how people could not afford RAM, how things are even difficulty. Now it's a fact, it's not joke. And in the northern part of the country, it's actually more difficult down there because you have the high level of poverty in the north. So these people that were able to um at least manage their life before, now they are deep in poverty. A lot of things are going to happen before 2027. I think Tinubu needs genuine advice from his advisors. He needs to make
AY, what are you making of the fact that Buhari came out to say that he's still with the APC? Buhari will be a factor as well.
Buhari is a factor, but Buhari sometimes cannot be trusted. The question you ask is Buhari, don't forget, Buhari also lost a lot of his supporters in the north. This is the truth. There are core Buhari supporters that are like the obedient. They are core, it's just that they are not as crazy as obedient. The core Buhari supporters, they will see align with Buhari, But the question is, Buhari is very dangerous. Will he come out and campaign for Tinubu? That's the question you need to ask yourself. One, because right now, you see, even if Buhari is saying a different thing, most of his boys, they are against Tinubu government. The lack of Malemi, the lack of El-Rufai, the lack, quite a number of them. Right now, they are against um, 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 Tinubu government. I also think, I have said it on this platform, even when people were saying, oh, El-Rufai is nobody, El-Rufai is nobody. If I were Tinubu, I think Tinubu was also making a political blunder right there. Tinubu, even without giving El-Rufai minister, he would have looked for a way to have a deal with El-Rufai. So El-Rufai will still remain in APC because El-Rufai have big mouth in the north. He can speak up for you. He can defend you. He can talk to the people because he's still Buhari boy. But I think he might be regretting it now. It's too late. Now, can you convince El-Rufai to come back to the APC? Oh, you are gonna like make some deal with him. I don't think El-Rufai will turn back. So a lot will happen. I think if I were Tinubu, he should look for area where he can be working with the people for people to really appreciate him in terms of economy first. Try to make food available for the people at cheaper rate. Try to look for a way to ameliorate the situation of the poor. I think that the poor might see it as, oh, the economy is better. Oh, things are getting better. So he will genuinely look for people that are with the talakawas, they call them in the north, to look for how to make things better for them. The small business, I love a lot of things about his tax reform. You know, that's good. Even the businesses, you could go back, listen, any business that is your first 3 years, there is no tax, it's tax free. You can put this like that and let people start businesses. Like it's tax free. Nobody should tax you from federal to local government. The first 3 years is tax free, or 2 years safe, they will be happy. You know, the I know he said people making around 800,000 a year, they are tax exempted. That is also good. I really love that. That's a good one. So in that way, you help the poor because things are very expensive. Things are going really, that can really change the mind of the people because if election is not tight, there are elections, even if you have plan to ring, you will not be able to ring go. If people are really standing that, listen, this election is do or die, you will not be able to ring. But I'm still have reservation. A lot is going to happen before end of the year. By next year, a lot of politics is going to play out. Who will be watching? We are here watching. Yep, that's what I wanted to just contribute. Woman, are you there?
No, I am here. I was
Yeah,
speaking, but
we can hear you.
muted. So the star, you're up next. So give us your submission, the star, and then we open it up. The star.
Woman, let me first of all say, go against you concerning your argument about hyping Tinubu, lack of hyping whatever achievement there are. Tinubu is very, very weak when it comes to communication this time around. And the current Minister of Information, I would say, is the most weakest Minister of Information we have ever had in the recent times. 90% of Nigerians, I will tell you, they don't even know his name. For me, this APC publicity man, what is his name? Felix is more active than
Is it Felix
the
Moka?
yes, Felix Moka.
You know the Minister of Inform. Yes. Sorry, carry on.
Yes. Can you compare him with the past standout minister of information? Talk of Jerry Ghana of this world. Talk of Shukuru Mirejes. Talk
Or
of
even like Mohammed.
Lion Muhammad. The the work of the work of a minister information being minister for any government is the propaganda in chief. Our Yoruba will say pé wọ́n fẹ́ jòyè àwòdì ò lè gbádìyẹ. You are eagle. You cannot take to take on a chicken. What are you legal for then? For crying loud. Then there's something that is also weak in Tinubu that we must also let enforce out. There are certain silly mistake unprofessional things that they commit. Look at what happened during the national award. That people see some recipients that were even dead were being given award unknowingly. Some that even gotten award were even given a lower award. All those things were embarrassing. For crying loud, I expected the to Tinubu for a veteran and experienced person to have surrounded himself with. I think there are so many cook, and of course, he's like he's tilting towards the era of Buhari and Jonathan. Nobody is being punished for all these things, just like what happened in the past. For crying loud. So that is for that. Imagine what this lady was telling us. The loan and all the money, the stipend, whatever. That even those people that are in final year, they were being paid the previous year that they are paid. All these informations looking nobody is not being hyped. So don't let us defend that. Then, do you want to say something? React to that?
No. Carry on. I'm in agreement with what you're saying. Carry on.
Then back to Obi. I want to believe that if Obi have a good advisor, the less his talk, the better for him. Each time, the last interview that he granted, he really messed it up. And Obi is not smart. If Obi is smart, he shouldn't have joined the ADC because all things tilts towards uh, article presidential ticket, and the team that made up of the bedrock of the positions holders, like the chairman and even the secretary, the Aregbel of this world, all of them, they are going to, and of course, when it comes to primary, no matter in fact, Obi dare not compete primary with Atiku. Okay, from where to where? And again, where Obi, the fear now is go and mark it down. Atiku may not use will not use Obi as VP. One, and that is going to be the costly mistake from Atiku. Just like what he did, the costly mistake he did against Wike is going to repeat itself against this because one, he will want somebody that can support him financially, and we all know that Obi is not ready. He's only presidential aspirant that would rather gain money being donated from people than spending his own money. So you cannot imagine that he's going to release any money to Atiku. And Atiku is a man that believes in financial capacity. That was why he went for this Delta governor in 2023 elections. And from the reliable source,
Okowa.
yes, that was why he did not use Obi. It was when Obi got to know that was when he pulled out from PDP. So the same thing is going to happen again, because if he wants a financial capacity, and who is going to give him? It's Amechi. All the money, all the bastard money that Amechi got from Buhari government. That is where they're going to spend. So I see Obi losing totally, and even in his base. If you remember that I've told you in the past that even this guy, the Abia governor, Oti himself did not want. He want Obi out of the party, because he played Obi, all these their crisis in that place. He played Obi out, because he does not want to operate under the shadow of Obi. He wants as the only city governor. He wants to be the leader in that party. And unfortunately, Obi played into his hand. So as it is, the Obi position in Labour Party is shaking. And who play me into it? It was a Governor Oti. So at the end of the day, you will discover that Obil is going to be lose in all fronts, both in ADC. At least if they do election primary 100 times, Atiku is going to emerge, because it's a veteran. For Buhari to beat Atiku in 2014 APC primaries, then it was Asiwaju Tinubu that really put his war chest, everything in support of a Buhari. Otherwise, none of them can beat Buhari cannot beat Atiku. So what else again? What else again do you want me to? I think I've covered.
Hey,
So you
Hello.
are calling Atiku customer.
Yeah, yes, okay. It's a veteran, but at the end of the day, what the scenario that happened
go to
in
be.
2022,
Sorry,
uh,
is this not good to be
uh,
Atiku?
Obi is not going to have
Am
that.
I still here?
It's not. That's a scenario. It's not going to. In fact, both Atiku and Obi, their chance of clinching that presidential winning formula was that 2023. One, Buhari Buhari did not support Tinubu. That was the first time that the government in power was like let me use the language that looked away against their own candidate. One, what is his name? Buhari. They were the presidency. They were they were in support of the word for Atiku. The other side worked for Obi to such extent that even Lagos State governor was even afraid that he had to surreptitiously gave money to opponent, that in case if Tinubu lose election, that he will be saved. And look at the declaration of a Wike. Wike said that if Tinubu had lost that election, that he had already prepared himself and his wife and his family that is living out of the country. So because they knew that the government of the day did not support Tinubu this time around, one religion, and of course Tinubu has been able to bust the religion worldwide. Then tribal stuff, and of course Tinubu Obil is going to Obi still has the Eastern region in his pocket, and of course that one cannot be a surprise, but it is not going to be 90%, 95%, 80% that is calling in the last election. And of course Yoruba too, they are going this time around, especially in Lagos, there's going to be fire for fire. Whatever that they play in the Eastern region, they are going to replicate the same thing in the Yoruba side. So whatever that I can bet it, whatever will be got in that election 2023, if he able to get it again, half of it is free in 2027, he will try. So that is my submissions on those areas.
So when Atiku come, one man,
Yeah.
the moment Atiku pick the ticket in 2027, everybody will shout, "Customer, you don't come."
This is the seventh cycle that Atiku will run, isn't it? This cycle now will be number 7 that he will be running as. Is that not correct? That he'll be running to be president.
That's 7 now.
That's customer, Nigerian customer. Don't
1992.
worry.
Yes, 92. And then, did he run in 99? Was Atiku on the ballot in 99?
He wanted to run 2003. That was when OBJ asked us to portrait because 2003 he had already had all those governors on his side, the chairman of the party, everybody. So by the time they got to convention, when OBJ said PDP, instead of them to say reply him King Power, it's an article that so before OBJ had to go and dobale for Atiku prostrated, humble himself. That is because there was a pressure on Atiku. Atiku won the agreement. The agreement they had with OBJ. This man said it now. former governor of Abia, Kalu, the agreement is signed. They say is going to spend just one term, after which IBB will come in. But unfortunately, immediately, OBJ entered, then he stabilized. He went for IBB. That was when OBJ raised this guy, these people, Mama Faster, no, this man that was killed during the coup. What is that a coup? Best man of IBB.
Yeah, it was Mama Vasa.
Yeah, Mama Faster. So that was that. All those that time that his family rise up against IBB, it was the handwork of OBJ. So while OBJ was centering on how to clip IBB, he was not conscious that Article 2 was also breathing on his neck. So all the governors of PDP, this guy had cornered them. Then all the national properties are sold them off. Nigerian Airways, then I think they sold it less than, I think, 950 million. That is what Harry inherited. 950, less than a billion. So the hunger alone, no, the Harry hunger alone, it is not a take what 10 billion can build. And the entire Nigerian waste asset, aircraft, workshop, buildings in Nigeria and abroad, everything, they sold it 950 million. So he empowered all his cronies, and they both share. So all the money of Nigeria, the financial war chest was already with him. So by the time OBJ humbled himself, begged, that was when he'll agree for OBJ to go for the second time. That was why immediately OBJ enter second time. Then he finished. He took Article to the cleaner.
All right. Let's see if Suman is here. Suman, are you there? Do you have anything to say other than being disruptive? Suman.
One man be nice. You say other than be disruptive.
No, he comes here and he will only come here to attack Zeta. But when you give him the mic to actually say something, he won't respond now. But he will just be this Suman. He won't talk. But let Zeta start talking. He will suddenly this woman. You now. Even if you do you say, why do you not go say that's all he ever does? Him and one other character like that, Uche Philip or something.
Yeah, I notice some people on this platform, they are very disruptive. They just come. I hear this sometimes, like they just causing trouble.
Yes, I wonder if I'm too lax in the thing. That's the thing. I wish I had muscles to deal with people. It's only people like Pansad that I can deal with. I can't deal with anybody else. If it was Pansad, now I know how to handle name, but everybody else I can't seem to handle them.
Yeah. Let me just say something.
Carry on, yeah.
Yeah, let me say something. You see, 2027, the politics of 2027 is going to start with National Assembly. Because a lot of people are not really looking at the fact that, number one, Mahmoud's tenure ends in November. And obviously, Tinubu is going to replace Mahmoud. And whoever Tinubu takes to National Assembly is going to pass with Akpabio. That's something that is really key. I know, you see a lot of shout, oh, blah, 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 but he's still going to do what he's still going to do. So for me, I just think that's why I don't really like this politics that is starting early, because it's really going to disrupt a lot of things. I actually want
But
Tinubu.
it is Peter Obi that forced it to start early though,
Yeah,
because
yeah, yeah.
he has not stopped campaigning since the last election, and as we're getting closer to the people that will start responding to him, if Peter Obi wasn't doing what he was doing, we wouldn't be seeing politics until maybe
One man,
the last quarter of this year.
it's not just Peter Obi now.
Well,
Look at
man,
this
I disagree with
look
that.
at
It's not
look at this coalition.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hold on, the start. Yeah, carry
Look
on.
at this coalition, right? They said they started preparing 18 months ago. Right. So if they and what I asked myself is, okay, you started preparing 18 months ago, which is basically probably 6 months of Tinubu in. You guys have started bringing yourselves together. You know, it's something to me. But for me, I obviously want Tinubu to win, and I think he's going to win for the North, right?
Hold on. Why? Why do you want Tinubu to win? Is it
No,
because
because
it's your fellow
not because of
tribesman,
that. I think if Tinubu,
Yoruba, Abi?
I think if Tinubu win, it's going to help us retire at least half of these people.
And that is so. Do you know the importance of that? And that is what is going on. When I'm saying this election is Nigeria versus corruption, and the corruption is the article space. It's almost like a good versus. If this country is ever going to mean anything, Tinubu has to win that election. And then when he wins that election, he ends all this. All of them are gone, and then we start afresh with a new slate in 2020, in 2031. It's so
Yes,
important that he wins, but
yes.
people can't see beyond the fog
No,
of
that's
ethnicity.
personally that's what I see, right? I see Tinubu. If Tinubu wins, it's going to help us retire half of those people. And 2031, you see, that's why for me, right? I think Peter Obi is not really playing well, because 2031 is not written in stone. That the presidency is going to the North. It's not written in stone. Because for me, if I were to be Peter Obi's advisor, I would rather say keep your momentum, even if you lose in 2027. 2031, come out in 2031. Nothing is written in stone. That it's gonna be the North, it's gonna be the period of the North. It's not written in stone.
Larry, what are you talking about?
Yes.
2031. Don't
Nigeria
go there.
Nigeria go born, no.
See,
Don't go there.
Nigeria go
let me
born.
tell you something. You know what Tinubu's presidency will do?
Hmm.
And this is the first time, right? Tinubu's presidency, if Tinubu wins with lesser vote from the North, that is something that is huge. And that's, do the calculation and everything. Lesser vote from the North. If he's able to break that thing and move with lesser vote from the North, that tells you that this is their power. Oh, we own everything, we decide. It's basically breaking that.
No, everybody, every part of the country actually decide, right? But the thing is, the advantage of the North, they know how to come together.
No,
and speak in one
the thing
voice.
Tinubu is doing. Yeah, I know, yeah, probably Northwest is gonna be somehow, but I'm telling you, even that Northwest, right? North Central is Tinubu is going to tie North Central down. FCT, Tinubu is winning FCT. I can bet that. Aduda is coming back.
We will see that in the local government elections coming
No,
up.
local government election is already
Because Ireti Kingibe has been telling
No,
us to book out.
Ireti Kingibe is just shouting. APC is winning everything. All the area council chairmen are in APC now. Who is going to FCT? The local government election in FCT is going to APC. So Wike is going to, because they want landlord back, right? They want Aduda back in FCT. Because Ireti Kidibe, a lot of people just felt, nobody knew Ireti Kidibe now. It was just Obi, and she was so fortunate they did the election the same day. They did Obi's election and the whole thing. But this time around, Ireti Kidibe is going nowhere. And she knows, I don't even think she wants to recontest. I don't even think she wants to recontest. So a lot of things are actually happening. So this not. And personally, I don't really want Tinubu to drop Shetima. But
Why?
I don't think the political space
Why?
length. If it too, if it drops Shetima and it loses Bono, they would use. Yeah. Anyway, how does it play Kwakwanso then if it doesn't drop Shetima?
no.
So
I think for Kwankwaso, I don't even want for Kwankwaso, right?
How can he change his VP? Nah, eh.
Why not? He did that in Lagos
The
State
way you
now.
people are
He did
permitting
that
this
in Lagos State.
election,
No.
you think it's Gary and the okra
No.
soup.
Dropping Shetima, I think he can still get
No go try
Kwankwaso.
him. Forget him. No go try him.
Kwankwaso might not leave an MPP, right? But Kwankwaso can support Tinubu in 2027.
he will leave.
Mm,
Yeah, to be honest, in all honesty, if Tinubu drop Shetima, it's not gonna change anything. It's gonna
yeah,
write.
I
It's
know.
not gonna change anything. Trust me. I can break it down for you. It's not gonna. Shetima is not like a big politician the way people see.
No.
So
Shetima is not that
yeah.
not
So
that
if Tinubu drop Tinubu, if you know if Tinubu, somebody was saying, oh, he want to drop his VPs. Tinubu have history of dropping his deputies. Go and check Lagos State. You will understand. Tinubu have that history of dropping them.
No, I
I
know.
have the feeling he's gonna drop him, but I don't even think he's conquer. So, but I have
No,
the
Nigeria
feeling he's
no
gonna
be
drop him.
Lagos, so he no go try him.
I know that people are
He no go
Nothing
try
will,
him.
nothing
Forget
will
him.
happen. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. If Tinubu drops Shetima, I pick one of the governor, one of the popular politicians in
no.
the north. Not it will not change anything.
Yeah, but whose name is big enough to replace Shetima?
There are a
Apart
lot
from
of names that are
No,
big
no,
enough,
no.
but
No.
here is the trick. Here is the trick.
What
I'm
is
gonna
the
break it down
reason he
for
will
you.
drop Chetima?
Here
He
is
lost
here
his
is
state. Chetima won his state in 2023. So
by
what
what margin?
reason will
By what
Tinubu
margin?
have to drop Chetima?
So
Tinubu
Borno,
lost Lagos in
but
2023. He could not even win his own state as a presidential candidate.
yeah,
But
but
that guy not only won his seat, gave him more than 30% of the vote. So what? And he has
no,
never done anything to the public eye.
no,
What
he has
excuse?
he has done something in the
Excuse
public
me.
eye.
Listen, I don't believe in hearsay. What has Chetima done? I don't even know where this news is coming from, but let me keep asking this question.
Shetima went against the tax reform bill.
Let
He
me
did that.
let me let me finish. I don't know where this news is coming from. You know, say Asabi talk rubbish, but let me come in and say my rubbish. Please, let me interject the person that is speaking.
Madam Zita, let me just help you with one thing. You said you don't know where the news is coming from. The major problem Shetima has is coming from Northeast.
Is what?
It's coming from Northeast.
Okay. We all know he came from Northeast before he became the vice president, anyway. So let me say this. I don't know what Chetima did legally and constitutionally wrong that we raise an eyebrow, more especially among Nigerians, to be able to support or have sympathy for Tinubu for his removal. But since nobody is telling us, it's all innuendo here, innuendo there. Let me say this categorically clear. Some Yorubans will not like to hear this, but let me say this. Tinubu lost his state, a state he ruled for 8 years, a state that he was called a godfather, a state that will have a problem. Instead of people to attack the governor, they will attack him. A state that is believed that he rules and he changes their governor at will. A state that is like his kingdom. People come to his house in that state to Dobale. A state that he claimed to have built to become what it is. He lost it woefully in 2023. But his vice president, a little man, well knowledge, speaks so well, been a governor of a state for 8 years too. In as much as he was no longer as the governor of that state, he won that state for Tinubu. Not just winning it, not just giving him 25%, he gave him a lot of percentage and a lot of number of votes. And then some people sit down here to talk about how he's going to remove him and pick one angel from somewhere to replace him. Let me say this, he will not dare.
No,
No, you can't say we're not there now.
No,
I don't talk about, I just said it now.
No, but it doesn't hold that he would not dare.
One man, I just said it.
Yeah, hold on. But we saw at some APC gathering, was it in Kebbi State thereabout, when they were endorsing Tinubu and they were saying we're endorsing him solely. There's a lot of body language coming out that they want to jettison Shetima. You know that and even after they did that, there was even messages coming out of the Aso Rock after the presidency that the president has not decided who his running mate will be. He will decide that when he gets the ticket of the party.
Let me say something as
They
regards
go run on street.
Let me reply to AI. So I will tell you one of the reasons Peter Obi won Lagos. One of the major reasons is just the answer I was giving to you guys now. They underrated Peter Obi in Lagos. That was why Peter Obi won that election in Lagos. That's one of the reasons.
That is not the reason.
Underlying
That is not the
Hold
reason.
on. Let me finish. That's one of the major reasons. You don't underrate your opponent. In general, they actually underrated Peter Obi in 2023 until like 2 weeks to election. It was too late. He could have just go ahead and clear everywhere. The other thing is, as regard Borno State is an opposition state. It's a core APC state. They move from AMPP to APC. That has been the trend. The governor of Borno is doing extremely well. So the people love him. So APC control that state. You will remember when Buhari went to campaign in Borno, he could not campaign because of the crowd. It was too much. They were scared of security. They have to move Buhari out. Borno is a core APC. Even as at that, the APC actually score like 49%, I still remember, and Atiku score up to 45%, between 43 and 45%. I'm sure of this number.
I wish your Tinubu score like that in Lagos State.
So it's not my Tinubu. We are discussing politics. Let's just discuss it and be respectful. It's not my Tinubu. But in Lagos, if you are conducting election in 2027, it's gonna be different. It's gonna be hard for Peter Obi to win Lagos because all eyes in Lagos. Tinubu boys are gonna work. APC are gonna work extremely hard. It's gonna be hard. I'm repeating it. It's gonna be hard for Peter Obi to repeat that result in Lagos. I will edit it.
You see, I will keep saying this. The issue people are having with Obi is that they seem not to understand why he won what he won. They keep saying it's because he's Obi, and I will keep saying it. If anybody like, let them hit their head on the wall.
Lagos
I will
is
keep
religion.
saying it. Obi did not win Lagos State because he was underrated. In Lagos State. Obi did not win Lagos State because it was Obi. Obi won Lagos State because of the hate for Tinubu. Simple and clean. Obi won 6 million votes because of situations and circumstances, not because of Obi.
Okay, since 1999. Hold on, one more. Let me ask her a question. Since 1999 to 2023, how many presidential elections have they conducted in Lagos? How come they did not hate Tinubu to not vote for Tinubu candidate in Lagos? If you are saying that in 2023 because Lagos shall hate Tinubu,
yes,
it was it was a lot of issue going on the line. So they were. Don't forget, Lagos, you have all kind of people all over Nigeria, right? The Christian community, even among the Yorubas, they voted for Tinubu. That is one. The youth in Lagos, they voted for Peter Obi. I mean, the youth were canvassing for Peter Obi. You know, Lagos is very enlightened. That is why you saw. So the core Tinubu supporters, the core Tinubu ally, they didn't know it was gonna come up like that. So it was a surprise.
Let me
So,
repeat myself
But
No,
again.
hold on, Zeta. Don't repeat yourself. Let AY land, and then I want to come in after. Yeah.
yeah, so election is not really like that. But I can tell you for free, if you saw what happened during the governorship election, because the people were now like, oh, they know that the opposition were ready to take over Lagos. They have to wake up. The only thing I didn't like about that is how they try to play ethnic politics. I say, hey, if you leave, you want to take over Lagos, leave Lagos. So that resonates with the core Yoruba people in Lagos. That, oh, I think what they are saying is really true. Igbo want to take over Lagos. Of course, it's not because they hate Igbo. There was no issue of hate. It was just politics. People try to use politics like, don't let them take over your Yoruba state too. That was what you see played out. It's not that they hate them. So these things are very politics is politicians will throw anything where they are in dire need of the vote. They will do, and they will throw anything at you. That's what happened in Lagos. Thank you.
Let me somewhat you can come in Zeta, but let me somewhat agree with you. AY. I think Obi won, and I'm not even sure that Obi did win Lagos. There was a lot of rigging that went down, but I think Obi won Lagos, and even all those 6 million votes, I think it's essentially that it was underrated. You know, nobody gave him any. Even when we were doing the permutations here, we didn't really permutate him that much outside of the
Yep.
southeast. You
Yep.
know, nobody had anything. No, there was no thought at all that Obi could do anything in Lagos. But they mobilized. But Lagos took it for granted that they will win, so they didn't really mobilize as aggressively as they could. But the Labour Party space, they mobilized quite aggressively. They played all the cards, ethnicity, religion, all of these things. And as you know, Lagos is a melting pot. You know that the Yorubas are the majority in Lagos, but they're not the largest numbers. If you look at the demography of Lagos, the Yorubas cannot be more than maybe 40%, and then
Yes.
other ethnic stuff. So it's not really a predominantly over. You know, so they underestimated him in Lagos
Yep.
State.
So
Yep.
you are saying,
And then hold on. And then when we got to the
Governorship.
governorship, they realized and they corrected. You know, so that was what happened.
one man, I think I agree with you. I think one other thing that killed Tinubu in Lagos, the politician in Lagos, overconfidence. You know, before that, at least
Exactly.
for me
Exactly.
personally, I know a lot of people that did not vote in 2023 in Lagos. A lot of people. A lot of people did not vote in 2023. They just felt if you ask them, oh no, Tinubu will win. Oh, Tinubu will win. He will win. He will win. So there was that overconfidence, particularly with the coalition. And the people Tinubu use in Lagos are not the elite. It's the politicians, the core people, all these people that go to meetings. Those are people Tinubu use and use a little bit of all these NURTW in Lagos. Tinubu has most times, if you look at election in Lagos, places where you have the elite, Tinubu loses most times. So, but 2023 was basically they were not able to mobilize because the cash problem, right, did not give them that opportunity to mobilize all those people. So a lot of them did not vote. A lot of them did not even go out. So after that Tinubu's election, they did a lot of massive mobilization for Sanwo-Olu. They brought money out. They looked for
Yes.
money
Now.
everywhere.
Yeah.
They brought money
Exactly.
out, mobilized all those people, which they didn't do with Tinubu because Tinubu was not around, right? That mobilization, people that he entrusted Lagos to do that mobilization, they didn't do the mobilization. They did not do mobilization. A lot of them just, even Elegushi and all those his kings, Elegushi, all of them, they didn't do any mobilization. Elegushi nearly lost the polling booth in front of the palace because they didn't do any move. They just felt, oh, it's gonna, they just left everything. Tinubu is gonna win. which I'm sure in 20, they've seen, they saw the mistakes, they saw the lapses, they saw a lot of things. And those NURTW guys, because in 2027, they want to show Tinubu that, yes, because there's change in leadership in NURTW in Lagos, there's a whole lot of things that is really going on. So, for like somebody said, Obi cannot, I can bet that, right? Obi cannot win Lagos again. That's not going to be possible again.
Let me say this again. One man, you listed all the things I said that went for Obi, and then you said he was underrated. The only thing, I won't say underrated, I will say that they didn't read the room. It's very good for you to read the room. They didn't read the room in Lagos. Let me tell you, they brought NSAS. Have you people forgotten? They were using it. I will keep saying it. It's the circumstances and situations that made Obi win where he won in 2023. But if you people doubt me, if you said it's Obi's personality that got him that vote, 2027 is around the corner. Let's see how that pans out. In 2023, they brought out religion in Lagos. They brought, and most of those pastors, those Yahoo pastors, most of their big churches are in Lagos and Lagos area. They brought out that religious stuff. They brought out insight. It was in 2023. I started hearing of 150 youths that were killed, that they were tied, and their corpse, nobody said they have not. I don't even know. One man brought it. They were discussing it on this platform during that election. They said they cannot, they don't, it's unidentified, and their families were not allowed forensics, blah, blah, blah. It was in that 2023. It was in that 2023 that some Lagosians were screaming that they're going to disgrace Tinubu. It's in that 2023. So if all these dire situations were on ground in Lagos, and any politician who is in Lagos, the thing was eating up like mad. I won't say ethnicity in Lagos, because Igbo people have played that ethnic card severally in Lagos. It didn't work out. Why? When Ambode came out, they brought, what's this guy's name that is never serious? The one that contested with Ambode, what's his name again? Oh, hello?
Is it Jando?
No, the one that contested with Ambode. He contested with Fashola. He contested
Jimmy
with
Agbaje.
Ambode.
Jimmy Agbaje.
Thank you. When that guy came out with Fashola, Igbo people supported him. They were calling him Ikechukwu now. Have you people forgotten? Jimmy Ikechukwu Agbaje. They supported him massively, campaigned for him. He didn't win. They did the same thing with that same man under Ambode. He did not win. So I will not say that it's the Igbo people that are in Lagos that made Obi to win. No. It's the situations and circumstances that was there in Lagos. But if you call yourself a politician, a smart one, you were not reading the room, you wouldn't know that. You will think they're underrating the guy. The situations were on ground for him to run Tinubu over in Lagos. And he did. The same thing in Abuja. The situations in Abuja was on ground. And they ran him over. It's as simple as, but I'm telling you people that those situations are gone. But people don't want to believe me. But you are still saying he will not win Lagos again. I don't even know whether you are saying the same thing I said in a different way. But what I'm saying is that the situations and circumstances that gave him those votes, most of them are gone. Most of them has been disbanded. Most of them, Nigerians found out that it was a mere propaganda. It wasn't really actually anything in the first place. Like the religion that went so much. Churches were campaigning. It's not going to happen again in 2027. No church will come out to shout, yes, daddy, that they're going to Islamize Nigeria. Nobody is coming to say, church, take back your church or whatever. Take back the church or whatever. Nobody's going to say it. Because Christians, since Tinubu become president with Shetima, Christians have been going about their normal business. So all those things, most of them, 80% of it or 90% is gone. So he's going out in 2027 now to contest as OB, not as situations, as circumstances. But if anybody doesn't believe me, that's okay. But 2027 is just round the corner. And I will keep hammering it on this platform. Anytime you people bring him, I will still say what I want to say. As long as it's my time to do my submission, I will still say he does not have political clout. He's been a struggling politician all his life. He does not have political clout. He became popular because of the situation and circumstances in 2023. And if anybody doesn't want to believe him,
Has he not maintained that popularity?
Huh?
Has he not maintained that popularity?
No, he has not.
He has not maintained it.
No,
he has not maintained his
okay,
popularity.
you guys don't read the room. When did you watch what is his name? Go back and watch the video. When what's this man from Kogi State now? The former that contested for governor. What's that loud-mouthed man that had 35 private cars? What's his name?
Is it
Dino Melaye?
Thank you.
Yeah.
You know, I'm someone who reads the room a lot. That's why they call me Winch. If you see the time he was introduced in that ADC, go back to 2023 and see when Obi is being introduced. Check the rally. Then you will understand what I'm talking about. He cannot maintain that thing that followed him because they didn't follow him because of him. I don't know which part of it anybody doesn't want to understand. They did not follow him because it is Obi. Situations.
And why was he followed? Why was he followed?
Huh?
Why was he followed? If they did follow
because
him,
of the circumstances and situation.
Sorry, Zita. I think what you're saying, I think we may have discussed it once upon a time here. Obi was a special purpose vehicle in that 2023 elections. What I think is broadly where Zita is. So the end, 2023 is still in the afterglows of the end SARS. So those end SARS crowd, they latch on to Obi as some sort of a weapon to flop the country, to flop the establishment with. And then the religious space, of course, Obi provided the country for them to have expression against the Muslim ticket and all that. And then this disenchantment against Tinubu, against Buhari rather, good to see you, Maurice. How are you? The disenchantment against Buhari, so that had to have expression, and they could not go from Buhari to Atiku, so automatically it defaulted to Obi. So there was a lot of protestation spaces that found home with her. That's why when people say Obi has these 6 million votes, a lot of people laugh because a lot of the things that brought in those 6 million votes, they will not be in play in 2027. The Muslim ticket will not be in play in 2027. The NSAS backlash will not be in play in 2027. The lash against not having Fulani back to back, that will not be in play in 2027. A lot of, and that's roughly about half his votes, at least 40%. They were protestation votes rather than a vote for Peter Obi, and those protestations have petered out in the course of the years that have passed.
One man, there's something we are forgetting.
One man, when
you remember in 2023?
You're talking now. We were waiting for you to hear your voice. After Zita, you come on.
Okay, yes. Let me just say this, please.
Go on, Zita.
We are forgetting something. You remember in that 2023, the PDP was divided into 3. And the Southeast, everybody is talking about, is a PDP state. And Peter Obi was angered out of PDP. And PDP was fighting that they will not have another, that a Fulani man will not be president. And then Atiku will come and pick the ticket. So that anger that if another Fulani man wants to come in, some PDP members, more especially those in the Southeast, said anything can happen. That was actually what happened, and it's not going to happen again. But if anybody doesn't want to believe me, no wahala. Chebi the man have clout. We go see him for 2027.
Here is the truth, right? Every election is unique. That's just the honest truth. There are a lot of factors that determine election, right? See, I was saying it like in 2023, you see, sometimes it's God that give power too. In 2023, if Atiku had chosen Wike as vice president, the result could have been different, man. I think Atiku. I really blame Atiku for that. He made a very big mistake, even though I'm not a fan of Wike. And the other thing is, Peter. Okay, like one man was talking about the Muslim mystique is gonna play out in 2027. It's still gonna play out. It's gonna play out. Watch it. Write it.
One man, somebody is asking for link.
In
Sorry.
2027,
Yes.
in 2027, Muslim TK is still gonna play out. The tribal politics is still gonna play out. It's just normal, it's routine. So when people are saying Muslim TK, they're gonna Islamize Nigeria, they know nobody can Islamize Nigeria, but it's just the politics. See, when Buhari was contested, they will tell you, oh, Buhari is gonna Islamize Nigeria. Don't vote for him, the Christian community. It's just a normative, but they know that Buhari cannot Islamize Nigeria. Even in 2023, they know Tinubu does not have any plan to Islamize Nigeria. Tinubu does Islamize the family already. So these are just politics. They will keep happening, reoccurring, because I will tell you, Tinubu will still fly with a Muslim ticket. That's what it's gonna be. It's gonna happen. So the politics is still gonna play out. The church are gonna come in. They still gonna form alliance. They work with Peter Obi. That is still gonna play out. But where I think the opposition are gonna have it a big mistake is if Peter Obi and Atiku cannot agree, be on the same table. Either they are on the same ticket or one person is gonna step down. Forget it. I don't think it's gonna be easy ride still, even with the difficulty in the
That's why I
but,
disagree with you on that.
but
All right. Let's try and bring Enigmatic in. Yeah, land that point. Yes.
yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
All right,
Go ahead.
Enigmatic. You're up next.
All right, thank you, Woman. My regards to everyone on the platform. So let me just briefly start with the Lagos angle of the conversation. What happened in Lagos in 2023 was more like an epiphany, if you know what that means. So it's not going to happen again, Woman. For whoever wants to listen, they need to know now. There are so many things that went wrong in 2023 that is not going to that have actually been corrected. Not even it's not going to happen. It's been corrected. Don't forget that the Lagos State APC was caught off guard in 2023, right? Lagos State APC, they've realized most of their gaps, and most of their mistakes. Just 2 weeks or 3 weeks after the presidential election, you could see the resounding results from the gubernatorial election. But that by side, they have recalibrated and they've revamped, they've rejigged, and they are battle ready now. There were issues in one of the biggest organs of the state political machinery, the road transport workers. That one is settled now. If you hear what Sego is saying now, right, you will see the language, and I wish that people will be very careful in the next election. Coming from this local government election, you start seeing a more or less like a precursor of what is going to happen in 2027. The traditional rulers, that they are another machinery in Lagos politics. If you don't know Lagos politics, what happened in 2023 was like again an epiphany, and it's not going to happen again. Don't forget that the entire Ojo area, the entire Isolo, or job, all those neighborhood, that uh, the largest voting, neighborhood of Lagos for APC that used to be under the control of Aregbesola was completely decimated before 2023, and the result came out in the 2023 election. They've completely revamped and rejigged and recalibrated the entire space now, right? So when you like Aregbesol's men, all those men that work, people worked from within to sabotage APC in the entire in that entire neighborhood. If people who are Labour Party people are on this platform today, like Ekene, he will understand what I'm talking about. There are so many people in APC under Aregbesol's APC under Aregbesol's group then that worked from within to sabotage APC in that neighborhood. That is usually, if you follow the election very well, one man, we're waiting for the result of that place. And when you follow Lagos election very well, that's usually is the last. It's like the KKK of the Lagos of the Lagos elections. They wait for that place for the last count. When they would have submitted all the results from other regions in Lagos, they will wait for that neighborhood. It's the largest local government in the entire federation. Is it Isolo? Whoever knows where
Alimosho.
Alimosho, God bless you, Alimosho, where it was in the hands of Aregbesola for over 20 years. But when Aregbesola had issues with Tinubu, he infiltrated, he sabotaged, he did a lot of nasty things. So they've taken everything over.
Enigmatic, not even Aregbesola alone.
Yeah, I'm just starting.
Yayi also left. Yayi
Yeah,
also left there for Ogun.
God bless you. I'm just starting from Aregbesol's angle. They've taken over everything now. They had the chairman of Alimosho and when you look at how it was constituted before, usually they will have the local government chairman is going to be a Yoruba person, and the deputy local chairman is going to be an Igbo person, and the entire organ of the executive, cadre of that local government is usually mixed. Igbo, Yoruba, Igbo, Yoruba. Everything now is total Yoruba from everything. So there's a lot of rejigging that has actually been going on. And then shortly when Aregbesola started misbehaving, and then they had to relinquish the entire structure to Yayi. Shortly, Yayi left for Ogun State. There was a very big vacuum, and there were issues. So starting from that now, and then the angle of MC Oluomo was focusing on this national election. There was a vacuum in the state NUT. Now Sego is back on the seat. Sego has recalibrated all the local government structure of the road transport workers, and then the silliness, right after the election about this Lagos no man's land and everything. That thing has changed the entire face of what is going to happen, one man. And Aregbesola now, and Sanwo-Olu is trying to defend and to tell some, particularly Aregbesola, that look, we own Lagos. I am the governor of Lagos, and what happened in the past that they were taken aback, right? It's going to be a very big deal. And then don't forget that some other things happened that we cannot mention on the platform. You want to talk about even rigging that happened. So the thing is, it was a first of all, the protest vote was part of it, which is not going to happen again, like somebody said, right?
Yeah, don't touch it.
That amplified a lot of the wave of most of those youth idealism, right, which cascaded from that NSAS hangover. That is gone, and it's gone for good, right? And when you see the coordinated effort of all these religious leaders as well, what do they want to campaign about this time around? That's a very big factor that people need to look at. And then when you look at the loss of APC in Lagos, it was more symbolic, right? But it's not structured. I don't understand if you know what that is. Symbolic, but it's not structured. It happened, right, out of the blues because of some extraneous circumstances, like all this NSAS thing, the OB wave, the pastors who came into this the stuff and everything, and then the structural issues in APC, APC apparatchiks in Lagos that have been, nipped in the bud right now. So, but everything has expiration date in politics, and the game that is coming in 2027 is going to be different. It's going to be different in the sense that Obi himself now, when you look at the dramatic personnel that surrounds all this hoopla, then was Peter Obi. The Labour Party people in Lagos, are they go what where is that? Where is their direction now? Are they still in Labour Party or they are in ADC? They are not sure yet, right? So Peter Obi is, according to him, is one leg in, one leg out in ADC. I mean, in ADC, one leg in, one leg out in Labour Party. But this local government election that is coming next week, you will see difference. This election, all the cabinet members under Sanwo-Olu, they were all mandated to go back to their local government, one man. As against last time, like more than 60% of the cabinet members traveled out of Lagos in the last election. They were outside the country. I know two of them that came back to the US during major election. They traveled out of the state. Now they've been mandated to go back to that, from the commissioners down to the PAs. Everybody go back to your local government and campaign, and you must deliver. So that's where it starts. That's the build-up you are seeing to the 2027. And you see the entire structure from different angles now, different units of the entire structure, including the driver's angle, the road transport workers. They are all galvanizing and looking forward to what is going to happen. Because beyond this, even the election, there's this big tribal sentiment that is hanging over Lagos now, if you don't know, one man. So if people don't know, they should understand that part too. That Lagos that Lagos belongs to nobody, or Lagos is no man's land. That is a big deal. If they are not fighting for anything, they are going to fight for that in this election, this weekend, and next one coming in 2027. And this is just going to be an abstract to what is going to happen. So, yes, but now let's go to what is happening in the higher echelon of the obedience and the Labour Party. Obi says it's in the Arabambi group, right? They said they are going to expel Peter Obi. The Nina the Usman group, they gave Obi a green light to be a part of the coalition. But don't forget that if you want to know who owns Labour Party for real, who are the landlords and who are the usurpers, who are the real members of Labour Party for the past 20 years, and who are those people that came to Labour Party as usurpers, as tenants 2 years ago, 9 months ago.
Sorry, Enigmatic. Let me just break your flow. Just hold your thoughts for 1 microsecond. I'm going to bail out and hand over to Chioma. I had to persuade her to come in because I wanted to go get some sleep and I didn't want to shut it down. So being nice to her because she wasn't really keen, but I twisted her. As the super chat of the day is Ayo, just the Ayo. So Chioma, Enigmatic has the floor. After Enigmatic is Maurice. After Maurice, Remy. That's the running order. Thank you for coming in, Chioma. Thank you everybody for turning up. The conversation goes on, but I take my leave. Thank you everyone. See you tomorrow. Back to Enigma.
Yeah,
All right.
good night, woman.
All right, good night, one man. I think the next person should go on. I have to take care of some other things here. All right, good night, everyone.
You don't like your money. What happened? Are you guys falling out? Chioma, floor is yours. Maurice, then Remy. Sorry.
Maurice, are you there? Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Long time no see. Good evening.
Good evening. How you doing?
I'm fine, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
I guess you'll be speaking.
Okay. So I can go ahead, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. First, let me send my profound greetings to everybody in the house. And I want to specifically, okay, let me send my profound greetings to everybody in the house. I'm sure everybody's doing well. Long time. Um, I was captivated by the true, genuine analysis of A1, right? That's her name. Can you hear me? Greetings to the house. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah, it was AY that spoke earlier.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about the lady who spoke before my last speaker.
Okay, Madam AI, yes.
Yes, Madam AI. I want to commend her for her sincere analysis. You know, the problem we have is that people are being sentimental when they are, speaking their mind with regards to or their interest, because we must understand that in a developing democracy like ours, right now, politics is at the stage of interest. You understand? She gave her genuine thoughts about the present situation. Most people who have been giving the support or talking about Obi, what he enjoyed, the support he enjoyed previously is not the same as what he enjoys right now. And the truth of the matter is, when you look at his popularity, Obi came as will I say, as a result of exigencies. Nigerians were tired of APC and tired of PDP as at that time. So they needed like somebody who they can lean on. Sporadically, Obi was available as at that time. But after the emergence of Tinubu, the structure, first, there was no structure. It's a support of like minds, people who wanted change, and they think they can just get that change, spontaneously because of the rave of that moment. But unfortunately, the politicians, in their usual way, they were able to dislodge them. Because let's tell ourselves the truth. Who is Obi's coordinator in the town called Nikoro? Nikoro is a city in Zaria. Who is Obi's coordinator in Ovia Southwest, for instance? You understand me? Yes, within the metropole, Obi has support from some percentage of educated individuals. But these persons, are they politically grounded in their various constituencies and environments? It remains a question for them to answer. Apart from that, too, the most people who championed the Obi cause, most of them, from my observations, were people living from diaspora. Most of them, they don't even have voters card. Most of them do not even belong to any political party, but they were keen about change, change, change. And most of them have been out of their country, Nigeria, for a long time, and they think that from wherever they are, they can influence to change the political equation on ground. Unfortunately, that is not the case. As it is today, we should understand that the man at the helms of affair is a politician, and he has, spread his political tentacles across the length and breadth of Nigeria. And apart from that, politicians themselves, because of their vested interests, they always want to protect their political structure and interests. And so they could go extra mile to see that they continue to remain relevant politically. This leads me to my own opinion about the so-called coalition. For God's sake, who are these people championing this coalition? Former governors, former senators, former House of Reps member, former this, former that. Okay, let me talk about my domain. In that coalition, those who they say are the leaders of that coalition that are from the Edo extraction. His Excellency, our father, Dr. John Odige Oyegu, former governor of Edo State and former national chairman of this ruling party, APC. The other person we could cite in that coalition that is also prominent is architect Tommy Kimi, former Minister of Foreign Affairs. The other person we could also, um, notice in the coalition from Edo State that is prominent there is former governor of Edo State, Senator Osareme Osumbo. Another person we could also see again was former Senator Ozamere. Now, all these people are former. Let's ask ourselves a question. I want to base my argument to my own domain so that it wouldn't look as if one is stretching his hand to another place that is not properly, grounded with what is happening, even though we are abreast with certain information. Odige Oyegu is from my own personal local government from a town called Ikoha, which is just like 30 minutes drive from my own village. My village is the headquarters of Ovia Southwest Local Government. He is from Ikoha. Does he command the kind of political leverage he used to have before now? What is his control of the people of his own local government? Even though now he plays his politics from the Benin City Metropole, the one they call Oredo. What control of people does he have? Let's go to Tommy Kimi. And even for you to have a legacy statement, control over the people, you must have laid certain legacy that will stand the test of time, where people will say, oh, this man has done this man has done that. Yes, he has done a couple of things, because I do not belong to the group of people who criticize past leaders blindly. And I make bold to say, my opinion though, no person will serve in any strata of the government that will not do one or two things. But because of envy and because of propaganda and because of just trying to, mess up somebody, people will say, what did he do? He did not do anything. I don't think there's any person that's been elected that will not do one or two things. So I don't believe in criticizing people to say he did not do anything. But rather, I would like to say that considering the resources that came in during the person's administration, is it commensurable to the expectation of the people? That is how I like to ask my question or put my own argument. And I'll say it is left for the people, the electorates in that person's zone or constituency to answer that question. And the person in question should ask himself whether during his tenure at the helms of affairs of whatever position he held? Is it commensurate? His developmental stride, his democratic dividends to his people, are they commensurate, right, to what is expected of him? So let Oyegun answer that question. Because if me, from his place, from his local government, the same zone in our village, and I'm saying this, it's left for you who is listening to me to think, with your thinking faculty. The second person is Tommy Kimi. Let's ask Tommy Kimi, what significant development was he able to attract to Edo State when he was minister? As powerful as he is during that administration, as prominent and visible that he is during that administration, what is his significant contribution to the growth and well-being of his state, economically and infrastructure-wise? That aside, then let's also look at Senator Osareme Osumbo, who was a governor in that state for a year and some couple of months before the court, squashed his administration. Within that year and 8 months or so that he was governor of the state, considering the resources that came on board, will he be bold to tap his chest to say that there were significant developments that he brought that is commensurable to the resources that the state got? That is also a question that he should ask himself, and the people of Edo State will stand a better chance to also ask when the time comes. Now, let's also look at the senator that also served within that time. What are the contributions that they were able to put in place? So this remains a significant and very strategic questions that we must ask. Now, taking an overview of all these persons who are championing this coalition, they've had the opportunity. The Nigerian people have given them the opportunity to serve at their various levels and stratas of government that they have served. Some are DGs of parastatals and agencies. Some are chairmen of government agencies and board. Some are executive secretaries. Some are past senators. Some are House of Reps member, etc., etc. Let them ask themselves, when they were at the helms of affairs, what significant development did they bring to the Nigerian people? Because if they had done something significant, today Nigeria would not be where it is today. But because they are no more relevant, because they no more wage that power, because their instructions are no more authority, because they can no more control what is happening within their vicinity, the irrelevance of their present personality is a serious worries to them. And they are trying their very best to see how they can come on board. Not because they actually mean well, not because they have anything spectacular that they want to add to the development of the country, but they are only scrambling for power because of interest. But unfortunately for them, with the advent of social media, lot of Nigerians are now informed. Even though in the social media, there are those who are blackmailers, there are those who are engaged in just false information, but there are also those that discuss issues that has to do with the betterment of the Nigerian people. Just like this platform that we're discussing. Platform where educated people come together to rub minds and discuss about the state of the nation. those who are opportune to listen to us will pick something positive and will have the opportunity to listen to different opinions of the people. And it is not left for them to digest what they have heard and how they can actually work with it. I am saying this. Few days ago, Baba Dati, who was the run mate to Peter Obi, gave a sincere analysis of his thoughts. Obi, Atiku, and Amici, they ran elections. The difference in their support. Under APC platform, Amici came second. PDP, Atiku took it. Labour, Obi was there. Now, do you think with the pedigree that Obi parades, Obi will want to be a vice president under Atiku? Or do you think Amechi from the South would also want to kowtow to Obi? It's also a question that I'm throwing to Nigerians and the members of this platform to also reason and think about. Apart from that, let's also look at it. There is an unwritten agreement between the North and the South. When the North leads for 8 years, they respectfully and based on understanding, it moves to the South. As we speak, it is in the South under the West, Southwest, and there is a Southerner who is presently the president. If a Northerner decides to contest an election right now, do you think he's contesting an election when the gentleman unwritten agreement is on board that it is the turn of the South? What do you think? And how do you think the South will feel? Don't you think because of the selfish political desperation of one person is trying to distort the sincere unwritten agreement that has been existing between the North and the South? These are questions we must ask ourselves. Then, finally, we would like to say this. Presidential elections are not rice and beans. It involves a lot of resources. Do you think when the key players of this coalition, for instance, people like El-Rufai, who was bent on, was saying everything, supporting Tinubu, lambasting the man who discovered him into Nigerian politics, Atiku, castigated the man, used propaganda and etc. Today, he's paying up with the man. Do you think that relationship is a genuine relationship? My friend told me, I was born and bred in Zaria. El-Rufai is a senior brother to me. I was born in Zaria City, where we have the Ganwan City, that Queen Amina War, that environment that is founded by Queen Amina of Zazzau. That's where I attended government secondary school, Kof and Tukur. It is called Ganwan City. My friends who were my secondary school classmates, who are doing well politically in the North, he said to me, and I'll put it in his own language, Kai Morris, kai kasan kawun kai, dan dai ba bashi minista bane shine sa ka gan yake haka. Inda ce an bashi minista, ai da bai fada da Tinubu ba. And I'll translate. What he meant is, he was saying, Morris, don't mind your uncle. It's because he was not given minister. If he was appointed, cleared by the National Assembly, and he was pronounced Minister of the Federal Republic, will he fight against his boss, or will he fight against APC. So when you look at all these variables on ground, you find out that this whole process is all about interest. I look forward to seeing Nigeria that is productive. I look forward to seeing Nigeria that the economic is robust. I look forward to seeing Nigeria that the security is, on the right track. I look forward to see in Nigeria that there is job opportunity for people. I look forward to see in Nigeria where loans for students. I look forward to see in Nigeria where people are engaged in meaningful, production process. I look forward to see where energy for infrastructural development, fabrication is available. But you see, I make bold to say there is no one person that can actually solve the problem of Nigeria in one term. And I make bold to say too, 8 years cannot be enough for, one individual to say he will solve the problem of Nigeria. Then we also emphasize more on politicians. People do not look at the areas of civil servants. If this country must move forward, there must be a total hygiene within the ranks of the top management of civil service across the country. I've held a position before. I've contested election and I've won. And when I assume office, I know the role of the civil servants. It may interest a lot of people to know that governors are actually not signatories to a state account. Go and check the books and check the proceedings. The PAMSEC of the government house, the accountant general, and the auditor. Go and find out who are the ones that are signatories. Civil servants are far, far richer than politicians. But though people will not want to believe it. You see them with their old Tuxedo suit, you think they don't know what they are doing. Some of us here are in the Western world. All the young people who came to school, go and find out. They are children of PAMSECs and directors, senior management staff of ministries and parastatals. We have also seen politicians sending their children. Some will win election for first time. By the second term, they will recontest. Unfortunately, they will not make it. You find out that the student at the end of their children at the end of the day will drop out. So, but we concentrate on only one side. For Nigeria to develop and be that pride of Africa that we want it to be, we all need to go through what we call self-cleansing, total hygiene of attitude and character to make that country great. This is my sincere submission with regards to this whole thing, because sometimes we overhype this thing. From our comfort of living room, we predict and begin to give some very wrong political permutations that is not, implementable in the floor. That is the field of politics. People just talk because talk is cheap. But when it comes to action, that is where you know that there's a great difference. I want to sincerely thank you for your audience and I wish us well. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very much.
Okay. Can I go ahead with my short contribution because it's rather too long, but it's okay.
Hold on. I
Okay.
just have one question. So, Morris, you're supporting Tinubu. That's basically all you said tonight, right? Okay. Remy, you can go ahead and speak.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. It's a good opportunity again. The way I say it, I think I think it's coming to reality. The old charade about the coalition is only about one man, and that man is Atiku Abubakar.
Yes.
And the
All I'm saying
problem,
is that allow him finish his second term, right? and then we'll have a project to see who will take over from him that will help, to bring that emergency change if it's possible.
Okay. So, in continuation, from day one, that coalition was the homework of Atiku, and the person that really started and midwife it was Amishi before Obi ran to them. Obi did a big mistake by running to these people, and I can bet it that they already know that they are not going to give him the presidential ticket of their coalition. And they perfect their plan to the extent that keep him in-house. Keep him. And at the right time, they know Obi will opt out. And if by the time he opt out, of course, his value will have diminished. And probably some of his followers, those, I'm sorry to use this one, those gullible ones, will have accepted the coalition. So as it stands today, they will kick him out at the end of the day. And Amishi will be the VP candidate. Because in politics, money plays a big role. Obi has money, but Obi cannot spend like this Amishi and Atiku. And this is not 2023 that he can garner a lot of money in the diaspora. Or maybe people from Nigeria will donate to him. No, it's not going to happen. People cannot be foolish twice. If he has built on his successes, things will have been very okay for him now. Who knows? Maybe he will have built the bridge across the Niger. But he didn't. And one thing about politics is this. It is not every day you talk as a politician. Because when you talk too much, then all those lies that you have lied, it will be very difficult for you to cover. Just look at an example of the last interview. He mentioned he has never met Atiku in his life. Blah, 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 blah. Before 20 or 30 or 40 minutes, there's another video surfaced online. He was talking and he said they have a protest and they went and meet Abasha and blah, 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 blah. Abasha just picking, hey, that man, you are going to be the MPA chairman. Just like that. And you said, recent interview, you never, for God's sake, if I'm following you, that is a big lie. This is not somebody you can follow. But I'm not really here to criticize him. But I just think that the coalition, at the end of the day, will not materialize anything. Look at the people, like the last speaker said. Look at the people that are already dead politicians. I'm sorry to use that word. They don't have any power to influence their constituency. You went ahead and be bringing Tommy Kimi, Oyegun, all these people that have for 10, 12 years, already, it's like go home and sleep. What will they bring? And another mistake a lot of people are doing is that you are underrating APC a lot. You just think, the coalition just formed and then they just wrestle power from a ruling party. Everybody forgot one thing. Politics is about interest, personal interest. And most APC is very strong in Northwest. And then there's so many people from that Northwest angle that they are vying for senatorial seat, for gubernatorial election, a lot of things. And there's so many big APC that is going to be vying for 2031 presidential election. You often forget them. You don't talk about them. You just think Atiku will just override them and then everybody will just be continuing to vote for Atiku. No, it's not done that way because they are not in the same party and they are going to work for their principle because they need to show their muscle in this 2027 election. So don't be surprised. Even Atiku is not guaranteed to win other states in the north. I repeat, not guaranteed for him. Even if he come together with Obi, no guarantee that they are going to win at all. You just try, maybe. The best chance these two people have, it was 2023, if they have come together as one. But unfortunately, the way Atiku played that game was not good. Everybody knows it's the turn of the South. You use your political cover with the same David Mack and the rest of them. yan the seat away from the southern candidate. Obi saw that handwriting. He left. I must give. He really tried because he plays opportunist policies very well on Muslim religions, ticket, tribe, and the event that is happening that time. The event that happened that time was that APC house was not in order. There were a lot of APC or Buhari cabinet that they don't want Tinubu to win that presidential election. Even Buhari too was neither here or there. Now you are going to meet a party that's in coalition, a party where a lot of people are defecting to. They are even more stronger than 2023. You are going to meet them. You have to look at election like 2 years before the election. You would have known where are people moving to? What are they doing? Now you want to go and meet a formidable party that people are moving into. No matter what you are going to say, they are smart people. They are going to do their own primary that you won't have chance to go and probably opt out and go and join another party. Unfortunately for Obi, he's playing a game with his masters, and Obi have not really learned very well. If he has learned very well, he wouldn't have joined this coalition. He would have built on his successes a long time ago, and he would have kept his mouth shut instead of talking every day, blah, blah, blah. This thing will affect you a lot. I bet it, because by the time they start campaigning, and he's also on the ballot, I don't know whether as a presidential candidate, I hope he has a fallback. The fallback I meant is that probably he has another party he's behind so that he can contest, just the way he did in 2023. But if he thinks he can win this presidential primary in this ADC, he should just sit down and look the people around him. Look at the people. David Mark for Atiku. What do you call it? Aregbesola for Atiku. And they have done a wonderful job. They have went ahead and put their men in ADC in all over the state. And when they go for their indirect primary, Atiku will bribe them more. And what happened? He will get the ticket, and Amishi will get the VP. Obi will cry foul. Obedient will cry foul. What can you do? Some of them are already leaving because Obi joined that coalition. Some of them are already moving because they know that Atiku will win. So in a nutshell, when the presidential election will come, you are going to see a party that formed together against a weak opposition. And the way I see it is that at the end of the day, Obi might also contest the presidential election, maybe with a different party, because he can't afford to lose his followership. Although the percentages have dwindled over the years, or for the last 2 years. So that is the way I just see it. So, and unfortunately for Nigeria, the last election was a kind of divisive election between the three major tribes. That is why you see all the noise, all the la 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 la, blah 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 like that. Because when you look at it, Atiku Hausa Fulani, Obi, Obi is from the Igbo side and Yoruba side for Tinubu. Do you think if Buhari have really support Tinubu very well, do you think they will introduce that Naira design 3 or 4 months before the election? They know what they are doing. If he had really stood behind him, do you think he will not garner more votes more than that? But he play a game of, I don't care, I don't know, I don't like him, or I don't really want to support him. But now, if you cannot win him at that time, is it so stupid that now as the president of a country, anybody will just come and just kick him out of that position? Bearing in mind, politics is local. No matter what you are going to say, whether anyhow, anyway. So that
I have one
is it.
question. I have one question for all of you. Okay, so what we see here is these old politicians, right? They often come together, right? They would dump a party, come together, form a coalition, and form another party, and present it to Nigerians, and then we say, "Oh, okay, another one we vote." So, what is stopping all these great Nigerians that know better, that complain, that believe these people are not doing better? What is stopping all of them? I'm talking about Great Nigeria. I'm talking about both all of you in diaspora that have platform and those in Nigeria that believe they are smarter, they have brain, they are so-called the best people in the world. What is stopping them from doing the same simple thing these politicians constantly do, where you come and form a coalition and form a political party? It's the same thing. It's not difficult. They just go to INEC, pull a form, create a name for a party, and then they
Mike,
present themselves. The same people. So what is stopping Nigerians from doing the same thing?
Mike, INEC is not registering them.
No, that
INEC
is
is not
not the
registering
case.
them.
Mike, let me answer you. To register a political party, you have to follow the laid down step and guideline that INEC laid down.
Okay,
Most
so
of
it's a
these
rocket
movements,
science.
They've
most
done
of
it.
these
They're not
most
registering
of these
them.
movements are not
What do you mean?
following that guideline to the latter. That is the problem. And
Let this guy
because you
explain
are
his own.
not following, eh?
Okay, Remy, what's your own excuse? Go ahead,
They
finish.
said people have been trying to register. They're not registering no one. They
Okay.
don't want, they want you to go through the corrupt, the corrupt already registered party
So that's
where
your own
those ones will
excuse.
now
No,
stand.
no,
That's
no,
what it
no.
is.
Excuse
That is
me. Let us not wait. Let me put something there.
that
Let
is
us
not
not use that
true.
as an excuse. Wait a little bit,
That's
Remy.
not true, please. Okay,
There
go
are
ahead.
a lot of small political party already registered. So why can't we do a coalition and go and join them? Just do what
Even
Atiku did.
she
They're
already
not
So
registered.
going
let's
to
take it that way.
agree. Which one are they talk? What are you talking about? Like,
No,
see, even
no,
big shots
no,
like the P2B
there
cannot
were
catch
more
them.
than 18 political party in Nigeria. In the last presidential election, 18 political party with 18
They're all
presidential
being
candidates.
owned by one president or
You
one
cannot say
person.
no. You can't talk that way, please, my
You
friend.
can't
You
say that
can't.
way.
You can't. You can't
Mike
talk
is
that
pointing
way.
to something very big, So
Is
let's try to be
listen,
honest.
let's be real.
Why
Come on, you're
can't
not
the
saying the
Accept your
truth.
diaspora,
failure.
Listen,
we that are
you
good,
know,
why can't we go to one platform?
Excuse me, guys. I'm here. I don't want to shut down anything. So I would like for Mr. Midwest to speak. Mr. Midwest, you can continue where Mike asked the question.
Okay, madam, good morning. You see, that is a very, very simple. Mike used to have some very intelligent questions here. We have diasporas across the globe, Nigerians, and we're back in degree. We can't even go back home and set up a formidable business or maybe enter electricity that we don't have in our country. That is a huge opportunity. Agriculture is zero. We just here talking. This is a very valuable question. But however, I will go straight to Peter Obi. Politically, I don't think. Anyway, he said he's not even a politician. Uh, it looked like a politician that doesn't understand the dynamics of Nigeria politics. How can somebody who presented himself quite different for the rest politicians suddenly become a member of coalition of vultures? I don't want to describe their character anymore because I listened carefully when one of my a brother from my own state was talking. Look at these people that make up the coalition. Look at their past record and look at their influence in the politics of today. Then you went there. If Obi, for me, I have drawn my conclusion. Obi has failed to manage Labour Party. He did not realize how dangerous it is to his own political career. And that's why he allowed those things to happen. However, what I've come to realize is that people from Southeast, they are very loud because they created this problem for Obi. There is no place or organization where people don't have differences. What makes them to prove that they are matured is ability to resolve those differences. But people are so loud, they are thieves, they want to, the other group want to champion themselves as the best. This one is honest, this one is the main angel. And at the end will be played, fall into one side, and it become a disastrous something now. Now, they have deceived Obi to that coalition. And Obi going there to go and meet Atiku. In the previous election, Atiku was the second. No, Obi
What's the
wasn't the
answer to my
second.
question? Did you answer my question?
If I want to add to that your question, my brother, I agree with you. What stop us? It's because we are also the same Nigerians. I don't
Okay.
know a lot of those people who
So we are
studies
the
in abroad.
problems. It's not the politicians are not the problem.
Midwest. Sorry to interject quickly.
W-
Do you know that more than 30% of Nigerian problem is also coming from the diaspora? The so-called diaspora are
I,
the
I,
one
may,
also.
I,
They too.
I may not,
Let me
I
quickly
may
finish.
not. Okay,
Those called in the
continue.
diaspora themselves, they have seen that country as bad, and there's nothing anybody can do. Or if they have a soft spot for a politician or one person, they will paint that politician as the best, as number one. Nobody is ready to sacrifice for that country. You don't want to go home to sacrifice for that country, and you, as you live in diaspora, what you talk about most time in online is a dead country, nothing can happen, blah 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 blah. Demarketing the country because of your own failure, sometimes in abroad. Every
See,
country, every okay,
Remy,
okay, go ahead.
Remy, sorry, I'm also in diaspora. I will not agree that diaspora is the one responsible.
I said
For
30% of the problem in Nigeria.
yeah, to some
I did not
certain
say all of
degree,
the
It's
diaspora.
just because they
I
okay,
did
open
say
their eyes. So
to
the
some
people of
certain degree, yeah, to some certain degree, we are also creating problem anyway. But what Mike point to is very, very important. I think we should look into it. It's not late. And that unwillingness for Nigerians not to be active to that space is simply because we don't even have the understanding. We don't know what to do. And at the same time, we did not even expect things to become so rotty like this. I have to be honest. You said people are not selling Nigeria. We cannot sell Nigeria with just by saying lies. Whom are you going to sell it to? Americans? Their embassies are there. The British embassy is more than visa. They have police there that give report about Nigeria police. They have people who are in charge of economy. Every month they must give report. It's a complete country they have there, and everybody must function. So if you want us to sell our country, the government have to be serious. As somebody said that the Nigerians are really
Midwest,
I
man, I
think
don't
you
even know
get
where
me
you're.
wrong.
I don't even know where
Midwest,
you're.
I'm not talking about selling your country. I'm telling about we in the diaspora, like Mike said. Why can't we also look inward? Go there, go back
we have
home.
to.
No, let me finish first. Why don't we also look inward? Go back home and turn the country around too. Because when you look at other countries like China and the rest, there are people in diaspora
No,
who don't
Remy,
even love their country.
Remy is different. Let me land this one. No, that one is quite different. I will not agree with you. To go back home is not an easy something. To go and turn things around.
Are you
You
kidding me?
work with you work with the government of your country. It depends on their policy. If their
Hold on.
policy on ground create that atmosphere for their people to return back and contribute, and they
You
are
need to stop it.
serious.
Stop it. Stop it. One man left New York.
No,
Hold on.
my
Let me say this, Chairman,
no,
please.
no. Mm-mm. Let him finish. It's a submission, and he's
So,
absolutely right.
No, he's just
yeah,
answering my question now.
No,
Mike, listen, let me round up this one. If the
Okay.
government is serious and they put structures in place for the diaspora to return, that is when people will be willing. Example, when we entered this democracy, when Obasanjo was in power, a lot of Nigeria went back home with a dream to go and contribute. And many of them are stranded today, close to 80%, frustrated. So please, if you say we want to go back home, the problem is very, very bogus. Very, very big. We don't even know where to start from. What
Are
is
you
on
done?
ground today is power. Is
Midwest,
power.
during
Chairman, you
Obasanjo,
mind if
That
I
means
respond real quick?
that means we are going to wrestle power from their hand. That is number one. The leaders we have, they don't even have policy for development. Whether Tunubu, whether Obi, if Obi talks sometimes, I will look at this man. Do you even know what you are talking about? You want to solve Nigeria problem for 4 years? How? You can't even break it down to my understanding. To be frankly speaking. Anybody that is telling you that they have a platform, they have policy. Yes, Tunubu has a policy. Some of them are good. But you cannot be putting something that is good on top of a rotten foundation and you want it to work. That is my only concern. The foundation is dead completely, all of them. You want to run humanitarian service. Tunubu is an economist, and this is the money you want to help the poor people. So the question is, who are poor? How do you measure it? Are we not educated enough to ask this question? Tell me
Can I?
any single measure on ground.
Let me know when
There
you.
is no
Chairman,
measure.
can I respond when he
You
finished?
you want to build you want to build
I think we already
electricity.
got his point, man. We
Okay,
already
so
got your
let I
point, to
can
be honest.
so you can also contribute. Nigerians are very good people. They are very intelligent people. It's unfortunate that we have a total failed government, and we
Okay,
are
fine.
honest people. The worst people you can see that want to thief are the Europeans and the Americans. And the government of those countries were able to overcome it, not because they have good citizens, they have a system of grant that check everybody to a certain degree that even when you are doing it, you will understand that you have a limitation. That is what we should champion for. Anybody that want to fix Nigeria, whether it will be or not, he should talk about that. Not he coming, I will bring electricity. With who? The ministry that you want to use are dead. So how will you bring it? You don't even have the know-how. So the institutions you want to put your policies are rotty. We have to be honest. So if like what Tinubu is doing, all these policies, student loan, what everything is good. But where are you putting it? A country where they don't have data, how are they going to pay you in the nearest future?
Okay,
So we
Choma,
have
mind
a
if I
simple
give
question
a
to
quick
Can I
ask.
response?
come
Thank
in?
you.
Hold on.
Another person can come in from there.
Yes, hold on. So Mike, you're gonna speak, but I want to encourage everyone to click the like button, super chat to support the platform, and share this broadcast to your family and friends. Thank you. Go ahead, Mike.
All right. So the question I asked was simple, very simple and precise, And it's not the first time I ask this question. I've asked other Nigerians this question everywhere, and it's very simple. It's a simple question and very simple. What Nigeria always just give you excuses. They take it as me saying, "Oh, go back to Nigeria and do something," which is part of it. But it's only black man that will tell you that before you can go somewhere to fix somewhere, the place has to be fixed. So if the place is already fixed, then you don't need to go back to go fix it. It's only black man that will tell you, oh, you want me to, we have problem, we have problem. I say, okay, here's a part to go there and fix it. They'll say, no, I can't go there because the place is bad, it's not fixed. So you're not ready to solve a problem. When white people go to places to go conquer, in fact, let me give you an example. United States, the country they built up, when they decided to go there, there was nothing there. They went there to go build it from scratch. There was nothing. They didn't wait for someone to fix it before they come there to build it. So I don't know why black man always give me that excuse about, oh, the place is so bad. And secondly, the question I asked, someone mentioned that the foundation is bad. No, the foundation, Nigeria has the best foundation to in Africa to wrestle power from anybody. The best foundation. It is already there, clear. All you have to do is create your political party, and it's so simple. Nigeria is so simple, and it's already been proven. Because all Tinubu, for example, because I used to think like that, like the people that have that country, oh, they own it forever, this and that. When Tinubu formed, what they call it, him and Buhari come together and form APC and took that power from PDP and keep PDP out of power forever. That's when I realized that, wow, it's that simple. Because I literally used to think somebody owned that country where they just playing us. I'm like, it's that simple. So it's been proven, it's been done already. And I'm saying, you have these Nigerians all over the world that believe they are so brilliant, they are best, which I believe. Because to be honest, everybody is sitting there in those government places. They are not close to the best of the people we have in the world, even in the country. They are not close to the best. And these Nigerians, we all know that. We have some of the most advanced people in everywhere, fields all over the world. And I'm thinking, and every one of them complain. And I'm like, the, the playbook is there. Someone's already done it in 2013. They just came together, formed a party, he just took power. And I'm asking, somebody's telling me, someone gave me an excuse that, no, you can't go back there and do it. And some, even Shawari has even proven it. The guy left New York by himself, one individual. He went to Nigeria and started a political party, and he's already giving the party his problem. Just one individual. Can you imagine if thousands came together and do what you already did as an
So,
individual?
Mike, do you have a business in Nigeria?
Why? You want to do business or?
No, it's just because you make it so easy to
No,
travel
I'm not.
to Nigeria.
Oh,
It's
Choma, you just went there with all your accents, so it's not easy to buy. So again, Choma, you joined their bandwagon of excuse makers, man. I don't know. I just can't. I'm sorry. I don't like at this point of my life. I literally don't respect people that make excuses anymore. I don't. In this life, don't give excuses. Just go and try something. This excuse of, oh no, I can't do this. Oh, I can't do that. Oh, because of this. Oh, because of that. No. Then get out of the room. Don't complain. Just go keep quiet somewhere. Just go keep quiet. I don't want excuses. Why are you complaining? Don't complain. Do something. If you don't want to do something, just keep quiet. Don't give excuses. I can't stand it. White man, when they do, look at the kind of risk they take to get to places, to get to the moon, to another planet. They do take all kinds of
Why
risk.
are you still
Only a
giving?
black man will give you an excuse why he can't do something. I'm telling you something so simple that
But
these
you don't have
Nigerians
no business in Nigeria. You have not established Shikam in Nigeria, and you're here talking.
have not what?
You had not established anything in Nigeria, and you're here
You
speaking.
wouldn't know if I've established or not. But what I'm saying, but what I don't do is come here to complain anymore. I've given up in complaining. When I come here to contribute, all I do is point at solutions. Just like that, just ask. I'm pointing a solution right now. 'Cause I'm done with this complaining crap because my fathers did it, my uncles did it. They say only a fool continue to think like this. They say doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. That's insanity. Because all my life, all I hear my elders do, people just complain, 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 complain. And I'm like, am I going to join them? My kids going to grow up doing the same thing? No. At this point, I got to cut this complaining crap and start looking for solution. And I'm presenting a solution right now. Like, okay, how about all of us that's been complaining here on shows for weeks or months, years, in fact, on the internet and everywhere? When are we going to start having a conversation like, okay, somebody has wrestled power from people that were ruling us for 16 years, PDP, and kicked them out of power. How can we do the same thing? It's already in play. The playbook is there. We say, hey, if someone can do it, one individual just leave New York, go to Nigeria, and register a political party and running for election. Just one guy. Imagine if it was thousands of Nigerians from diaspora and also back home, clean people, the best minds, all just say, come, let's come together and just wrestle power from these people. What's so difficult about that? I don't even understand. Like I said, hey, I don't feel sorry for Nigeria because a country is just as advanced as its people. The mind we have, the kind of mentality we have, is very very bad. It's all we care about is our ego, uh, hatred. We have all this unresolved hatred for one another, ethnic hatred, religious hatred, and that's the kind of politics we play when we come to our conversation. And at the end of the day, we just complain and cry about
But
people that are not doing well. That's
Mike, I
all
got a
Nigeria
question
is.
for you.
I'm sorry.
Mike, I got a question for you. What if you're in abroad and you're just supporting one or two of the candidates with your interest? Is that not like a contribution? You don't necessarily need to be there,
Yeah,
or
contribute.
everybody don't need to be there.
I don't think question I ask is, are you contributing to Nigeria? The question I ask is,
Be
what is
contributing to
difficult?
change, right? That's what you meant.
No, what I'm saying is the real problem we have, root of our problem is that we don't have the best of us representing us. A country can only advance as the you can just advance as as advanced as your. I'm trying to find the best way to put it. You can only go as far as the manager of a place, right? Let's say a company can go as far as whoever is managing it, right? So what I'm saying is, Nigeria as a country, you can only go as far as the quality of whoever is managing the country. And what I'm saying is, we don't have the best of the best of Nigerians in charge of Nigeria. Like America, for example, an average American is a retarded person. I'm telling you that they're dumb. But one thing they have in place is that you can't be you have to be one of the best to get to the top there, to get to the position of affairs to manage anything. You understand? They have that system. So that's what makes these countries function. Because average American is not as intelligent, it's not even half intelligent as average Nigeria. I'm telling you, I'm just telling you for a fact. They don't know nothing. They just, if you talk to them, like, oh, these people who do that, they're just not smart. But one thing they make sure is that people that will get to the position of affairs, running the affairs of the society or anything, they will make sure it's their best of their best. If not the best of their best, at least something close to the best. At least the minimum requirement is you have to be this good to some degree. But what I'm telling you in Nigeria, when I see senators open their mouth and talk, the politicians open their mouth and talk, I'm like, just in Nigeria I talked to just last week, the average is way 10 times way more intelligent than these people. So we don't have the best of the best running affairs. And then people
Yeah,
that
but,
know they are better, that know that they are better, literally know that they are better than these people, are sitting down complaining. When
but if
you're
sorry,
supposed to
if
look
the
at them and
structure
like,
of the system doesn't allow you to get there,
which
how about
system?
how you gonna get there?
The system, I just, it's been proven that you can get there. Someone have done it. PDP was ruling the country. They had it in choke.
No,
And a
no, but
guy from
this
another
same
party,
PDP, they're the same people now. They're the
calm down. No, they
same
were not. No,
level.
they were, hold on. Are you telling me that PDP voluntarily handed power to APC?
No, they
Exactly.
struggled,
So
but
APC
they're
wrestle
about the
power from
same.
them. So it's been done. It's been done. The system is already in place. It's like God always just bless Nigeria with everything, but just we don't know how to think. Somehow the foolish people created a very system, a democracy for you to just take power, and you still can't figure it out. The people themselves they create and they keep giving you sign that you too can take the power. Just like right now, when these guys all left PDP and trying to form a new party, they just gave me a sign that it's that easy to take power. And the best of Nigerian minds cannot see look at that because these guys that just came together right now, this refile of them, the only difference between them and any other Nigeria is just that we just know their name. They are popular. But what they did, we just woke up one day and say, okay, do we agree to form a new party? Yes, okay, let's go and fill the form and let's give it a name. They just name the name ADC, whatever they call their name. I don't want to, but just say ADC, whatever, a new name, a new logo, and that's it. It's that simple to create a new political party. So I'm telling you that if thousands of brilliant Nigerians come together from all walks of life and say, okay, we are smarter than all these morons that are in place right now. Let's just wrestle power from them. And all we have to do is take this form and fill it and create this political party and register for election.
SPP, Smart Political Party.
It's that simple. But we can't do that. Because as soon as we get together here, all we start talking about is north, south, east, west,
You make sense.
Igbo,
You make
Yoruba.
sense.
That's
So,
what we're having conversation about.
so Mike, let's go back to the topic, which is the coalition. So, what's your opinion on that? With the Atiku and Nobi together with Emechi.
At this point, I'm just like, okay, what is this? What is new now? What is new? So the same people just create new name and it's just same faces. Like all these guys have been in, okay. These are guys, they were former governors, senators, same politicians, same guy. They're just recycling themselves. If it was a bunch of new guys that came together, I was, oh, we have something new or something like that. Even when APC came together, we could excuse that. Okay, a lot of them, we was almost the same. It's even that one is even more like we said something like it could be something new or something like that because that's like the first time we're changing party from democracy, right? And we kind of had the hopes that okay, maybe some kind of change, but hey. eh, Okay, we've seen it already. This is not something new. So what are they showing me that's new now? What they're trying to do that has been done before. So what I want to see is something completely just they haven't seen before I can start saying, okay, hey, this shake me. But if you want me to give my opinion about whether they will do well or not, honestly, I can't predict Nigerians, man, because I just can't predict unintelligent people. Because obviously, just like I said, Nigerians have demonstrated to me that they are not so intelligent. I'm sorry, like maybe they have brain, but they don't like to use it. I used to join this bandwagon of black man is not smart, but now that's not true because when I see individual black man the way he performs, because I go to different environments and even white people will tell you that, damn, you Africans are so smart. But the thing is, it's something about collective intelligence that we lack, like this, and that's the root of our problem. It's time to use our collective brains. We just sucks, man. We suck. I can't imagine like brilliant Nigeria can just sit around. Like the moment this guy just formed this group, this party, many Nigerians all over is like, is that easy? Let's go from our own. But no one else is doing that. These morons are showing you guys how to do it. All these politicians, they're not. I'm not saying they are completely dumb. I'm just saying they're not close to the best of Nigerians that exist.
So the
And
question.
they are showing us how to do it, and we still don't get it.
Okay, let's go back to the question. Do you think they'll be able to remove Tinubu from the office?
First of all, they're not. The thing is this. Um, they're not. They among them. Okay, have they decided who's going to be the front runner? They have not.
P2B is going to be the front runner.
Says
Atiku,
who?
the vice president.
Article be what?
Vice president.
Okay, first of all, that statement is wrong because Atiku has already run 8 years of vice president, so he can't do it again.
Well, you're the one that asked me, and I'm giving you
Yeah,
information.
but your answer is you can, it's not. It's like saying Obama is coming to be president again because he has already done his 8 years.
Let me ask you
Do you know
people a
Atiku was once
question.
vice president for 8 years? So the only thing he can do now
Why is
is
it difficult for them to give Obi the ticket?
because they all want power.
No, I
Atiku
don't
has
think
not
so.
retired from politics, so
I
that's
don't
why
think
he's
so.
coming to a new party.
I don't think so.
Atiku only thing Atiku can do now, the only position he can hold as far as office wise, is presidency. He has already done vice president. He's not going to go below vice president. He's going to be
Mike,
minister.
you
So if
didn't
he's part of
understand
it,
my
that means
question.
he's going to run.
Please. Let me rephrase my question. Atiku wants to be president. Amaechi wants to be president. Obi wants to be president. El-Rufai wants to be president. The way you guys are speaking, if they all know that it's Obi that has the clout to defeat Tinubu, why are they not giving it to Obi? That is my question. I think I've made it clear now.
Yeah, but you already answered your own question. They
No,
all want to be
you don't
president.
understand.
That's why.
If Atiku, hold on. If Atiku know that if he go, he will lose. Because that is the impression everybody is giving. Atiku cannot win it. Let me finish.
Okay, finish.
Amaechi cannot win Tinubu. El-Rufai cannot win Tinubu. And others cannot win Tinubu. The way you guys speak, you speak that Obi is the only one who has the power to win Tinubu. Now, the question is, if Atiku himself knows that he cannot win, and Amaechi knows he cannot win, based on you people's permutation, El-Rufai knows he cannot win. So why can't Obi, who will win, go? That's my question. I've changed the question again to the third one, but still nobody is still understanding where I'm going to.
Yeah, here's the deal. Atiku can easily present an argument that he actually is the one that has the better chance to defeat Tinubu because he came second, Obi came third. So he's going to present that argument. So I don't think Atiku is convinced that Obi is the one that has a stronger chance to defeat Tinubu. So
Uh,
Atiku already, he already has that in his mind.
And you also
Now,
have to look at the parameter. Sorry, Mike. The way Nigerians vote. We vote according to tribe and religion. If you put Obi ahead and Atiku step down, with the northwest and northeast, where Obi did not get the vote in the last election, are they ready to vote in Obi? You also have to look at this scenario. If they put Obi there, how are they sure that Obi will spend 4 years and then give it back to the north in 2031? So they are also not stupid too. They are also looking at it from that angle. So and they, instead of giving Obi that chance, they would rather prefer to give it to their son, guaranteeing them 8 years. So you have to look at it from that.
Remy, since you people don't want to answer the question, I will answer it for myself.
I don't even know your question. Me, I just chip in from what Mike is saying.
What I'm saying is that they know Obi cannot win. So that's why they're struggling. They know that he doesn't have that political strength. Yes. Because if all of them know they can lose, and look at what happened in 2023. At a point, everybody knew, even the politicians, they knew that if that ticket goes to another person's hands, definitely that person is not going to win. Atiku will win that person.
I think what Atiku is trying to do.
No, Madam Zita, I think that what they're trying to do is they're trying to box Obi in the corner so that they can neutralize make him useless so that it doesn't run. Because if Obi runs, Atiku will never win.
Exactly.
This is the problem.
Atiku believe Obi is the
You
reason why he
understand? So
lost.
they're trying to box him in a corner, box him with style, like make it go into the primaries with them so that if they collect
Obi is
it.
giving them chance, though. Obi is the one giving them chance.
What I don't understand you guys' argument. Are you saying that if Obi go to primary, hold on. Are you saying that if Obi goes to primary and loses the primary and come and tell his supporters with his feminine voice that they rigged him out and run to another party? Since you people say that
No, they said they can't do double primaries.
It will be too late to run to another party after primary. It has to be part of the PDP. No.
That's what they
No, it
said.
will be too late to.
They said you can't do double primaries
He can't do double primary, and he can't
in
at that
two
time
parties.
To run for presidency. You have to already be. Madam Zita, the rule is there for you to run for president. You have to already be a member of a political party.
Part of the rule.
Yeah.
It's part of the political rule in Nigeria.
Is it political rule or constitution?
The law
Well,
now, the
it's
INEC law.
constitution,
It's
INEC, and all
INEC
of them.
rule.
They will use it. It's an
So
INEC and
what you are
electoral
saying
rule.
is that if I contest in,
Primary in one party.
I'm trying to remember who did it. Just calm down. What you are saying is that if someone goes, not as president, but that person did it in governor, are you saying that if someone goes to a party and did not win, I've never had this before,
Yeah,
and they
that's why, because
decide,
it never happened.
and no, I will find out who did it. Don't worry, I'm trying to remember because I'll remember. Don't
Madam
worry.
Sita, if you run for primary for presidency,
I'm not
that's
talking
it.
about president. I'm talking it happened
But
in
that's what we are discussing here
governorship.
now.
The person goes to take a ticket in another party.
It's not
That,
allowed.
I don't think so. I'll find
Okay.
out.
Yeah.
I don't think
I
so.
mean, I think that's the only thing they will probably want to do, because anything short of that, Obi is going to take the vote of whatever Atiku wants to take in the
Yeah,
South.
you take his
They
vote.
will
Yeah.
cut him down.
That's Atiku strategy. Atiku
Yeah, I
wants
think
to,
that's what they're trying to
because
do,
what
if
Atiku
they're really
realized was
Listen,
going
that
on.
election,
Otherwise,
that last
see,
election, Obi took his vote.
Mike,
That's what he believes. So he doesn't want.
I will keep saying this. I will keep saying it. It's better I flog this issue very well so that come 2027, when Obi will run, everybody will say, Madam Zita said it. I will continue flogging this issue. Those Obi got in 2023, he did not get it because he's Obi. I will keep saying this. He got it because the ground was open for him to get those votes. But if anybody don't believe me, 2027 is round the corner. He will come out again to run as Obi. And all those situations that gave him that vote, 80% of them are gone. Let me see what he will get.
I can agree with you to some degree because I do know a lot of people,
Madam Zita, I don't
particularly
agree with that.
Southwesterners. They were all Obi. They changed their mind. Because that
And
moment, it's kind of like there's a
remember,
lot of things that.
remember that you said you didn't agree with it when the time
Yeah,
came.
Madam
See,
Zita, I don't agree. In fact, now there are
he
more
did
of those
not
reasons why
listen.
people would not want the present government. If it's Obi and Atiku, if it's Obi and Atiku, those things, everything will come in back. But if Atiku comes in, if it's Obi and Tinubu, if Atiku comes in the picture, then
Why
I
is
think
it
Tinubu
that,
will still win.
wait,
Atiku cannot be a VP anymore. He can
okay,
No
only be
VP, no,
presidential
I'm even
no,
talking
candidate.
no,
about
no VP. Like maybe
Atiku
he
ticket.
runs for
He
ADC, Obi will
cannot
run
say
another
anything
party.
anymore. And this guy is not
Remy,
backing down. He can only be a
Remy,
presidential
Remy,
candidate.
I'm
Right.
talking about Atiku Obi ticket. I'm
Even
talking
with
about
that, no
Atiku
guarantee.
Obi ticket.
Atiku,
Tinubu
madam,
will be
madam, if the ticket is given to Atiku and Obi, they will lose woefully.
I'm
First of all,
telling you, they
they
will
will
be.
They will lose
It's
lose.
hopefully.
going to be done by
They
checking.
will lose woefully. First of all, Obi movement is based on what I
The
call
turn of the
sentiment
southeast.
and
The turn of
emotion.
the southeast.
Yeah. So if only the rest people from other places may support, I will tell you the same Obi follower will destroy Obi political career with internet and everything. So it's very
Even
complex
Aisha Yusuf
issue.
is already saying it now. She said if Obi doesn't win, she won't. She will really want to go against.
Yeah, they're not shy. They are making it clear. So it's just here come the northerners who are worried about if we give chance to Obi, if we grab this power, are we sure that the next 4 years that's supposed to be our turn, Obi will step down and say, okay, northerners come and do your own. So it's a very complex issue. He's
So
supposed to abstain his party
that
too.
is the major reason the other time I said that their best chance was 2023. If they have worked together, if Obi, even at that time, if Atiku had played his game very well, he would have been the president of Nigeria today. If
Who
he has
would have
people
been?
like
Who
what do you
would
call
have
it,
been?
Wike as VP at that time, He would have been the president ruling today. But because of
I
his
don't
arrogancy
think so.
He
Let's
wouldn't
be
have. They
real.
wouldn't have won, but it would have been close. They
yeah,
wouldn't
yeah,
have
it was
Uh,
won.
very close now. What are we talking here? River State.
Atiku, at that time after Buhari, nobody's going to take a northerner as a president. Let's be real.
I don't know about
Even
that.
if they bring Wike and he has his kind of this gra gra, he
Do you
would
think if
not.
it was Obia and Atiku that ran as like the same way they ran against Buhari, if they would have ran against
They
Tinubu in that last election?
wouldn't. Nobody would.
You don't think
See,
so?
No,
there's that.
they will not win, my brother.
They
The
would not
truth of the
win.
matter is, they
Do you
will
know
not.
that? Do you know?
See,
Okay, let's look. Hold
if
on,
if PDP were to nominate Wike or Obi, they would have won that election.
hold
Hands
on. Give
down.
me a second. Give me a second. Let's look at the states that the had the election win. That because they all won equal amount of states. You know that, right? And those states that Obi won, particularly those southeast. If Obi was running vice president with Atiku, those states would have went through them. Those 5 states, 5 eastern states, would have gone to Atiku and Obi now.
Never.
Are you kidding me?
100%.
You're telling me that if it was that, hold on, that election, Tinubu doing Muslim, and then Atiku and Obi being his vice president in that 2023, you're telling me that South, the whole Southeast would have voted for Tinubu?
I don't think so. No.
Exactly. So that all they
See,
needed was that Southeast, and Atiku
No,
would
they
have been the
wouldn't. They
president.
wouldn't
no.
vote for Obi.
See what happened there, eh? They would have voted for Obi at all if Obi were to be the deputy. As Madam Zeta said, it is because of the circumstance then that made people to vote for Obi. Not just because of the person Obi. People were really fed up with Buhari and APC. If APC honor that simple agreement of, okay, we have done our own in the north, it must be south, let's look into Obi directly, or Atik or Wike, they would have been the ruling party today. Among these two candidates, Tinubu would have near them. But they missed Atiku out of greed, came from nowhere, and I jacked the whole scenario. Obi left with those Obi, that Obi leaving the party, going to another place. They what we call that sentiment of emotional sentiment that people will say, oh, this man is being cheated. This is the rightful person. It's because he doesn't have the money. They are silencing him. This is the man that is going to rescue us. That's why people fell in love and follow Obi. Now, Atiku has the money to buy the vote as well. So they divide the vote among themselves because Nigerians were truly fed up with APC. And that is why, again, Tinubu have to be careful. He cannot say because it's the ruling party. They have to look into the eyes of Nigeria. People are suffering seriously. So the next election is not going to be easy for anybody. But I believe this so-called coalition will also make it easy for Tinubu because they're going to end up in division. Serious one. This is my take on that.
Yeah, and those guys with the record of knowing to stab each other.
See, Mike, and Remy, let me tell you, people. 2023 was a mess. PDP would have won that election if they have looked for a southern candidate to contest with Tinubu. Even if they didn't win, it would have shook APC. It would have been a narrow win, very narrow. But because Atiku is not a good leader, Obi is not a good leader, that's why they lost that election. They cannot coordinate, they cannot bring people together and get them. It's a special gift for people not to want you, but you bring them together to support you. It's a special gift. They don't have it. I will ask you people this question again. Why is Atiku finding it difficult to pick Obi as a running mate? Why? Because politicians do their permutation. Obi has a political struggling career. From 1999 till when he became vice president. And in 2023, the ground was open for him to rise. But because he was Obi, he couldn't.
Madam
But
Sister,
if anybody don't believe me, that's okay.
Madam Sister, can I just say
1999, they
something?
didn't give him ticket. He came to Abga. It was a struggle. When people come here, they say he's a likable person. I don't see that kind of likable person that will be impeached and removed from office. Because if you are very likable, the moment they impeach you, the street will go smoke. But he was impeached and
Madam,
removed from office. He
Madam
struggled in
Sister,
his second time. Let me finish. He struggled in his second time. He came again. Atiku picked him as a running mate. A party that is well pronounced in Southeast. They lost 2 million votes. Picking him as a vice president, they lost 2 million votes. And then in 2023, all of a sudden, that man becomes a beautiful bride that people have to vote because it's him. And I'm here sitting there telling you people they did not vote because it's him. They voted because of the situation and the
Yeah, that's true.
circumstances around that time. And they were all working for him except him. And I will keep saying it. If they lie, let them say that I hate him. That's okay. I don't care. But anytime they bring his topic, I will still speak the same thing. I will triple down and double down on it.
okay, let me say this real quick, everybody. Good morning. Um, see, I actually came in to just chip this in because when Mike was saying Obi and Atiku has a lot of votes, that if they join together, the reason why they do that is because we have 4 horse races. If actually we have Tinubu on APC and Atiku and Obi on the other side, they can never beat Tinubu. Because if it's just 2 horse races, right, and it's not like 4, like you have Kankaso separate, you have Obi, you have Atiku, you have Tinubu. If it's just Obi and Atiku and Tinubu and Shetima, I can tell you, Tinubu will beat them mercilessly. I got you that. So the only reason why, because when people say, oh, if they join Obi together, if they join Obi votes and Atiku vote together, they will beat Tinubu. No, it doesn't work like that. You understand? Because at that time, people will say, you know what, it's time of the South. So all those votes that are supposed to go for Obi, I can tell you that 40% of that vote will go to Tinubu because that's
But
meant to be
Kenny,
there.
but Kenny,
Regardless,
if you look at the
yeah.
states, like 6 out of the, look at all the southeastern states. There's no way.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah, we can hear you. I'm just asking you, like, if you look at the states, that will be one. We
Hello?
can hear you now. Well, I don't know if you're hearing us. Like, are you hearing me?
Can anyone hear me?
Maybe you are the one not hearing us. We can hear you.
Okay, network. I
Yeah.
can't hear anything again.
Anyway, you can't hear me. So. But
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now, Mike?
yeah, yeah, I can hear you, man.
Okay. So do you get what I'm saying? So that is it. It's not because separate. If this 2027, if Atiku and Obi join together, I can bet my money on it. Tinubu will beat them convincingly. And don't forget, they've tried this. I mean, they've tried this before. Obi and Atiku, we know what they got at that time. So people giving us this Obi and Atiku together, that time they will have like 12 million votes, 11,000 votes. No, you understand, Mike? Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, I get your point. I get your point. What I do think is if they do it, if they come together in 2027, it'll be an Atiku. I don't think they will do it. They will win. But if they would have done it in 2023, there's a high chance they would have won.
No. See, that 23, that's what I'm saying. Don't forget, Buhari just finished his own term of 8 years, and that
Exactly.
sentiment of North and South is there, and it's huge.
Hmm.
A lot of people say, you know what, we're not here to South North. It's time of the South,
Let me tell
and
you. Let me tell you why. The degree of hatred the people from that side have for Tinubu, because if you think about it, okay, Atiku was running, Tinubu was running. People were not even attacking Atiku. That give you an example. Like people back then hated Tinubu, like they were singing song. It was almost like the Obi was running against Tinubu, was not running against Atiku.
It's because they have
So that's
option.
what I'm saying.
Because,
So
Mike, it's
even
because
hold on now, even those people back then, they were even when Tinubu won, the same people were even wishing that they give the power to Atiku. So back then, the kind of feeling the Obi supporter have for Tinubu was so bad. That's convinced me that those people would have forever Atiku over Tinubu.
no, Mike. You know what? It's because they have Obi on the power ballot. Remove Obi as a presidential candidate out of that equation and see the picture. If Obi is not there as a candidate on his own, right, and you have Atiku and Tinubu, I can guarantee you that hatred will not be that much, because they know that Obi will be there as a figurehead, as a vice. He will not make any impact. You understand? And that statement I'm talking about, that South, North and South, will be there as well.
So
So,
you guys don't forget um Tinubu's contribution during NSTARS.
yeah, Tinubu, yeah, that one too is there, but people will tell you, someone like me will tell you, I don't believe Tinubu have any hand in SARS, and I've never believed that because he's not the president at that time.
Atiku and
You understand?
Tinubu,
So
even
people can
if you
carry
say
their own propaganda about
answers,
that, or Tinubu, SARS, all these things. We have millions of people like me that don't believe in that SARS and all those shenanigans that happened at that time, because I still have my doubts. I don't want to talk about SARS anymore. But this coalition, they say that they are coalition together. Actually, to me, it's not a coalition. It's just the camping. They are the camping from one party to another. Me, I don't call it coalition. That's not coalition to me. You know
The
what I mean?
reason why they come together as a coalition is that most of the parties they once control, they don't have influence there any longer. So they feel
Yeah, it's the camping now. My
we,
brother is the camping. They are the camping
yeah,
from one party to
we
another.
we we
That's not,
they believe we they believe with the coalition they may be old wine inside a new bottle. So and people may decide to buy the idea. With this aspect
that's
of internet, it's not going to work. I'm so disappointed that Peter Obi went to that coalition. Whether he won the election or not, it doesn't
yeah,
go
but
there. Because I
Midwest,
don't see any single
they've not
Don't
finished the
blame
agreement now.
him.
why are
He
you
needs their
disappointed?
support.
Is it
Don't blame
surprising?
him.
Peter
You
Obi
can't blame him for going
Peter Obi
for
don't have
coalition.
the mind of his own. Peter
Hold
Obi is
on.
very.
So I think Solly wanted to say something, guys.
I
Okay.
said, why are you disappointed, Peter Obi? That means you don't even know the candidates well. If you are surprised that he went for the coalition, then you must have bought his shenanigans and lies. That's just what it means.
no.
It,
See, the thing is, why I said I'm surprised is that he have to have, carefully examined that coalition and understand the factors of elections in Nigeria. He's a politician. Now, power is in the southern part of Nigeria, and the current president is going to spend 4 years, whether we like it or not. He's already there by the grace of God. Let me use that word. So we pray for
He's
good
spending eight
death.
years. 8 years
Yeah,
by God
God,
grace.
no, at the moment, the right that Nigeria gave to him is 4 years. So now he's supposed to spend 8 years, and he need to conduct a fresh election for that. Now, the Northerners, they are make sacrifice for the first 4 years. And now, the other 4 years, they want to give it to a Southern. How are they sure that Southern will give them, we just rule one term when the power of Nigeria is already in his hand? So it's a very and that is why I said they have to think very well. There is no way they're going to elect Obi, trust Obi. The trust is not there between the Northern and the Igbo. I don't
yeah,
know what cannot figure.
but
Can
It's
I
the
can I
Midwest,
house.
reply you?
Midwest,
Can I reply
you
you?
can never say until you go into a negotiation and see
Mid,
how it is. Maybe they might, but if they don't, you have an option, and that's
Midwest.
clear.
Midwest. You said that he's a politician and you should have analyzed the situation. Since 20, is it not 2021 or 2022? I've been telling you guys that this guy is a terrible politician. He can't even win Lagos local government chairmanship in Lagos State. Even somebody like Sowore is a better analyst of politicians than this will be.
He's just a bad, it's just a bad politician that has good support. His support base is like a cult. So that's just all he has. He's a terrible politician, very, very bad. And he knows that he needs Atiku. He knows Atiku is better than him in politics. That's why I went there to go and choke his head, to go and see what they are going to offer him. You know, the only reason why he does not want to take that vice presidential seat is because he knows majority of his cult following want him to be president. If he sees that there's no other option, I can promise you he's going to take that vice presidential seat. I promise you. He's not good at politics. He just has a cult following. Finish. Very terrible at
See,
politics.
if coalition, this coalition, if they really want to take power from Tinubu, eh, the
They are not
person they
taking
should,
him buying.
I'm just give you an example. If the person they will use must come from South, and that person should be Jonathan. The Northerners will consider it by
Yes.
law after 4 years. This man is not going to contest again. I tell you, Tinubu
Yes.
will have tough time.
But
But the
Jonathan,
yeah, but the
but
Jonathan
Jonathan
himself,
will. Yeah.
yeah, is very careful because they were
Yes.
pushing him in the last tenure. He understands these people very well. He has been with them because what he witnessed is still a shock to him. And
Mid
I don't think he's willing to join
Midwest,
this coalition of vulture. He don't want.
Midwest,
This is coalition of
Midwest.
vulture. I'm telling you.
Jonathan cannot be sworn in 3 times by law. Jonathan has been sworn in twice in Nigeria. You understand? He
No,
cannot be sworn in
no,
for the third time. You go and check it now. The law has changed.
No, no, that's not how it works. So
I say go and check it now. Go and check it.
he
He
can
cannot be
still
sworn in 3
contest
times.
one more time.
He
He can still
cannot. He cannot. That's why it's not coming out. Go and check.
no. By law, Jonathan have right to contest in Nigeria space
I say go
because
and
he
check
has
it
not
now. Me, I'm not hard. Go and fact check
wait.
what
But
I said.
Kenny, Akon was allowed to run the
Be,
last time, right now.
no,
What
it's
are you talking about?
They've changed after that.
because
They've changed the
he
law
has
after that.
not
Laws have been
completed
changed
his
after that
When did
time.
they change the
no,
law?
he has not completed his 8 years. Jonathan have space. And if they go for Jonathan, for example, this coalition was Jonathan
I
was the
said
man
he
we were
cannot be
spearheading.
sworn in 3 times, my brother. Go and
Can I
check. Go and
quickly
fact check me.
can I
I'm
quickly
saying it.
I will
Go and
interject?
check.
fact
I
check
will
me.
check now.
Even if they
He
give
cannot be
him
sworn in 3
When
opportunity,
we
times.
have yeah, maybe when they are here the next time we will have them. I don't so
They've
maybe
changed it.
we will ask
They've
them,
changed
but
it
I don't know.
because after I made that attempt to contest, people go to court and all that. And the law is there now. He cannot be sworn in 3 times. He can't contest. That's
Okay,
why
yes, I
go and
just
keep quiet.
checked.
even if they
It's
give it
true.
to him, if
It's
there is
true.
no
It's true.
guarantees going
It's
to
true.
win,
I
he
just
will
checked.
not
I
win.
just checked. Jonathan can run again. It's true. It's true.
Even if they give him the opportunity, if there is no law that suppress him, he's not going to win.
That's why
All
it's
those,
quiet. That's why the guy is quiet.
he's not going
You
to
think
Yes.
PDP
win.
don't know what they're doing? By now,
Nonsense.
they be all over him.
But
By
Kenny, the
now.
way the law works, if they create a law before uh, a situation, they can't apply that law.
No, they created the law in 2018, apparently.
So why did they allow him to run? Okay, no,
When
okay, 2018. Yeah. That was before. Yeah, so it should. I don't know, but they can't
Oh,
backdate the
forget
crime now.
it. See, let's stop all this permutation. Tinubu has won. I don't know why we are even coming here to. Tinubu has won. I told you, you cannot be a smaller criminal and beat a bigger criminal. Tinubu will always outcrime you. You have to come with integrity. The only thing that can beat Tinubu is
Solely, I
integrity.
beg, it's not over
And
yet,
Nigerian
please.
politicians don't have integrity. Tinubu has won. Forget it. Forget
And
it. Let's
apart
just
from that, how can you copy his game plan? These
exactly.
are daft.
Like they are not even creative. They are so disappointing. They disappoint me so much.
Who who
I
disappointed
swear.
you?
All this coalition, all this opposition, they are just shitty.
Don't even be don't even be surprised that the coalition is being sponsored by Tinubu himself. Because the man
like I'm
is all weather.
99.9% sure. Ah,
He,
they are
the man
so
is all
lousy.
weather is all weather for the next election, whether they like it or not. All this,
Tinubu
I
has
don't know.
won.
Because this coalition, I am seeing Tinubu's signature inside the
Yeah,
way it is going.
that
Because there
that
might be some arrangement that you
Aregbesola.
yeah, because some people that just appear, Onyego and the rest. Onyego has not been criticizing Tinubu. How come you just jump into a coalition. These are party in APC for many years. So I don't understand. I don't understand where this coalition is coming from. I'm
Yeah,
still a
Tinubu
little bit
my
concerned.
brother, Tinubu can have his more among them, but that coalition is not organized by Tinubu. You understand?
But he
They
has
started this.
yes. What's the
Yes,
difference?
you understand? He has his more. He has his more among them. You know, which I don't blame you to do that. He has every
It's
right
not
to
in
do
his
that.
interest to do that.
No, it's in interest to do that because they will be feeding him back their plans.
No, no, no. I mean, it's not in his interest to start it. He will have a mole in
Yes,
there,
exactly.
but not
Yeah,
in his interest
he
to.
has a more
He
in
will.
there, and they will feed him back with all the information. And this guy will be, see, they will fail woefully. I can tell you that.
They have already
Woef-
failed.
So
They have
now
already failed.
the party is in court now. Is in court. They drag them to court. That they want to do.
Let me tell you how Tinubu will push his re-election. It's the same way he did it in Lagos. You will start seeing the economy get better. You will start seeing maybe Naira will appreciate, maybe fuel price will go down. All the things you've been complaining about will start getting better little by little. Then Tinubu supporters, especially his grassroots supporters, will now start
So
saying, you
if
see,
they like, they
you
should go
see,
and
all you have
bring
to do was wait. You
Obasanjo
just
to come
needed
back. They will not win.
patience. Then,
That's what
then
I'm saying.
wait now. Then you will now start seeing some people from the southeast all of a sudden,
Hello, are you guys still there?
especially youths. They will start coming and say,
Someone is talking. Hold on, Mighty.
see what Tinubu surprised us with, oh, like, especially things like this student loan, because a lot of them in the southeast have been benefiting from it. You will see, I promise you, it's the youth in the southeast that will now rise up and support Tinubu
I
because it will
beg,
now start
Joe.
giving them
That's a
instant
lie.
benefits, and before you know it, the whole country will vote for Tinubu again after he has
No,
scattered.
it's
Just
70
going
watch.
to.
people. Listen, Soli, in your dreams, 70 people died yesterday in
That
the
is
Just
plateau.
watch.
isolated cases, my friend.
It's not
You
isolated.
just watch.
70 people is not
Let
an
me tell you,
isolated case.
It's
it is not
isolated.
election
Is it happening all over
period.
the country every day like that?
Listen, 70
10
people died
It
yesterday.
just, it just, it just.
200 people died last month.
Can I
It's not an
reply?
isolated
So when
case.
Buhari
Yes,
won second
yes.
time, so
Look,
70
you
people
are
didn't
right.
die.
You are
Listen,
right that
we're
look,
talking yesterday, 70
No,
people,
when
70
Buhari won
people
second time, when
were,
people not
were
dying.
killed, 30 people still
yes,
missing.
I
Okay,
Ambush,
let me
and
understand.
you're
tell you
See,
saying
something.
that, well,
for
But
me,
look
Mr.
at
T,
and you're
for me,
saying
I
it's
don't
isolated. 200 died
believe
last month.
yes,
Tinubu is
but
going
what
to
I'm
win.
trying,
Tinubu is not going to win 2027 with performance, but he's going to play it like a game. That's
is
just all.
going to
And
win with
Yeah,
performance.
he has to rig.
Obi and Obi somehow don't understand the game at all.
Is
Even
going
the
to win
article
with
himself
performance.
is a complete obstacle. I don't know any reason why he should join a coalition with Atiku. I
Look,
have to be honest.
Tinubu,
It is the, it is because of Atiku they lost that 2023 election. If
I,
Atiku
I
wasn't there,
I
the
don't
party
fully
is
agree
giving to
with
Wike
you.
or Obi. Eh?
I don't
Now,
fully
You said
now,
agree
my
with
brother,
you.
let me tell you, Tinubu
You
will win with
see,
performance. Yes. Compare. Let's take the correction one by one, head to head. Take Olubumi Ojo and Egbesola performance last time. That's one performance from you. Yeah. Take what's his name? Rotimi Amechi. Yeah. And transform and the minister of today. Just for them to throw them together and compare. Take the minister for works, compare it together. Take Abuja minister, what his name, Wike, and the one that was there last time.
Please,
Compare them
take,
together. So
take,
take them one by
take the
one.
bag of rice. Boss, take the
See,
bag of rice
we
during
know
that
the
time
reason why.
and this
We know
one
the
now.
reason why. Those
What
one
do you
was
mean?
is because of is because of what's it
check
called?
check
Because
check listen, check the price of dollar with naira that time and check it
yeah,
now.
because dollar
So
was
what are you
I
talking
don't
about?
subsidized.
see.
Dollar
Look,
was subsidized. We know.
I don't
Everybody know.
fully, I don't fully agree with the people
Check
that say
the minimum wage
wait.
versus the minimum wage
I
to
don't,
dollar
I
As in,
don't
as
fully
increase,
wait.
that time
as
Did
and
they
increase,
say
now minimum
any of
wage
as
these
now
increase.
the value.
did
I
Hold on,
don't.
guys.
hello? Did any of these people say they are going to bring subsidy back? Did they say they are going to continue subsidizing dollar? You people are just
Exactly.
yourself. Is
I
this the
don't.
same policy they will maintain? And when the time of politics starts, these are the questions that will be asked.
If you asking, let them come out and tell us that they want to subsidize, they want to build something back.
Just wait. Let the base of Tinubu, let them ginger.
I
Let them
don't
ginger.
fully I don't fully agree with the people that say Tinubu is not going to win with performance. You are saying 70 people were unalive, 30 people. I promise you, when it is time for election, when the election is getting close by, they will start pushing out people to go and capture all these bandits. They will start.
Uh,
Wait
even
now,
even
let me
even it
finish.
is not even it is not
Let me
something somebody
finish.
should be saying. Even
They
when
will,
one
they will,
person die, okay, but
I'm
that
telling you,
seven people die,
can you
100
let me
people die.
finish
Is it
now?
first in Nigeria that people will die? And is it because when Obi now got
Okay,
it or Atiku got there, people will not die again? You know
okay,
how many
but
people
this
die
is
under Obasanjo?
brother.
How many
See,
people die under
look,
Jonathan?
now
look
just
at
let
where,
me finish now.
where I'm coming from. It is not Tinubu. It is not Buhari performer that brought Tinubu to power. It was a game of politics. Despite the
Yes,
challenges,
but
this
that is not
the same thing, the same thing is going to do 2027. It has started. This coalition, this so-called coalition, will make it easy. Easy owner.
that is
I'm telling you,
no, that is
some
not the only
faces.
thing.
The people who went to Atiku to tell him coalition or discussing, they were all his men. Even the Peter Obi. Because I
That
thought
is
what we make, you said what?
that is not the only thing. That sounds that
It is a game. It is
yes, but
going to
that is
win,
not the
and he will win. Just play the rightful through the rightful game. Buhari performance was an obstacle to Tinubu, a
that
very
is
serious one. He won. Even his own policies are already an obstacle, but he's still going to win because he understands the game. Let the rest
that
people
is
learn. I'm telling you the
that
truth.
is that is not the only way that is going to win. Tinubu is the kind of person that leaves no stones unturned. He will cover every corner. And wait, and when he's this is from past antecedents to
Did you did
me that I'm a Lagosian and I'm telling you, he's going to cover every corner. Whether you are looking at the dollar, I promise you, all these things people are complaining about, whether it is banditry, whether it is about dollar, it is going to find a solution to it when it is close to that election period. The reason why I'm saying it is going to give his grassroots supporters the ability to say that we told you all you needed was patience. Look, now everything is getting fixed little by little. Immediately after election, it will go back to reset. That is how Tinubu did his re-election in Lagos. When it is election period, he knows all the things you are complaining about, and they will start getting fixed little by little. You will see it with your two korokoro eyes. Banditry will reduce. Dollar price will start, naira will start appreciating. Fuel price will start reducing. These are the key things that I know at least one of it will happen. Then people on the street will now say, it's not only about that. Oh, you will see people will willingly vote for him because they actually think he is fixing the economy. It is not just manipulating other politicians and destroying their party. He covers every single corner. Even the people that say they don't like Tinubu, they will start saying, maybe we were too harsh on him.
What
Maybe
about
we
rigging? What about rigging?
I say he covers every he
It will
leaves no
cover
stones
everything.
unturned.
tell me one
Everything.
politician that doesn't rig in Nigeria?
No,
Tell
no.
me.
What is it going to do? Listen, there are different problems of Nigeria.
He will
Hmm.
And
never
this
do
is what
it.
I'm saying. Like, different problems and different times. Like, you keep solving it, but we have to now be bringing the new ones and the real ones to do. Rigging is a big issue as well. So,
But
if it's
there's none
done
of
security, then it goes to rigging. You understand? So, again, if you think rigging is not an issue, then, I
Nobody is
mean,
saying it's not an issue, but we are telling you what is going to happen. Is either for
But
you to accept it or
my brother, let me just say what the security is going to get worse before election.
it is going to get less
Because
bets. Less bets.
let me tell you why. Let me tell you
Less
why.
bets.
This insecurity, people sponsors it. And most of the people that are going to sponsor those things are not going to be his men. They are going to fight him as well. So
Tinubu.
in terms of economy, he may try. Some of his
Okay.
policy
Can I ask you a
may
question?
yeah, you are free.
Okay. Do you think that Tinubu has the ability to stop this insecurity if he wants to?
With the current circumstance on ground, even Atiku will be, they can't even stop this thing. It's so complex.
A whole Nigeria
Yeah,
army and police force. You think they cannot stop
just
banditry?
America was
Okay,
not able to do.
if you
Let me
insult
tell
the
you,
president,
you don't
they can find you in your
country.
bedroom. Oh.
See, you don't know what our government are playing with. The
Okay.
superpower of this world and their allies went to some certain place in the world. I don't want to mention. They spend years combating these people, and they fail. They have to abandon them.
Please,
They are warming up with the
who else agrees that Nigerian police and army cannot stop banditry? Please let me also know the kind of people, the amount of people that are wrong also. They intentionally don't stop them. If you think that a whole Nigerian army, you don't know Nigerian army that went
they
and
they
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 stopped a
can.
whole this thing that was going on in Liberia and Sierra Leone,
No, no, no,
but it's
no.
back in
These are the
Nigeria they
mistake.
cannot stop.
These are the mistake we are making. Then and now are not the same. They went
Okay.
to go and solve civil war problem, not
It
terrorism.
will, it will, I say,
So this the problem we have in Nigeria, there is an ideology dimension to it, where people are convinced that their action they will have a reward from God, virgins and all. They are all there,
oh,
and
please,
outsiders are taking. The outsiders are there the same time, watching this country, picking interest because they believe on the same faith. A lot is
who
going on
else
in our
agrees
country.
with him? Who else
Can
agrees with him?
can I interject, please?
Who else agrees? Please let me know.
Yes, you can interject.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I interject? Sorry.
Yes, Samuel,
Okay.
yes.
Oh yeah. Thank you, everybody. Uh, it's been a very good discussion tonight. No, I kept a note right beside me just to put some points down. And actually, I didn't have any mind of coming in tonight, but I kind of I was reading the minds on the background. Let me start from this insecurity, the insurgency that we have going on in Nigeria. Just like I can't see the names very well, but one of my brother that just said something about the insecurity, who said insecurity in Nigeria is artificial. Let's not deceive ourselves. There are folks who sponsor these things. And someone was talking about Nigerian army, what they cannot handle or what they can handle. The problem is what they have ahead of them. They don't even have a sample of what they are dealing with because it's way more than what we thought. If every one of us who are history students, when Jonathan was there as the president of Nigeria and the Chibok issue happened, ladies was taken off girls' school and they were taken away. Everybody who should understand where were ladies, why not boys? Where were they taken to? They were taken out of a particular location to another location to satisfy the men in a men's camp. It's simple as that. But until we have a revelation sometimes back, and everybody was saying, wow, wow, wow. Little do we know that many of the aids Nigeria take from international organization, many of this money were used to terrorize us. Many of these aircraft they bring to Nigeria, the international UN law, you cannot subject those aircraft to check, to search. Many of these things were brought in with ammunition. Ammunitions were coming to Nigeria through our back doors, and guys were using it against our own citizens just because of our resources that they will pluck through the back door and put on a plane and take it out of Nigeria in the name of AIDS. I believe we need to understand that what we are dealing with is more. When America volunteered that they will fight Boko Haram for us, but they said something. They said they will not share intelligence with us. I don't know if anybody remember that on this forum. They said it, that they will not share intelligence with us. Why are you coming to my house to fight on my behalf and you're not going to tell me what is going on? So, insecurity is one major challenge. And like someone also said, it will get worse because they are man-made. Look at what happened in Benue. Many of us, I worked in Benue. before I moved out of Nigeria. I worked in Benue. I worked in Nasarawa. I worked in the northern, the Kaduna, a lot of northern country where states where I've been to. But the problem is, many a times we look at it from far distance. We are not close enough to understand that the problem Nigeria has. Many a times you get to some northern part of Nigeria, you will ask, "Are we the same Nigerian?" That's the question you will ask. Because the things we dread so much on the south side of Nigeria, they don't dread it. What will make you pick up your two shoes and start running? They will not run because they are built that way. So the fact remains that many of these things, they do it communal clash, they sponsor it, they kill each other, they do a whole lot of things. I was in Nasarawa, there was one that happened. It was, I don't know how hard you are as a human being, something will break you. At the end of the day, life continues. So 10 people died, 50, 70 people died. My brother, it's part of the game. And is to name whoever. When Jonathan was there, they called Jonathan name. They make him seem is someone who is not capable of running the country. It's a language, it's a sign. But many a times as Nigerians, when we get in our emotion, we forget as a good history student, we need to start learning and understand patterns when they happen. We don't fall for all these things they are doing. We're talking about coalition, we're talking about who is going to win election. As a good political student, all of us should know is time that we need to start living not for ourselves anymore. Looking at generation that is coming behind us. What kind of country are they going to hold on to? Children that we have on this side, are they going to be proud of our country even to say they want to go back home if we are not there? So the sentiment we have for all these politicians is too much. We have made them kings and rulers over us. Voluntarily, we fight ourselves on their behalf. We make enemies. The
You know
Igbo
what's
man
funny
doesn't
for what
want to
you
talk
just
to.
said? You know, Nigerians always believe that their children that are born abroad somehow they have some kind of connection into Nigeria. They don't forget it, man.
There's nothing. See, what do you say? I didn't hear you very well.
No,
You
you
sound
know
low,
when
please.
you mention our children born on the other side, when they go back home. Those children, once they are raised in those born and raised in those countries, they don't have the same emotional attraction that you have to Nigeria. They don't have it. So many
I,
Nigerian parents always
I
think those
think
children see
Mike,
themselves
Mike,
as
if you're a successful man
Nigerians.
and you're a successful parent, your
about,
children will
but
attach
I
with
think
your home,
I
where you
think
come
it's
from.
all
They
about
don't
the
see themselves as
parents.
Nigerians. They don't have emotional
It's only the
connection.
failure
Trust me.
people that cannot that cannot attach made their children attached to to the nation.
No, they
No,
may
no,
be
my
proud
brother.
of their
Look,
roots, but they
is
don't have
coming from.
emotional
Let me
connection
just,
to that
Mike, if I
unless you
come in
raise
here,
them
look,
there.
a child that was born in America, raised up as a medical doctor, working in America, you think that person will be so connected to Nigeria like you? The answer is no. I don't know what you use to measure success. So
Uh,
it depends on you. Mike is just telling you the fact. So that's just the fact. Eh? So
see,
So,
maybe you use
so,
the
different
fact
things
so
to
hold
measure
remains
the
on,
that
hold
success.
on. What tell you that a doctor cannot go back to Nigeria and establish himself, have a big hospital
Is
as a
is not
surgeon
talking
and
about
all that?
We're not
establishment.
talking about what they
He's talking
cannot do.
about he's talking about establishment. He's talking about that passion, that connection, that feelings. The way we are
It,
crying here that our country not supposed to be like this. They are not going to do
no,
that. I'm just telling you.
my brother, it depends on each individual of us. Me personally, I connect my kids with Nigeria all the time.
Do
My
you
kids
take do
call
you
my,
take them there? Did they
of
grow up? Did
course,
they live
yes,
there?
yes. They
That's
go
one
there
thing.
all
If
the
they
time.
live there, they spend a lot of time there. But if they don't,
No,
forget.
listen, see, connection is different. See, if you let your son or your daughter connect with the siblings back home, even with your, my son always call his nephews all the time. He will
Forget
tell me
that.
that
No, if they don't
I
live
just
there,
call.
forget it.
See,
If they don't live there, present there, feel
See,
the environment, and
see,
live the
see,
people.
those that their children are connected to Nigeria are the one you just give birth to your children here. You took them to Nigeria, study primary school, secondary school. They are not connected, even to university level. Like the one you are training here, who goes to holiday as a tourist. Yes, they know they are from somewhere, but I don't that deep connection. They don't have it. No matter
They don't
their
have
Yes.
it.
cause, they are
No, what
connected
I'm
to
saying
their
is,
family. They don't have it.
try to understand me. Some
If you
people
train
don't
them to
even
a point,
connect.
if they grow up in
Some people
primary
don't even
school
connect their kids to their
to
roots.
university level and they are
You
working,
understand?
they know their root. These are history. Everybody can trace history. We are talking about that deep root connection. They cannot have it like me and you that is talking here. I'm telling you the truth.
Kenny, I have cousins where they grew up among those of us. They were living among us here in America. Those of us that grew up in Nigeria, we teach Nigeria, talk Nigeria, shoot them, watch everything called Nigeria culture. But the fact that they didn't live in that Nigeria like we did, they are all grown now. They are all full. They don't have connection to that place. They don't
Mm.
have emotional connection like those of us that actually grew up there. They don't. They can't go there like me. They don't feel like going there like I'm going there or to even land there and feel something because they never experience that cultural, that presence. They didn't experience it. And many Nigerians don't understand that. They just be
Yeah.
raising children abroad. They think those children will feel like, oh, they are from that village. They was like, no, they don't.
Mike, let me give you an example. My children, yeah, they're always eager, looking forward to go to Nigeria because the house they are built in Nigeria is far, far better, beautiful than the one we live in London. You understand? So I've made them realize that there's some things back home that are better than here. I have house in Ghana as well because my wife is from Ghana. Right? The house we built in Ghana and our house here is totally opposite. They're not the same. You understand?
But
And
that's you.
anytime,
I think if
you
you take them there, that's
know
different.
what I mean?
Talking
So
about
this to me, what I'm trying to say is, it depends on individual. Some people have their kids here. They don't even tell them. They will be telling their children, "Oh, Nigeria is bad, though," but not me. So I've put that in
yeah,
their
we're not talking
mind.
about you.
I,
Those are the people we are talking about.
yeah,
See,
that's what I'm saying.
You know what
see,
can
You know
even
what I mean?
prove it to you?
I put them in
Hold
their
see,
on.
mind.
listen, my brother.
Midwest.
It's not only you that is taking children back home. I will tell you one thing. Everything that is going on in Nigeria, information is not scarce. Like 70 people died yesterday. If your children are truly in London, they are connected to Nigeria, they will be the one that will wake you up and say, Dad, what is going on? I'm just telling
Okay,
the truth now. If they have
if
Midwest.
you
not called
Google
you,
it,
wait.
if you Google,
If they
wait,
have not called
now,
you, if
if
your
you
children
Google
have
it,
not called you to tell
how
you
many of
what
them cry in
exactly is going
America
on,
yesterday?
because
No,
my son
wait
called
now.
me yesterday over that
How
issue.
many of them cry in America yesterday?
So
Guys,
Google,
wait,
one at a time, please.
my
my
son called
brother,
me yesterday and said, Dad, what exactly is going on in Nigeria? And I
no,
said,
wait.
the government, they are trying their best. That he said, but they have to do more. What is going on here? So, but I don't know whether your child called you, that what exactly is going on here. We're talking about life. Indeed, there are crime. Crime can kill people. But if people die in 70s, 70 people died in UK today, the entire citizen will go to street. If in that barbaric manner, I tell you, people cannot take it as normal. Let us be
Let me
honest.
ask you. Let me ask you. How many people that died in America yesterday? How many?
Hey,
I
Kenny,
don't know. I'm
Yeah.
not an
Kenny,
American.
See,
I'm not
Kenny,
an
let me
American.
ask
I
you this.
don't live there.
Midwest, give
can
me one second. Kenny, all
okay.
those Nigerian children born in Europe, when they become footballers, when they ask them to pick a country to play for between Nigeria, their own land, their culture, and those European countries, what do you always pick?
They'll be
They always
they'll
pick
be
the
European.
European countries now.
Yeah, of
You,
course they do.
the Nigerian FA, they beg what's his name? Bukayo Saka. Even this guy, yeah, Adeyemi, that one is even related to Alafia for you. They beg he's playing Adeyemi play for Germany. They all pick Europe. They pick where they grew up, the country where they grew up. They have no
Look at
connection.
Kemi. Look at this lady they call Kemi, UK. She's connected. If you look at the way she's talking, she speaks good Yoruba. But don't you see that her connection to Nigeria is quite different the way she talks about Nigeria? We are the one that have to buckle up to face the country, at least to do
Yes.
something a little bit
And
that these people can see, that they will motivate them to say, let's go and take this country back because we can face it. But
so
if we just sat down like this and be condemning these people, we didn't do anything. We are hoping that they are the one that will not put themselves together, except if here fail also, because human beings are human beings. Now democracy is there, rule of law is there. We don't know whether dictator will arise tomorrow. So
see,
except that they will not say, okay, my dad is from this place, let's go and fix our place. If not that, they're going to sit down here, work their normal life. It is not big money that make people to enjoy Europe. It is the system.
it's the
So we are
system.
not
Yeah.
even rich. Yeah, so
Yes.
we are not rich compared to the way Nigerians are rich. Because in Nigeria, somebody is buying car of 20 something million. The entire car in European road is owned by the government. It's owned by bank. So 90 even government cars. to fire brigade to police. They are all credit. They depreciate and pay every month. So, my dear brother, it's
So
not like
can I
it is
please
a
can I
system we have to talk about. So that's just my own
let me
submission there.
land my point. Let me land my point right quick. So like we're talking about Obi, we're talking about Atiku Tinubu. See, I know a lot of people on this platform are very calculative. It comes to a time when these politicians, like the way they just group themselves, what is really happening? What is that thing that they've lost that they suddenly were conscious of and they were looking for? Let's not deceive ourselves. If you know the not very well, the only thing that gives relevance is this power. I've heard a lot of people said, oh, the gentleman agreement, why will Atiku say he wants to run? They don't know anything outside this power. Hold on to it. Even when they put a southerner there, the southerner must be a puppet to them. They must be the one to control. And that's why we always shout about when Obasanjo was there as a president, you ought to have done more. Like my own, everybody's entitled to their own opinion. He was the one who had the very right to put us in a clear path. He failed. He failed us. And as simple as that. I don't care where he's running to today, tomorrow, whatever appearance he's making everywhere. He failed. It
What do
was
you think
someone.
makes it not so powerful that they
Yeah,
feel so?
he does. He did. Because he
Now,
played into
what
their
makes
hands.
what makes it not feel so powerful that they just feel that entitled to power? What do you think makes them feel
Hey,
that way?
it's no, I would say let's start from the colonial masters we had. They
They,
actually told them, "You guys are nothing without this power." They knew
when did they tell them that? Were you in the
it's.
room?
It's a, do we have that time to start going back?
There's no record
No,
of
wait. Let me just
it's just
wait. Let
fallacy
me put
that people
something to
tell us.
support you.
No,
Is it
nobody ever
allowed,
told
Mike?
them that.
Mike, do you
Go
know
ahead.
why they feel so? In the modern life, they
Mhm.
control the resources of the country.
That's not true. Let me
They
tell you what
they
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 don't
feel.
even
control the
control it.
Let me tell you what they feel.
wait. No. They control the resources of the country,
Okay, what makes them
and I
control
say,
it?
and
Mike,
with
let
impunity,
him finish, Mike.
Okay, yeah.
They are into
they
soldier.
control
They are the
they
one learning
they
soldier.
control they control the entire resources of the country, and indeed, because of that, they feel entitled. We, the Saturnans, we have not been able to stand up for ourselves. Take, for example, when they discovered gold in Zamfara, they
Yeah,
make it clear to the whole Nigeria that Zamfara gold belong to
it's for
Zamfara.
Sanfara. Hmm.
We didn't do anything. So, my dear, they feel entitled and they feel emboldened that they can control us. And that is why they want the power.
Okay.
Until we stand up and place them somewhere, they now understand their hand cannot reach us. Then they will think of development. Look, these northern people you are talking about, I keep on referring to one thing. They are as far as the history of Nigeria is concerned, they are the most honest tribe that Nigeria has ever had. They guide our bank when I was growing up. They were the one in charge of guiding all where they sell gold, all expensive jewelries, and whether ashoke material, what lace materials, expensive one, and none of them will miss. They guide our supermarket everywhere. They were so honest people. If they agree with you, I want to do, they do. But look at the way they are today because their leaders focus on power and they neglected that structure of how to manage their people efficiently, and that is what spread across Nigeria today. So I can't just look at today and demonize them. Even the problem we have in Nigeria today, it is Ahmadu Bello who said Nigeria is a mistake. Why can't we teach our children that indeed these people were honest? Why didn't we sit down and discuss that mistake?
I think we
But
get
we
your
played.
give my own answer. Let me give my
Uh-huh. Okay,
let
you
me
can
give you my
also
own
add.
answer. Why they not? The question I asked, why do they not feel so powerful? They feel powerful. It doesn't mean they're powerful. Well, they feel powerful and they find themselves in a position of power in that position. Not because they have anything special, they possess anything special, or they're doing anything special. It's just simply because they're not, they just speak with one voice and one united voice. Just like the moment British created Nigeria, within short time, the South already divided into two. Within another short time, we divided into three. So the North remain one region. You understand? So they don't have that fragmented bullcrap among themselves where they are just the northwest, northeast, north central, all fighting and seeing each other and just have mistrust for each other. But in the south, we pretty much all of us are just we don't see ourselves as just one. There's nothing that really brings us together as a one south. So now, as a big north, when they look down, they don't see threat anywhere. Because whenever a northerner is fighting someone in the south, it's always one corner in the south that they are fighting. They are not fighting the whole south. Whenever they're going against a south, they're not going against. There's never been a time where the north is facing an enemy in the south and they're facing the entire south. It's either they are facing Yoruba alone, or they are facing Igbo alone, or they are facing South person alone, or even they were facing Ogoni people alone. Can you imagine Ogoni people were fighting the whole north by themselves? Is that even possible that Obasanjo will be dealing with one simple tribe in the north by himself, and the whole north we just see it as okay, it's now our business. So the
Mike, wait.
South,
Let me also
hold on.
let me come in there.
Every
Wait.
ethnic group, every place corner in the South, every point in the South, see themselves as me, myself, my people. There's never been that one South union or anything. We are ready to.
Wait.
In fact, when
M-
you look at people that are crying for more states in the South, in the country, I guarantee it's almost every states in the south have people that are still trying to break away from their own states. Even your state, those
Well,
states, people are saying they want their own state now.
wait,
In Ogun
wait,
State, Ijebu people say they want their own state. We
wait,
need
wait,
to
wait,
break into
wait,
100
wait,
states.
wait,
Why the North?
Mike,
They prefer to be
Mike,
one North.
wait, Mike. The
That's why they
problem
are
is
so
this:
powerful.
people who are calling for states don't use Edo as an example.
Now, don't
It
say
is the
even
Yoruba.
within Southeast, there are
It
still people that
is
want to.
wait. The real people that are calling for more states are the Yorubas. They are the one ruling now.
That's not the point
They
I'm
campaign.
making.
They campaign
No,
on the
I'm sorry.
promises
You
It's
are
of
all
missing my
over the
point. I'm
restructuring
telling you why
Nigeria.
the
federation.
North feels so
It's
powerful.
all over the federation they are calling for states. And I
No,
will
no.
mention
No,
it's not only Yorubas, it's
I think you guys are
everywhere.
missing my
wait.
point.
Before yes, I agree. Now people are calling for
I'm
more
not
states.
attacking those.
We have
Don't make
agreed.
me.
There is the need to recognize Midwest region and see states. They have to create states. People are working on it. This Nigeria, the most marginalized people are the Benis and the
Midwest.
Midwest
I
people.
think you are missing my
Now,
point. My point. You're arguing
yeah,
against something
see,
I'm not talking about.
let me go. Sorry, I went to that place. Take Europe as an example. They have different countries. Today they are running European Union. America is one country. Yeah, they are developing and functioning like America. So, my dear brother, if you take creating region for people to have peace and develop, people should see the need to do that. And that is what happened in the past. The British who
You
gave
are
us,
presenting an argument that has nothing to do with the actual point I'm making.
okay, that is
I'm not saying anything is
what
wrong.
gave
Hold on,
Northern
calm down,
power
calm down.
to tell you.
You are missing
We
the
in
whole
the
point.
South, we deserve to have many regions. Why they should have one. And yet every one of us will function with honesty and develop together. But they refuse. They want to put us together, and they understand putting us together. We create a lot of division, and now successfully they have achieved it.
Who did that?
The
The North.
Nigerian circle when the power was when the North, yeah.
We like blaming North for all our problems. If the North didn't exist, we still won't get along in the South. So let's not say it is not that divided
You
us.
said
The fact of
we
the
will not
matter
get
is,
along in the South.
let me tell you the truth of the matter. In the North, their religion united them. Islam united them. It's like Islam comes before everything else. That's why they don't. They will not talk about their ethnicity before anything. They will see that religion. Salam alaikum. That's it. Their religion united them. It's not because we Southerners are just foolish. There's nothing in South that really make us. We can look and say, okay, put us as one people or one people politically. Although, they know they are different ethnically. There are more tribes in the north than the south. If you don't know, by the way, because I've been to the north, there are
See,
many tribes and they
Mike,
have their languages. But one thing they do,
the
they have
reason
their
why
is
not
hold on,
see my brother, the reason why not are united with military power. They
that's
possess the power of Nigeria for many years, and
that,
because they were in power,
that's not
their
true.
people see them benefiting from Nigeria, and they did it for so many years. That gave them the leverage they are enjoying today. After
That's
all, the
not
state,
true. Which leverage
the
are they?
state, wait,
Politics.
the entire state in Nigeria we have today, it was created by the Northerners administration. To date,
The,
since we
the,
entered democracy, even people calling for law don't even understand how the constitution address creation of states.
you are not presenting an argument at all. I'm telling you, the
Okay,
main question is why does the North feel so powerful? And I'm telling you that they feel so powerful because they easily agree and on the same page. They are all on the same page
they
politically.
feel
Hold on, calm
powerful
down.
because
power
they are
was with
easily
them.
they get on the same page in terms of
They feel powerful because the power was with them, and they were able to structure Nigeria in a way that the
okay,
South will
okay,
be more divided, and they will continue to rule us. And
okay,
that's what they did.
okay. Now that the power has been in the hand of
They
the South,
they are the one who divided us, and they are the one causing the confusion.
did not divide you. Most Midwest. Go and read your history.
Wait,
Midwest.
okay,
Allow.
wait, let
Let's
me
have
tell you why I
conversation
said they
now.
divided us. Maybe you didn't allow me to learn. They created Edo State, they created Delta State. The people were
The
not
people,
consulted.
Midwest.
Even most of the yeah,
Midwest. Every state has been created in
yeah.
the South. It was the Southerners that demanded for the states. They didn't put.
No way. Don't say
They,
that. Don't say that. These
eh,
are lies.
go,
Look,
go
what
and read the
happened?
history.
Listen. No, no,
Midwest. Let's
no.
have
Wait.
conversation.
What? Okay,
Midwest.
let's. Yeah.
Every state that has been created in the South, it was Southerners that demanded, ask for those states. Even
Wait. The
today, we are
only
still
moment
asking.
I want to tell you, the only
Midwest.
moment, the only moment the Satana demanded for a state that has been recorded in the history of that country, like people sitting down, whether in the parliament, it was the olden days when the Midwest region was created, when this core region, where you call the River State and all of them today, also demanded to have their own region. So that was a moment of dialogue, and
Midwest.
the middle belt
Today, we
as
are still
well.
asking for
Because
states. We in the South.
wait
Trust me.
now, the middle belt we're talking about, nobody forced it on them. They also demanded for it, even from the north. It is because the power went to north. They were not in charge of the country. They now see themselves one,
First of all, I
and
don't think power.
gradually, they shape Nigeria to a point where we are today.
Midwest, allow
Why?
me to you do too much. Let's just go back and forth. First of all,
So
this whole power went to the north during that entire military era, and they are all see themselves. It's a lie. First of all, if it was true, there won't be so many overthrowing because during that military era, it was just guys overthrowing each other. That's all it was. It wasn't United North decide to hold on to
Okay,
the.
the only
Okay,
person,
guys.
Hold
wait,
on,
Good night,
the
too.
allow me
only
to talk
person
now.
that moved from the south is Obasanjo.
the
The rest
the
are
ex-
northerners. So I don't know what is your
and
argument.
the northern, it wasn't like they appointed them. It wasn't like the north appointing them. He just did a
See
coup.
what they did.
They,
No,
let's
see
have
what they did.
conversation. Allow me to land now. Come down.
After the civil,
We
okay, Mike,
make that
continue,
military. Let's talk.
continue.
Allow me to make point now. Calm down.
Yeah.
We always trying to describe that military era as if the north just captured the country and then they are appointing each other. The only time I can say the Northern transfer power voluntarily to another Northern was Babangida maybe to Abacha, and that was indirectly. The rest of the time, it was just coup after coup. It was soldiers hungry for power. It wasn't really like the Northern voted and the Sokoto Caliphate was appointing the new president during the whole military rule. No, it was a guy that saw opportunity to seize power from the next guy. They were just overthrowing each other. And when he took power, he wasn't really doing it for North. It was just most of the people they put in administration, even
Mike,
Saturnus,
let
they
me
were
come
not
in
so.
here. The
So that
reason,
whole
Mike,
hold
let
on,
me
I'm
come
trying
in.
to kill this fallacy of and every state has been created. It was the people in that region that demanded states from beginning.
No, you
From
lie. You lie. You lie. The truth of the matter is that from the
the
beginning,
record is there. Just
people,
this is
people
how you know.
only
Hold on, this is how you
wait.
know. Google
People only ask for region, and that region
Midwest.
they ask them. Wait,
There's
wait
no
now.
need for me and you
The
to go back and
British.
forth. Just type any
Wait,
state.
Mike. When
Hold
we
on. Let me
got
say this.
independent, the British gave us three regions. Now there
Midwest.
was an issue. The sense of belonging for people you call minority today, it was totally shattered
Midwest. There's no need
with
to be
what
going back and forth.
Nigeria.
This is what you need to do. Hold on. This is what you need to do. Just go on Wikipedia, type in any state in Nigeria, and they will tell you the
I
history.
wait.
Wait,
I
just let me
will
land
never.
now. Can you let me just
The
make a statement,
Wikipedia
please?
is lie. Is lie. But let's listen to ourselves. Wait, let me
Chama,
land
can
this
you just
plane.
allow me to make statement, please?
Mr. Midwest, just allow him to finish.
Exactly. Instead of
Exactly.
being you arguing back and forth, if you just go on Wikipedia or Google, just type in any state in Nigeria, and it will tell you the history how that state came about. And you read that almost every state, it started with people in a state agitating, asking the government to give them that state. That's where me I get my information from. I'm not getting it from every state that was created.
See, okay, Mike. See
The
what? See
history.
what?
Calm down. Let me learn the history of the state. You can read it. and you will find out that how
I understand.
the state came about
I
was some people in that state.
understand, and I agree
Calm
with you
down. People
to
from
some
that
certain
place
degree,
started approach the government and ask for their state.
but not completely, Mike, because the reason is this: we have to go back to the history of our country. The British never run us like a state; rather, they run us like a region, and they ran the country like a region when they were colonizing us. And immediately we got independent, yes, there was a cry of marginalization, both west,
Mainly in the south.
east, north. And then they discussed, yes, all the minority people were not, people you call minority, they were not happy with what was going on, because remember, we were forced together. And then in a gentleman arrangement, they talk of creation of middle belt, they talk about creation of midwest, and they talk about creation of core region, which is today river. If we were to follow through, that sense of belonging would have been there and more trust would have been there. But suddenly the coup happened. And gradually, okay, before the coup, the discussion was already there. On the western part, the Benins and the Yorubas were having so many issues that they need to resolve. After disagreeing, a lot of crises, they created the Midwest region through a dialogue. It was not a problem. And that is the moment people decided to say, we want to live. And successfully, they were able to manage themselves. Up to today, there is no political crisis record among the people, despite the large number of ethnic. Do they disagree? Yes. Were they able to solve their disagreement? Yes. That is civilization. Now, in your western region, we cannot forget about Akintola and Awolowo. In the eastern region, they did not even allow the core region to have a space. Now, the middle belt is like history. Nobody went there. So it led us to war, this division. And when we were coming back, the people in the riverine area that was not addressed at that time, they demanded for it. And they gave them some state and create this eastern part today. And gave the certain people that deep south, I don't know what they call them that time, whether it's river, they call the entire state for them. So later they create Calabar side and all those things. But that was when that state started. People were no longer consulted. The Igbos were no longer called into a meeting before the status was given to them to know where
Yes.
exactly should be given to them because they were defeated. Now,
Yes.
the North, no proper consultation. And that is the
Mhm.
error we are still facing today. Now, as the northern military continue, it now gets to a point they were not creating, many people were not demanding for state. If they have influence with the military ruling, whether it's from south or west, the Yoruba quickly
Mhm.
created more than six. They went there, they did not consult us who were once a region. They end
Mhm.
our region and had to south and gave us six while they were creating more. The same Yorubas are the one calling for, ganging up to say cut Benin, so they want to create a new state. How can you trust this kind of people?
Okay.
As
Yeah.
we talk today,
See,
Let me
Midwest.
give who's that?
Mike, let me come in, please.
Okay,
Let me
go.
just
Yeah,
come in.
yeah.
Let me interject here. See, one of the problem we have with this state creation with the military is, like you said, there was no proper consultation. Yeah, and physically, I was listening to them a few days ago when they were doing, I think they did some geopolitical zone review, and everybody was asking for what they wanted. There are states they've carved out with the delta or the rivers that are supposed to be part of the east, southeast. They don't have any business being in those areas. Imagine some part of Kogi state that don't have any business to be in northwest, north central. Some part of, imagine Ilorin, Kwara state being part of north central. They have no business there. But people who don't consult, that's the way military rules. Okay, just match them together. They don't have that time. So a whole lot of things are part of the fundamental issue we had in Nigeria.
Plus, like I said, we don't need to see and be creating our own fallacies.
No.
Everybody, the hold on, calm down, calm down. Documents are there. Every state, there, history of every creation, everything is there. Names of who came and agitate is all there. All people need to go and do
Mike,
their own independent
Mike,
reading.
I
Mike,
think
So
you,
somewhere
you didn't
see,
somebody is
understand
giving
what we were saying.
opinion. And let me
give you
say
an
this.
example. Let me give you an example now.
Let me just give you a quick timeline of how Nigeria,
Okay.
the whole thing started. When British was there, it was first a southern colony, southern protectorate, northern protectorate. By the time British wanted to, put the country together, they already see the vision between west and east. They decided to create two regions in the south. They kept
They
one.
did not see division. They
Allow me
make
to
it
allow me
clear
to land. Let me just land.
administrative conveniency. It's for their interest,
Okay,
not
let
to
me talk my
consign us
rubbish.
again.
Let me just talk. Let me just land, and then you can come and correct everything, whatever your opinion. They already see big division is not. They already okay. We're gonna split into two. Okay, southwest. They make western region, eastern region. Why did not still remain one region? Then the moment we get independence, next thing, the western region. Oh, now we gotta split that one too, take Midwest out of Western region, created Midwest. The next thing we know is not too long ago, even the Western region among themselves, they already had, you mentioned earlier, Akitola and Awolowo, which was
Our
kind of like the Northern Yorubas, the Aroke people, the or your people and Egbabi, they're already having issues. So that was already going to lead to breaking of the Southwest to create two regions in the Southwest. It was already heading that way, but that was going to be the solution. And then the Eastern region, you already just already having problem with the Igbos. The Adaka Boro ones, they're already trying to break away. So the South, all the agitation to break within just 5 years of independence, it was all in the South. By the time go on, and which was what led to the war, because go on, I went to Aburi, he agreed with Ojukwu, like, okay, your Ojukwu remain in power. Who approached Ojukwu, go on, like, no, you can't give us the Igbos, we need to divide those, we need to have our own. It was the South people in the Eastern region. And go on, and gave them the states. It led to Ojukwu didn't agree, it led to civil war. You understand? Now, the civil war ended, well, they still gave them. Later, other, even with the Midwest, this Delta and Edo, it was people in Delta that say, okay, they want to have their own state, break away from it. So, till today, West people are still asking to create their own state. You go to Akwa Ibom, the
Yes,
ethnic group are saying the
there
Akwa
is
Ibom North
for
has been
we.
ruling so
Listen,
long, we want
ma-
our
Can
own
I
state.
quickly come in also?
correct.
So
What I want to correct. ASAN,
and
ASAN
it
right.
goes in our
Wait,
politics too.
ASAN have right to
Even within
demand for
those
state.
states, your
Wait,
election. Okay, wait,
wait.
let me say this.
Hold on.
ASAN
Let
have
me
right
quickly
to
come in
Hold
also.
on.
Chama, can you let me land real quick? I'm almost done. 10 seconds more.
Please.
Chama, whenever they're having election in the northern state, governorship election, when have you ever heard the politics of is the turn of one tribe in that state or the turn of this tribe? But whenever we have an election in Ogun State, they will say the turn of the Jebus, the
No,
this
Mike, let
and
me correct you
the
there.
hold on,
That happens. Oh.
calm down, calm
If
down.
you live in the
Wait,
north, that
wait,
happens a lot.
when
It
the
happens
in Edo State is the turn
in
of the
north,
essence.
in
It
the
becomes
north.
it's like god
It's
damn.
all over. It's all over the country, Mike. That one
That
is
No,
that
we don't
happens
hear
in the
normal
them.
north.
politics.
Come on, man. In the
So
north, no.
Ah,
We
I
don't
say
get.
it
okay,
We don't hear.
happens in the
let me
north.
come.
Okay,
Let me come
name
in
one
this
example.
quickly.
Okay, Mike, Mike, it's
Kaduna.
okay. Excuse me, guys. Let Remy speak.
Okay. You guys are talking about from independence, why we created state. To be frank with you, after Gowan created 12 states, the other states being after, is it Obasanjo that created 19 states? But the recent states from 1999 that were created, it were people of that region that asked for the state. I remember vividly where the Ekiti people agitated for Ekiti state. And Edo people also agitated that they want to be separated from the Wubu and the other side. So that's why we have
Bende.
Delta and Edo. And
Mhm.
then even in the southeast, I quite remember that people also fought for
see
a Ebonyi
you.
state. So
You lie.
let me
You lie 100%. Stop giving misinformation. Let me tell you what happened when Abacha want to divide.
So I'm
Uh,
not gonna let you tell us what happened until he finish. Thank you.
Yeah, so
okay,
let me finish. So in a nutshell, what I am trying to say is that all over when they created those states, it is the people from that state that asked for it. And I quite remember that I read it in history book that it is Enaoro and the rest that asked for Midwest from the south from the southwest region that time, and they got it, and they have their Midwest
no,
region. So as we
Anthony
are
Naro
talking
did
today,
not.
let me
Anthony,
finish.
that's
Let
why
me
we
finish.
made mistake.
As we
Yeah.
as we are talking today, as we are talking today, every state in Nigeria, they were asking for more states now. For example, a Titi state is being canvassed by the old southeastern state, and then a Newman state is being canvassed from part of Delta and also maybe part of Enugu or whatever, I don't know. So, and when you go to Yoruba state, Ibadan state is being canvassed from Oyo state, is big. Even if you go to Niger, there are 2 or 3 states being canvassed to be carved out from Niger state. It's the people all over the place. Everybody are canvassing for the one more state. So don't let us come here that whatever happened during the independence. In fact, the northern people, the reason why they were able to get that opportunity is because they put their men in the military establishment. And the military have ruled us. They are the ones that have ruled us more compared to today. And they use their power. to leverage. And unfortunately for we in the South, whether Igbo, Yoruba, or Salsa, we are not cooperative. We are not working hand in hand. So that is, and they use this against us. Look at them now. They know Yoruba and Igbo, they cannot talk to one another. So they quickly go in and they break you. And if tomorrow is Yoruba against the South, then they will call the Southeast to their side. So we have a problem by not uniting. So
Yes.
thank you.
Please let
Even
me
even
Good.
correct
even in
Remy.
Rivers State right now,
Remy,
they have
Remy,
the
Remy.
Ijaws and the
Wait, Mike, you
Ikweres.
are saying something. Let me quickly say something now. Mike,
Yes.
let me say something. Look, Remy, Attorney Naro was not the one that asked for Midwest region. It was against it. And in the part of where they call Edo Central today, during the election, we lost that area. A lot of people voted, but we never had much people that supported it. Now,
So
they what is his name?
who call for the
Wait,
Midwestern? Give us a name. Give us a name.
okay. Number one person, I don't know, is not too popular today, is B2. We call him B2, and the man is late now. He was a chief before he died. Dennis Osadebe,
Yes,
the one
yes,
that
yes.
that
That
I
one
can
you
name
are
today.
right.
So then
So
the
who was the
others,
first premier of the Midwestern? Who
no,
was
that time we
who
don't
was
even
the
want
first?
it
Who is the
was when
leader?
we got it, we elected somebody. That was Denis Osadebe, they elected. It was from Asaba.
Is
So
it not your people? Is it not your people?
that's what I'm saying. I've said it before, Remy. Look, the state creation, people were not consulted. Indeed, I agree. Within that space, people were asking, like, we want our state.
So they are
But the
asking, and you
question
say they
is,
were not consulted. Come
yeah,
on?
I think
look at
what should okay.
Mike, let me land my point now. I allow you to talk. What do you mean? What is consultation? When we finished the civil war, we are Igbo consulted that we want to create another state from southeast. The answer is no. They Buchanized it with military power and said, yeah, it's now for the Igbos. If
Go
you
and read
really
the history.
want to create, yeah, they
Go
were
and
no
read the
longer,
history.
they lost the war. They don't have anything to say. And the people in the other side were asking, they have right to ask. Look at my point. In that spirit, you're supposed to bring Igbo leaders because Nigeria don't even have boundaries, and bring these people that want their own and carefully draw this line in a way that everybody will say, okay, here is my own, here is your own. In the state creation, what they normally do in Nigeria during the military, the tribes that are close to the military leader, they will go and be influencing them. Why is Asaba the capital city of Delta? I think that state was created either during Babangida. The wife of Babangida was close to that place. So
Exactly.
the Igbo, they gang up and go and meet Babangida, and using that woman to drag the to Asaba. Asaba was just a little village, but there is nothing wrong with that. The real actual place where they're supposed to be the capital city, if people were consulted, either Wari, Urele, or Sapele, not Asaba. But beside that, if people are even saying they want state, first of all, like some people want state, I agree with the current situation. If we want to do that, put the Edo people together. Let them come together how they want to divide the state. That is what makes sense. That's what I'm trying to present before you.
Okay, let me
The
let me
idea
respond real
of
quick.
I
Remy, give
am
me a second.
influenced, like what that, if not for the
Uh,
constitution, what the Yorubas have presented, what we see in the state, is how to, they say they want a new line. How they will cut Edo to create a new state for Yoruba. I will tell you, my brother, that one is no go.
let me
And
give you a quick response.
we are watching, the constitution said Edo State House of Assembly have to agree before you can take any part of Edo to create a state. So we are
Uh,
waiting whether they will change the law. Only president will not be creating law under democracy. See, let me tell you, the evil in Nigeria, to be honestly speaking, it was created by the Southerners. Their evil attitude and tendency, when the Northerners saw it, they were
now you
shocked for
agree
their life.
with me.
They were shocked for their own life and said, these people, if we don't stand, they are going to finish us. Can they, if they are doing this to themselves? I'm just telling you the truth. The
Give me
current
a
state
chance.
is
Give me a chance. Give me a chance to quickly respond.
okay.
Like I said in the beginning, all you have to do is just type in any state and read the history of the state. You somewhere in the story, you find out that it was people from that state. Maybe not all of them agree, but the only way we can agree is that okay, maybe they didn't consult the entire people because there will be some people that will be against it, but there are people from there that actually approach the government. So that's the fact. Now you mentioned the South is like, oh, after the war they just break them. No, that's not true. The after the war, which was actually done before the war, was they isolate the Igbo territory and call it this. Eastern states or something like that, or whatever they call it, the Igbo territory, just give them their own state. And then that cut the Akwa Ibom, all those other one, the rivers, and give those one their own. So they didn't start breaking the Igbo territory to Anambra, Enugu, all these states. It was
See,
later. Hold on, calm down. Let me finish now. It was later that people, people
I
from
also
the
gave you time.
bros,
Point of
calm down
correction.
now. I'm almost
The
done. Just
Igbos leaders, wait, the Igbos leader were no longer relevant. The solution is give me my state where I fought, and the military general, they start with the people that were in the south and draw a line, and it become a state. Accept that one. Even this belt, middle belt,
which line?
got
What are you
one
talking
faith,
about?
got
That's not
one
that's not do
faith
what
to
I'm
create
saying now.
middle. It got one also
But
faith
let me
to
say
create
what we
middle
are
belt,
not even
but
arguing.
it
We are not
created
even
state.
talking to. Let me say what I'm saying. Let me lie. I'm trying to tell you about this. The Southeast. The Southeast. Yeah, after the war, they just the whole Eastern, crazy Eastern state, which is Ebola. They just give them one region, one state. That was one state. The whole Ebola was one state. It was people, prominent people from there that started now approaching the government like, okay, give me states, create Anambra, create. Imo. It was there even till today. You still Southeastern and still approaching government, and they need more states in the Southeast. Then when the government now give them, we will come here and say the Northerners just braconizing. We are the one asking. It's the Southerners that be asking for their own breakaway, breakaway, breakaway. The point I'm trying to make here is going back to the initial question I asked: why did the North feel so powerful, and why are they so confident in running power? It's not because they have special power, brain power, or gun or anything. It's just the position that we Southerners put ourselves. The South, the North, they are religious centric, and they are more a religion. They see themselves as one Muslims, the religion before the ethnicity. But in the South, we are extremely ethnocentric. We are very ethnocentric. There's nothing else. There's no religion that brings us to see. We don't look at each other and say, we have anything in common, anything, or there is not Christianity or anything. I can say, oh, wow, we are one, these people, this thing bring us together. But which is okay, but we could use our sense to bring ourselves together, politics or something, or even look at the north and say, come, we need to maybe these people are too powerful and they are kind of, but we can't do that. We are too blinded by our ethnocentric mentality. Everything we just so involve it's like we can't trust each other.
It's like we can't trust each
Even
other.
the smallest,
Even
the smallest
the
tribes,
smallest tribes,
they don't trust each other.
they
Go
don't
to
trust each other.
Delta
Go
State there,
to Delta State there.
Ishekiri and Ijo. They don't trust each other at all. Every little thing is no, now our tongue. No. They don't agree. Go to Akwa Ibom. It's like look at River State now. Just election. Ijo is now knows our tongue. Equally don't rule. They don't turn. I won't. To the point the president had to come in. He go to even in Southwest, go there. In Osun State now, the last election, they say these people, I forgot, I'm not from them. They'll say these people from this side have rule. No, it's our tongue. It's always that. We are too ethnocentric, man. Even the people of the same tribe, they will still argue like people from the west side, north side. We are like gangsters, man. Like I don't know. It's just where we are, man. And that's why the Northerners easily they can make decisions among themselves and just they can get in the room and just have few conversation and make decision and be on the same page.
Can
But in
I
the
can I
South,
interject,
it's
please, Michael?
almost impossible. And then we blame the North for being powerful. As if they put themselves in power, they use some kind of magic to get power. They are not different human. They don't have two heads. We
Mike,
are
let
our
me
own problem.
interject.
Let's stop blaming Northerners for all our problems, man. It's us. This is the way we are, man.
Mike, let me
Yeah.
interject. For the sake of this discussion, I want you to understand one thing. You have a very good analysis about all this, but we did not. You see, the West, the South, wherever, all of us, when we had education, the same thing you understand when someone is oppressing you, we can speak for ourselves. We articulate. Let me use that word. Go to the North. Go to the North and find out what's going on there. The few elect that people that are actually not that they have education, but the few ones that are fortunate, they are the one controlling the large numbers of these people. They are sectioned into blocks. They don't reason on their own. They have a thinker, and that's who they follow. So their situation is different from ours. You as an individual, I can't law anything over you. There, the moment they say go, they follow, they go. They don't even hear. They are just like zombies. You are not a zombie.
By the
I'm
way,
not,
that's not true.
bro. I lived
They
my
have a lot
whole
of
life.
educated people in the north.
My
Everybody's
whole
not.
life, bro. If you've never lived in North, you cannot understand what I'm talking about.
You see, I've never lived in the north.
What side of North you lived? You
I've
live
been around the north.
around doesn't mean you
The
live in
the
North.
the the, the fact of the matter, I get your point. If you talk about regular illiterate people, there's people are telling them what to do. Yes, but a lot of their people are very educated and they're still obedient to the people that come in the
But
room in
but
the
but
north. Hold
but
on,
but, but
the
in
people that get together
proportion,
in the north to make
Mike,
Mike,
decisions,
in
they are not
Mike,
proportion
illiterate.
to the whole population, the
No, even in the
educated
south,
ones
most of
are
our people are illiterate. We tell them what to do,
Mike.
who to vote for, they vote.
no, no.
Mm-mm.
Yes, yes.
Into population, we can say in the south we have about 60% highly not highly educated but educated. But when you
Which
go
50?
to the north, yeah, almost 60% in the
Yeah,
south. Whether you
yeah,
talk about southeast or
yeah.
southwest,
But
but when you
their
go to
leadership
the
went to
north,
school.
when
Remy,
you
you are
go to
missing the
the
point.
north,
I'm not disagreeing with
I'm
you
not
that
missing the
they don't have
point.
a lot of illiterate. But what I'm telling you is the people that come together in the room to have meetings, they are not illiterate. Is
Eh,
there?
Yeah,
I'm
you
not
are
saying
right.
they are
But
illiterate,
what the
Mike.
guy
What
is
I'm saying
trying
is
to tell you, what the guy is
I
trying to
get
say
the
is
wider
very
I get the
simple.
wider point of
Mike, but
Yeah.
let him speak though.
What the guy is trying to tell is that those few ones that are highly educated in the north, they are the ones dictating the shot, and whatever they say, everybody will just follow.
is it not the
But
same
in
in
the
the south?
south, no, it's
No.
different in the south. That's why the competition is so stiff in the south. It's so stiff, everybody, and it's very competitive among themselves. So that is why you see that shoveling and angling among themselves. That is
Among the
it.
leadership, right?
No, apart from the leadership, even between the followers.
No, the people that are
Even can't
competing
you see?
everywhere are the leadership now.
I'm
It's not the followers.
no. When you look at Nigerian, look at the people that were talking online, just online. I'm not talking about traditional media or something like that. You see that more than 75% of them or 80% of them are from the south, and you can see that competitiveness between them.
No,
You
no,
can use
Remy,
this platform for example.
Remy, those that
When
are
you
talking
bring
online,
Azan in, you will see that only him. Why can't we have more and more people from their side to join the platform?
Remy, I
So
get
they
your
were
point.
the,
Remy, I get
so
your point.
you can go
Those of
ahead.
us that are talking online, talking on the streets, we are not the one that are coming in the room to make decisions. It's going to be our leaders, our elites, our leaders, right? They are the one that are coming in the room among themselves to make decisions. And my argument I'm making is that just like our leaders in the south, where they went to school, same their leaders in the north, they went to school. When the leaders in the north come together to make decisions, they easily make decisions. They are educated people. They are not all of them are not illiterate in the room. They're just one of them is telling them what to do. They're all educated. All those northern politicians, they're educated. When they get in the room, no one guy is just controlling the rest of them. Yeah, they can control their population, but among themselves, when those leaders get together, they easily get on the same page and do things. But in the south, the same way, our leaders are the one that get together, but they deceive each other. They can't even get along. So that's the point I'm making. So let's separate the population from the leadership. So there's no difference. The northern leaders are just as educated as the southern leaders, but when they come together, they can get on the same page and get things done. But in the South,
Mike,
no way, no
let me
way.
stop you there. What education do Atiku have?
Bros, you
What
can't tell.
education do Atiku have?
They have, he's not an illiterate. He's not an
A
No.
illiterate.
Mm-mm.
a
Mm-mm.
diploma
He
in
has, he has.
whatever,
Mm-mm.
whatever.
Mm-mm. So
So your
see,
argument is that the Southern politicians are more educated than Northern politicians.
no,
That your
it's this
argument.
is what I'm saying. You see, when you say they are educated, we need to come out. If your leader in the south tell you something that is wrong, we were talking about Obi earlier. We're talking about his movement with the coalition. Many of us on this platform say it's wrong. Why? Because we have the ability to reason and calculate. These people will tell them, regardless of wrong decision or right decision, only few of them will say no. When we talk about riots, talk about any other thing, political, whatever it is, they don't care. It's instruction they follow. Now, let's leave that on the side. One day we will understand this thing. The only thing that will happen, and the only thing they are actually taking as a right is because all of us down south, we are not together. And that's what will keep taking us for a ride. We hate
But
each
you're
other.
making my point.
We hate each other. We never, I don't know, maybe a day will come. I've seen it. Even here, you meet, I'm a Yoruba guy. I meet a Igbo brother. The way we will interact, it will take a while before we sync. Because the moment you see each other, you will see that what is going on? And these are extortion. These are things they are using to take us for a ride. Religion, the pastors, they are set of people who people need to just run away from. You see, political office seeker be running to them for what? They are manipulators. Ethnicity. I saw one article video who opened his mouth that the North does not need a Yoruba man, does not need a Igbo man. He has that guts, he had that audacity to use that kind of word in a country as large as the populous black nation of that. We are still living back in centuries, just like Donald Trump will talk about the white folks here. So we need to get something straight
You know, you
until
will
we
say
look.
that and he will still win the election.
This is the problem.
Can the Satan
Be-
tell you, can the Satan open his mouth and say he doesn't need the north and win?
So that's a problem
Because you're
because
guaranteed to even lose on the other side of the south. So
this is what we're saying. That's what we're saying now. Until we come together to know that our force is formidable, the day they see us, we are together. Things will be changed. Even the landscape of the political arena in Nigeria will change because now is we need each other to survive. But a place where they believe their land mass, their cows are part of people who will give vote. You look at Ali Ndume when he talks. He'll be talking the north, the north, the north, the north, the north. What has okay? Let's say Tinubu, we don't even like him. Tinubu is there as the president. What has Tinubu done to the north for them to gang up against him? Do you know this set of north? When you say you don't blame the north for what havoc is happening to us, the north should be blamed about a whole lot of policies, and they've eaten up this country. They have nothing, but they are the one. They are the biggest shareholder
they
of
have
this
a
country.
lot though. They
Let me
they
say something.
they, they
Let me
feed
say
the
something.
country
Let's
agriculturally.
see. When we say there's no region that does not have what not has, except we want to deceive ourselves. The only thing they have is land that has no occupant and people without sense.
Keep thinking like that. Yeah.
You
When
see,
you guys say
let's
there are
let's be
people without
sincere with
sense,
ourselves. See,
it's like we are insulting ourselves.
it's not
They are
about
dominating you and you're saying
insulting.
they don't have sense. Yeah,
It's
you know
not.
insulting
It's
yourself.
not. It's not that we don't have sense. See, the problem is until the day we wake up, we were talking about article using Obi the other time. Everybody was talking. I kept quiet. I was watching
And the
everybody.
same people you say they don't have sense.
See, sir, you see, understand where I'm coming from. The sense they have is to cheat.
Okay, they have
Planter.
sense.
You see, it will get to a point when you and I will look at ourselves. The day we look at ourselves and say, this is what we are doing, and we stay focused, we will not allow any external influence to deter us from what we want to achieve. Then we will be better. We will be better. The only thing, if you look at the Forex, we're talking about dollars. We need to start educating ourselves what this money looks like, what they've done to us. When you have the likes of, I know, as a political student, if Buhari never become president in Nigeria, there's no way Tinubu will get there. It's calculation. It's pure calculation. And that's what people do when they're in politics. It's not just talk. Tinubu have this ambition for years. He has built his bridges. It's not easy for someone to just wake up in the morning and say he wants to become president. No, it takes work of years, regardless of our sentiment.
To be really fair, the South we really do. Apart from if not for the military coups and military time, if when it comes to democracy time, the South have been the one that has been more favored. Like when it, I mean, going into office, we've been ruling during this entire democracy period. We've been ruling the most now.
Yeah,
I mean, and these Northerners have been so
Mike,
nice to us, man. Like,
Mike, thank you very much for pointing to that. You understand me?
yeah,
Since we
despite our
entered democracy,
misbehavior, everything, disunity, we still get this nice.
since we entered this democracy, and I believe by the grace of God, maybe Tinubu is going to spend 8 years there. And add 8 years of Obasanjo, Jonathan, you will see that we are the one that has been ruling, isn't it? Have we
We've
been
been
able to
ruling the
make any
most, but
change? Yeah.
that's why I
Okay,
The
don't know when we
answer
keep
is
saying
no,
okay,
our
because
problem.
naturally, I have to be honest. The Southern leaders are worse than the Northern leaders.
they are
They
what?
are not honest in anything.
In
No,
anything.
We
they are
talk
not.
the Northerners, we only love to condemn their culture. They were raised to be honest. People who live in the North 80s will tell you when we were being, having problem of armed robbery, whatever crime in the South, it was not in the North. Now we teach them road that they should not just sit down and watch, and that is why they want to make sure they always be there to stand for themselves. If it is not working, they are even ready to go more than all of us that is making noise in
Midwest,
the South.
Midwest. I always say
I'm
this:
telling you,
if Midwest, if it was the North that the British gave that early education, like that Western education, right? If it was the North I think Nigeria would have advanced further than we are today. I'm telling you, like the British gave that early education to the wrong region, man, to the South. Like we just had it, but it's like our behavior, man. Like it's what's holding us back. Just the way we behave in the South, man. I'm telling you, like we have you have something, but you don't know how to use it well. You have the education, but you do not use it the right way. Many of us use it to just dupe and defraud and
the
like
reason what
corruption.
the way
Corruption.
we use the
We've had the
Southern,
best people in the civil service, and they usually put us to to be in the key places to make decisions because we have the education. But what do? It's just massive
see
corruption.
what really killed the Southern part of Nigeria was when we entered the independent. It's as if some people don't know their boundaries and they don't care for others who were crying to echo their dissatisfaction. For me, I'm a dope person. I'm from the West. I'm from Midwest area, and at the time we were part of the West. I still give credit to the Yorubas leaders who make sure that discussion, despite the differences, there were room to discuss that middle. If not, the way that region, our history would have been so brutal. I'm telling you the truth. There was the read. The eastern part, there was no space. And that has been our problem till today. People don't believe that others should sit down and discuss it with honesty. They feel they have the solution to that problem. They have seen that problem, they have solution to it. And it has been so. And that is what put us in this total mess. I still tell you, my brother, the Northerners, they approach the issue of Nigeria with sincerity. From the day we got even before the independence, they were skeptical about us, the way we do things. Our culture was quite different. They were pointing to it. We were trying to tell them we have the Western education, we can solve the whole problem. Not knowing we don't understand the way they reason. Understand the way people reason before you can govern them. The German cannot come and rule Sweden today and make it a good country. Everything will scatter. If you take the Spanish to come and rule Germany, everything will fall. I'm telling you,
Because of
they are
culture.
all civilized people. If you take Saudi Arabia to go and manage Dubai, everything will start collapsing, even when they are all Muslims. You must understand the people you want to govern. That is why the Midwest was able to survive, both Midwest and Bended, because they understand themselves. Not that they don't have differences. They know where they were coming from, and they know where to meet and make sure this issue it must be resolved through discussion. And they will make sure, even if they saw themselves in that discussion, they still make sure they don't approach on violent level. But it's unfortunate we find ourselves in this situation. I look at this state. We voted for restructuring. Let's readdress on fundamental issue. Then the Yorubas, with their elite, they are ganging up to say we need more states. And those should be called to go and create a state. Who does that? Look at that mindset. Because they have a Yoruba as a president. So
See,
now they want to change constitution and start manipulating. The North are watching. We are saying go to court. Let them have that judiciary. Let them appoint their brother to INEC. We will go to court in the south and get tired. I have that one. Everybody should go and mark it. We will go to court
Midwest,
and get tired.
Midwest. Let me come in there about the state creation. You see, all those ones are fallacy. Opinion leaders will come out at every given time to say something, one thing or the other, their interest. As much as Edo is having lines with the Yorubas and Ondo State, there's nothing they can do about it. You cannot carve. I worked in Edo. I live in Benin. I lived in Ekenwa Road, Bioko, Ubowo, a lot of places there. I have worked. Igbo, Urua, European, Epoma. I know what Edo looks like geographically to Delta side coming. If anybody want to try that, then you want to start some communal war and crisis. Auchi. No, now let's now say this. We have opinion leaders at every given time when things like this happen. To say they want this, they want that. Some of them just for relevance sake. All those people, you don't take them serious. They have Yoruba president doesn't mean they are the one, is the one to solve all their problem. You go and look at even the people who voted him. They are not even part of people who voted him. But the fact remains that at every given time, you see opinion leaders will come out. And if you watch it very well, I watched it on AIT. They covered the whole six geopolitical zone in Nigeria. Every one of them were agitating for state. State. If they create states, what will remain? Create state for everybody. So the
See,
thing is,
the reason, you know
that
why
one
people are
won't work.
asking for state?
Mm-hmm.
Because the state creation was based on cheating,
Yep.
robbing Peter to pay Paul.
Yeah, sure.
Everywhere in the world, the state generate their money to
Yeah.
finance themselves and give percentage to the central.
So central.
But here come a country where they now possess the wealth of a state. The state
Okay.
don't even have a say. You
Uh-huh.
draining their resources,
Resources
you
and they
killing the
don't
environment,
now.
and then you go and create multiple states in your own region because you are majority. You take these people
No.
resources and be
See,
running government and not
that
even run primary schools
that has
effectively.
not don't take it too far, Midwest. Yeah, that has not been done and is likely not to happen. But one thing I want you to please everyone here to understand here, you just talk about something sensitive in Nigeria. The way we share the money. Let's start with that. This money, imagine many of our resources is coming from Niger Delta as of today. And that's one of the reasons why. And I want to apologize before saying this. I know a lot of us are sensitive about what happened in Rivers State, declaring of state of emergency. This is my own opinion about that. When you mention rivers, forget the politics. That is where the name Nigeria is coming from. A transnational pipeline was blown, just one. Let more of that be blown up. We were shouting of the economic crisis or whatever. We will be screwed up as a country. When security intelligence was given out to a president, his job, number one thing, is to secure that resources. That's where Nigeria is. Also, everybody was shouting about politics. All this guy was after is Nigeria. It's not Fubara, it's not Wiki. Because the moment Fubara being relieved or impeached, Nigeria will burn. And we'll start from River State. So when many people were talking, and the guy you are talking about is not someone who
We,
talks too
we, were,
much.
we were already close to that place. For me, I comment Tinubu on that. I never condemn
Because,
that. The only thing I
because
condemn is
yeah,
the behavior of the SO administrator.
yeah,
He's not
that one you need
his
to check
purpose
it.
is not to come and develop. He should just look for peace, look for a way and say, "Oh God, this thing I've settled it. Let's give it because it's not good in the eyes. We don't know what the future holds. The
Yeah,
reason is to make sure everything calm down. I'm calming it down. But the man
yeah.
is just ruling like what generals are placed him there. So I don't understand why Tinubu is tolerating
A
that. That's
minute.
what I don't
See,
like about him.
the deal,
Yeah.
I guess
So
Midwest. I think the deal is he has 6 months, right? It's almost expiring, and we don't know.
okay,
Maybe they will call it off before his time expires because I think there's
they will,
relevant
they
piece
will.
in there's
They've
relevant piece
settled
in
them.
yeah
Yeah,
because
yeah.
it's one thing
They wanted to kill
every
innocent people. The way it is, what would have
yeah,
happened in Rivers State might have maybe the federal government would not been able to handle it. We
they
were
can't
always
contain it now.
already close to explosion. I'm telling you the truth. So he has no choice. I agree with him. He just have to do whatever he have to do to secure every
To
one of
stop
us,
it.
and he did it. I gave him credit, but I don't like the attitude of the SO administrator.
No, I
He
don't
should
also.
invest in peace and how to reconcile these people and give power back to them as fast as possible. You're not even supposed to finish that 6 months. After 2, 3 months, I've done the job. These men are now they have acted as a
But
mature
do
men,
you know
and
relevantly, he's
well,
not the one to talk
that's
to the
all.
political class. He's not the one to talk to the political class. It takes the willing party to actually come together and build another the level of synergy to work together. So that might take time because every one of them have their own difference. But
Yeah.
and I'm so happy that I found someone who had that kind of understanding about what happened in rivers. Because I was telling him, I said, if all this pipeline goes out, then we are done as a country. Look at what happened in Iran after all this bomb, fuel price is going up because the demand and the supply must be steady. So the moment there is issue, this is what Nigeria, that's the only thing Nigeria is selling. And you will see it burn, there will be trouble. So going to actually where I was heading about this state creation, don't worry yourself about that much. We'll watch. Nobody will, because you see, that's where Nigeria will keep breaking at every edge of breakthrough. Because the moment some people look at when Buhari was there, oh, the Fulani had all right to do anything because they are Fulanis and they are the one in charge. And it doesn't work that way. It shouldn't be that way. We shouldn't have that kind of mentality. As Southerners, the day we come together, stick together, we cannot always not disagree on matters. We disagree, but at least let's have a arrowhead where we are heading to. That will help us a lot. We were talking about inflation. Everybody is hearing it everywhere. It's not only Nigeria. It's not only Nigeria. It's that time Nigerians even educate themselves very well. That inflation is a worldwide thing. Everybody, we are soaking it out everywhere. Things we buy for a little amount, everything has doubled in price. What do we do? Oh, it's Tinubu, is this, is that. It's everywhere in the whole world. And Nigeria is someone made a point. I think it's
See, my brother,
not
I also
Midwest earlier.
agree with you. If I may come here,
All
I
right, go
agree
ahead.
with you to some extent. Inflation is all over the world. But the problem we have in Nigeria is that we don't even have proper record what is going on in our economy. Like where I
Okay.
live here is a foreign land. They can access record about economic record of their land.
Yep.
So the inflations are there. They understand why it is there. You see it now. So they will be buckling up to cope with it while they put pressure on the government to adopt policies that can relieve them from the stress of that inflation. But in
Mm-hmm.
our own case, it's just a country of Mr. President. I can't blame Nigeria. It's a country of Mr. President. If not for some little clause in that constitution, you will just surprise these people who wake up overnight. We have created more for states. In a secret conversation, they will say the law said it. It's just because they just had block it, state must participate, state House of Assembly, this one, that one must agree. Yes, it's like they are trying to say, yeah, we can create more state, but the people must discuss it so that we don't just light up people because we have influence to draw line.
Mm.
And it's a good thing because
Midwest
if
is
you do
like
that in democracy, yeah,
Midwest is like you have
you can
something
contribute.
about the state creation is a real big thing to you. Like I said, bros, just leave that one on the side, leave it on the
See,
burner. It's
it's a
not an
big
easy
thing to
thing
me.
to
Do you
go
know why?
by.
As an Edoma and
Mm-hmm.
as a Benin person, I feel cheated. We were region. We're not supposed to be called South South. The South South, I'm telling you, we were region already. If they
Yep.
recognize Southeast, why didn't they recognize Midwest and create six states for us? Is it
Mm-hmm.
population? Is it resources?
Is it
The
resource?
only
Yes, I know.
resources in Ugele can take care of six states. I don't want to talk about the rest, please.
Right.
The only resources they have been drilling in Ugele alone for years. So they eliminated that. They said South South. Okay, so that we cannot have much people from these very particular people. No, they're supposed to build it on the foundation because that very particular place, after Midwest out of it, after Southeast, they asked for their own region before we enter big crisis. Immediately we got independent. It was discussed three more region to
Mm-hmm.
solve this agitation. Middle belt, Midwest, and core region. It's just, it's just
You're
because this is
not connected, Remy.
yes, madam.
I was telling Remy his device is not connected. That's why he's not in the studio.
Okay.
Okay.
So, and this is my own submission there. If we want to build the Satanans, they should be honest. To be frankly speaking, with the way we are behaving in the South, we are the one that spoiled the Northerners. We went there, we treated them the way we push them around, even the way we treat ourselves. The Igbos like, let me just put it to the Yoruba we have betrayed the Igbo they were very skeptical. Are these people not the South? Are they not together? And in the end of it all, they learned their lesson because losing their political figure, their king in that brutal coup is something that taught them the highest lesson you can ever think of. And therefore, they don't trust us. And since we enter democracy, in fact, we are the one that have been ruling. Are we not the one
So,
ruling now? What are we
so,
doing? We're still
so,
ruling Nigeria like the normal system. Once they have
sir,
power, we start crying
do,
for restructuring, restructuring,
do,
restructuring. The Yoruba will not be coming out. Their professors will not be talking. Now, why can't you put pressure and say, look, let's go back? Even if not the whole Nigeria, let's consult with our neighbor. Let's start with the Benin. Let's start with the Midwest. Let's go to the Igbo side. Let's see
Midwest,
what exactly
Midwest.
they want
Let me
and
tell
how
you
we can
something funny.
adjust some certain things, even not with
Midwest,
the entire Nigeria. And this,
Midwest.
yeah,
You see how bad Southerners don't trust each other, eh? To the point where
we do.
Ojukwu hold on, let
We
me
are
say this. This is
what,
very
my
funny.
brother?
Hold on, this is very funny. Let me say it, man. Ojukwu and Gowon wanted to go to war. Gowon was even able to trust the South Westerners and South people and form alliance with them. Ojukwu refused to even form. He couldn't trust any Southern people to even form alliance to go to war against the North. Can you imagine? That's how bad Southerners don't trust each other. The reason Ojukwu couldn't form, he couldn't even trust like all those minority tribes in the eastern region.
If we
He
put it
fought
in
that
the
war
south,
alone. Hmm?
yeah, Mike, if we put it on the south level, we are even made we have to be specific. It is the southeast that never believe that they have to consult people in their doings.
Because they don't trust you
They
now. That's
believe
why.
they no, it's just when I say trust. You know, it's like people naturally who believe they have the solution to that problem you are pointing to.
Mm-hmm.
So give
Mm-hmm.
us chance to solve it. So that has been the problem we have in this country. As I said, when Amadu Bello was complaining, if that proper chance was given to discuss that issue, there would have been trust. When he wanted to start that war, the example you just gave now, if he has went back to Adakaboru and said, I'm sorry, now I realize what you fought for. Not Gowon coming to set him free. Set him free first, number one person, and said, put your people together. You have your region, but we will have this country, you have your autonomy. There can be sense of trust. But he wanted those people to rot it there. They are in charge of everything. And the word happened, as you said. It did not form alliance. Okay, look at the breakfast they are doing today. Do you know when they started this recent breakfast something? It was Benin people. That guy they call wounded civilian was the one that
Mm.
was going to market in Benin, telling Igbo people they need to jump breakfast. They don't talk about that one. It's just that old video like that. I didn't know why I didn't save it. They were shocked. How can this Benin man join this kind of something? The concept then was that, oh boy, let us have an alliance whereby we can portray ourselves and be able to demand for the rightful things. Suddenly, from nowhere, they hijacked the thing. They started the history of people. You don't know who you are Igbo. You don't know this, you are Igbo. You don't know your culture. Before you know it, they start insulting people king. My brother, how can I work with that kind of people? Even that is why the guy is still insulting them today. And if you look at the people that is insulting them, they were once with that IPOB
yeah,
meeting.
brother. Mm-hmm.
They were once with them. What they found out there, they couldn't believe their eyes. So for me, we have to change this idea. Everybody have interest. But if we dialogue this interest, whether it's a state creation, which I believe is not what we need actually, personally, but if it is state creation, let us talk. Like some people said they need a state. We are willing to support it. But what we want is, let's do it. We are brothers. Sit down, discuss, look at some villages. Is there any area where we have boundary dispute? Okay, how can we solve it? Peacefully, you have the state. The development of that place and the burden in our the entire area will also be relieved, and they will also continue. And that does not mean I cannot go there. We are brothers. If I want to go to Isan today to go and farm, land is available for me. Even no matter even though if we are insulting ourselves, that is not the way it is on ground. No. If a Doma want to go and find in Isan, the land is there. I'm telling the truth. If you want to build house, land is there. So we may insult ourselves. That is not the way it works on ground, you know. So for me, even though you want to create an Yoma state, which we also welcome with the reality on ground, it's not for you to tell us Anyoma belong to Enugu. You don't rent people. Look at what they are doing, bringing shame to themselves. You rent people, indigenous Igbo that are settled with these people. You select them, bribe them, take them to Southeast to go and say it's an Igbo land. Why are you dragging for land?
Don't have to.
And the land you are dragging for have a very, very unique history of ethnic identity well documented in Nigeria. And they don't even recognize Igbo, that name Igbo, as an ethnic in Delta State. It's just of recent that when you want to discuss, you say you are a Delta Igbo. But that place you are calling Igbo, there is a tribe name given to them, gazetted in Nigeria. Even when Midwest region was created, that name was there, not Igbo. They might be in relation, they might be related to you, you might be related to them, but there are ways to deal with issue. But in their own case, they want to force it on your throat because they have solution to it, and at the end, everything will be messed up. Like this Anyoma state is painful. The way one call is going, if care is not taken, even when they mention state, and they didn't even mention that Anyoma now. Let them have that state. There's nothing wrong. Urhobo should have their state. They have enough resources. They are taking care for more than 4 or 5 states in the West with their resources. Why can't they have their own?
But
So
after
this
they
is
create the state,
my take on
we shouldn't come back later and say it was the Northerners that created it too.
it.
I
Look, if
think
they want to listen, I'm not against state creation. The truth of the matter is that when you create things online, 40 foundation is always a problem.
so.
Every state should manage their resources, take care of their administrative bills on their own, develop their people, and give 50% to the central. Let's go and see whether many states will not start merging.
That's the way
You
it should
cannot be
be.
creating state because the way you create state because you are a majority and you are taking, as I said, if they create state in Edo and Delta, the resources from Ugele can take care for all the administrative costs. Go and quote me anywhere. I don't want to add the rest to it now. So why are they not having their own state? Because they are minority. You are suffocating them. A country cannot be built like that. Until this Europe, if the way Europe were dealing with the West, the Midwest, the Igbos were able to deal with the corridor. The trust will start from there. There is no place people don't have division. I am also in Sweden. I have seen someone from the deep north of Sweden. He talk. After talking, when he left, the other guy told me they talk like duck. He's from the north. I have this accent. They talk like duck. You just imagine. But he said it there. He ended. He can't do
Mm-hmm.
anything like the way
Mm-mm.
we misbehave because he understands the rule. He just said it. That thing ring in my heart. I said, these guys, it's not the way we are seeing them. They know where you come from if you talk. The same language. You just imagine people that have been living for many, many years. They have.
Mr. Midwest, we cannot hear you. Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Can you guys hear me? Are you hearing me, madam?
Yes.
The breakfast something they have been doing is now nonsense. So who is going to join that kind of something? Nobody. If we can have a dialogue on issue, I have my interest as a Benin. Just as I said now, I feel Robo has his own. Asan have his own. This was how Midwest was managed. Osadebe did not just come out and say, I want to be governor. I want to contest. They went to a meeting. The need for him to support him. How we can foster unity. So they said, come out. And another people joined. And on the long run, the Benin people that all of them stepped down. Like that B2 supposed to be the governor then. But because the capital was taken to the Benin, they said, no, if we just become the governor, we get the capital. We created a region for ourselves. Everything died down in that discussion. And with that discussion, they have space to start shaping themselves. So they can bring trust to themselves. Everybody have interest, no matter how small it is. In Europe here, like Sweden, we run local government, we call it commune. Most of Sweden call it like that, this Scandinavia. You go there, you see bigger one, you see smaller one, but they enjoy equal right. They are not as rich as the same. Out of what we give to the same federal, the smaller one, there are a way they support them to grow. They are meeting up with their task. Their account book is well transparent. So if they need help, there are conditions for that help to come. As far as they meet up, that the government federal have to sustain them.
Yeah.
Why are they small? Because of the cultural heritage to that land. This is the land of Viking, my brother. They discover English. They were colonizing Britain of today. But people go back and go and read their history. They fought war. They were very brutal people. If you go back and read about them, you will not believe that these kind of people, they are than the one that is behaving like this today. Brutal. When they say brutal, they are not shy about it. But today they are very quiet. They were the first to be crossing Atlantic Ocean to everywhere with tiny, tiny boats. That when you go to museum, you see this boat. How can somebody, so you meet this guy, they sat on this kind of boat and go and end up in UK? It will baffle your imagination. So that is my own submission. Let's try to be not selfish interest. Let your interest be known. Let the other man be known. There might be a place where you can compromise together, and you people will move forward. So that is what I will say about the whole thing.
Hmm. I hope. I hope. I hope we will do better because the South, we need to just come together. Like, regardless of what it is, even as a country, we have to come together. But if we start somewhere, at least it will foster it to a better place. And another thing, I just people who are not Nigerians got to know what our difference is. There was one of the American lady at work. Also, they were called me and said, "What's the difference between you and that other guy?" I was like, "What do you mean? There's no difference. He's my brother. We came from the same country." And he said, "No, there's something different." I was like, "What? Tell me what that is." He said, "You tell me." I said, "As for me, he's a brother. He's from Nigeria. I'm from Nigeria, and that's all I have to tell you." Man, when these guys started telling me about our history, fear catch me. Oh, I was like,
Who was
"Oh,
that? Who was the person?
it's a Nigerian guy that was talking about something that I had no, that even before they even give birth to my own ancestors, the thing has happened." But the problem is we just inherit someone else's problem and we now pass it the hate from one generation to the other.
Nigerians, the Southern Nigerians, they are stuck into the beef of the 60s.
Ah, when this girl started
The
telling me
hatred they
everything,
have for each other, all it's all from the 60s. Oh, the way they feel about each other, all from the whatever happened between them in the 60s.
My brother, history you just mentioned, it is of recent people started saying bad histories about one another. I'm just telling the truth.
yes,
It is of recent. Yes. It is
yeah,
when we entered this democracy. It even started when this IPOB was now, when they were boom,
reformed when they gather.
reformed, when they gathered. They wanted to tell everybody their history so that they will not realize they were once Igbo before they become what they present themselves to be today. In the process, as I said, they messed it up. And it's
Midwest,
a total
Midwest,
Midwest.
Midwest. Please,
Midwest.
one
Yeah.
thing I want to
Please,
chip
one
in
thing I want
before.
to chip in.
When I was growing up, I was born in Ileife. When we are growing up as a young kid,
Okay.
my parents would go to work.
When we are growing,
We have neighbors. There's a girl who the mother feel very, very comfortable anytime I'm at home, we're playing together because the name of the girl is Chituru. She's a Igbo girl because she have this, I don't know what they call it. Sometimes she just fall unconscious. But I've been around her for a whole long time. So I know how they revive her. So anytime we are going to play, I have a spoon in my pocket. So the mother, when they say, "Oh, is there? I'm there. Everything is okay," she will go from morning to night. She do okay. I have a house that is full of people. We live together. None of us, no parent had called each other to say the difference between this and that and this. There was no time. We grew up together until everybody went their way. It was in my midlife all these things started happening. And I always have this reference that
Brother, this thing you just said is 100% correct.
oh God.
Until IPOB come to board, nobody in my state, like I don't even know your state too much, but I don't think it will be as complex as Edo, where you have nearly all tribe from the whole Nigeria. We don't care about tribes.
Oh,
We grow up both Igbo, everybody. There's no tribe I've not been with. People from middle, these TV people. Either in school, primary school, you make friends with
yeah.
some. Either in secondary school, some become your. So people, is it people from Delta? I don't want to count those ones. Those ones we say we are brother. So I don't. We
Mhm.
don't point to Isaac Boma. So I don't want to count that one to John tribe anymore. So now we all grew together. The Igbos. We eat together. It is when IPOB rise up. This thing started. You seen in internet today. They gradually and people started retaliating and it become a total mess. A South African guy met me. He said the way Nigerians talk to themselves on social media. Why are they living in one country? He said that
Ah,
country is a threat to black race. I was shocked. He said they listen sometimes. He said, man, he doesn't understand what makes us to say we are one country. And here you have a government who doesn't want to address it and said, look, I can feel you have a grievances. How can we solve it? This presidency we're talking about, if the Southeast as a whole have to generate money to take care for their responsibility, they will change their reasoning. If the northern part has to generate money, irrespective whether two region, whatever they created,
yeah.
within the state they have, they will not even create much state because the state you are calling for cannot take care for himself. So therefore, what will happen? They will join together and be able to finance themselves. But here we are today.
Hmm.
We are so divided. The hatred is going. I don't even know who's going to solve it.
I don't know.
We just trying to be pretending about it because there's nobody that would. Somebody will come to your house and say, be insulting your parents, insulting your history, your culture, everything, and you will be comfortable with it. It's not
No.
possible. No. Who are you to come and teach me about that reigned in 14th century? And you are not a Benin man. And you are from Igbo. You cannot even tell me who was in charge of your own land in 14th century. Then if I ask you a question, you become annoyed and you start saying, you even go more deeper to go into verbal insult. So it's a serious issue, but I hope now our people will see the danger because the northerners, once the power goes to their hand, the egg by me will be too loud. Me, I'm seeing it already. Let them be doing what that, and the power will surely go there. If not for
It
this
will.
ending of these 4 years or the next 4 years, it will go. After
It,
Tunubu, how is it start to go and win them? There's no way. It will be their turn. People will align because the big politician want position. They will not oppose it. So definitely they're going to win. And when they have that power, we will learn new things. We will go to
we'll
let
learn
them
new
set
thing.
up their own judiciary with their men, set up the INEC with their own tribes. The Satans will go to court and get tired. I'm telling you. Let's wait for that moment.
Hmm.
Even the Yoruba themselves, they will not believe
Hmm.
what will be going on in our country.
Yeah.
So make I just do some few things, my brother.
My brother,
My
make I
brother,
even go
make I
sleep now.
even go sleep now. Okay.
2 a.m. with
Now
this.
2 a.m. with this.
All right, Choma, thank
All
you so
right,
much.
Choma, thank you so much. Shoma, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Mike, later.
Mike, later.
Mhm.
All right, man. All
All
right, guys.
right,
So, guys, thank you for watching the show. You can still super chat and click the like button. Hope to see you tomorrow and have a wonderful day and night. Ta ta.